Let go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Oh,
yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Hope you had a great weekend. We are ready to go. March is here. Combine is over. Free agency is literally a week away from today. Man, this is setting up to be. Yeah, it's a week from today, Seth. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. Hi.
Hi. It's good stuff. You know, I think the Scrooge to free agency is always the franchise tag, and that the guys that you really think of and want, they start evaporating about right around this time. A few guys have evaporated already, but I don't think they're all going to evaporate. And the rumor is this weekend that Christian Wilkins, the defensive tackle out of Miami, as everybody gets together at the Combine and all the scuttlebutt starts flying around, you know, they go eat their shrimp at that bar that everybody talks about and everything, and it's a lot of information gets disseminated, and it sounds like Christian Wilkins, the defensive tackle that you and I both like, is probably going to be a free agent.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a Scrooge the franchise tag is going to be this year. Right before I shut the laptop down last night to watch a little TV before I went to bed, the last thing I did was go, oh yeah, that's right, the franchise tag deadline is on Tuesday. Let me go find a franchise tag tracker. So far, so we can kind of lay the groundwork for who's going to get taken off of the market by Tuesday afternoon. And every single franchise tag tracker I went to is basically just 3 paragraphs about T. Higgins. That was it. Yeah. Because he officially, as of last night at about 7 o'clock, had been the only one. I think L'Jarius Sneed is right there. If the paperwork hasn't been sent to him yet, it's going to be. But as of right now, as best I can find out here, Seth, those are the only 2. And I don't know that there's going to be any more. As I'm looking, I think the only ones that were even in the conversation were the running backs. There was at least scuttlebutt, to use your word, about Barkley and Jacobs and maybe even Derrick Henry. Do they use the tag on any of them at $12 million or whatever it is? It sounds like the answer is going to be no for all 3 of those guys, so they'll all be free agents. As you mentioned, that's the thing that's got me so excited this morning is Christian Wilkins is going to hit the market. And we'll talk about him as a player in just a second here. Maybe Brian Burns, who, according to Josina Anderson, negotiations broke off between him and the Panthers. Maybe Josh Allen, the defensive end Josh Allen. Maybe he gets a tag from the Jags. And I guess if we're the Texans and we're looking at it through the Texans prism, the only one I would say is even in play would be Dalton Schultz. And I don't think that's happening, but I think it's something to keep an eye on over the next 24 hours. But there's a chance we might only see at most 3, maybe 4 guys franchise tagged. And I think, honestly, the Texans would only really, truly be in on the guys that are playing in the front 7. That's it.
Looking at Rand Mueller's power rankings of NFL free agents, and I was just counting up here. I think he's got 8 in his top 22 that are edge rushers. So when you start talking about Jonathan Grenard, so yeah, of his 22 overall, 8 of them are edge rushers. And of his top 9, actually of his top 11, there's 5 edge rushers. Jonathan Grenard is his 11th overall. Wow. So that's where you start to wonder, man, usually you see edge rushers pretty much, it's an automatic franchise tag. I wonder if some teams are looking around and thinking, all right, well, you know what, for one, maybe the market will get a little bit depressed because there's so many of these guys out there. Mm-hmm. And 2, maybe we end up getting another guy if we have to or what have you. And then 3, I wonder if maybe this year is the tipping point where teams just start deciding, like, God, you know, the franchise tag's a pain in the butt. The money's actually getting – it used to be kind of a bargain for teams where now it's getting kind of out of hand to where it's really hard for them to manage it. And guys end up making a huge stink. Social media has more influence than it used to. And they just might not want to deal with the headaches anymore of something that's going to end up with a disgruntled guy all year long.
It's an inflexible amount of money because it's a one-year deal that you can't push money into future years. Like a lot of Texans signed one-year deals last year, but when you sign a one-year deal somewhere, you can do these, not to get too nerdy, you can do these voidable years in the future where you just park some of the bonus money, and it's like a credit card, and it hits you later. You can't do that with a franchise tag.
Well, so for example, adult salary only counted like 2.5 against.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good example.
You're going to be paying that over this year, next year, whenever it's spread out.
Right. But these teams that are looking to franchise tag guys, a lot of them have no flexibility. This is why, and this brings us back to Christian Wilkins, and I'm anxious to get your take on Wilkins, the player, because I think there's a very real possibility of this. I think that D'Amico Ryans has made no secret that the defensive line is what he feels is the most important thing, at least on the defensive side of the ball. They need interior defensive linemen. They need to get better in that area. Christian Wilkins is a premier interior defensive lineman, and I'm not shocked that he would be becoming available because, as we've mentioned several times, the Dolphins are in one of the worst salary cap situations in the league with a quarterback that they need to make a decision on here soon, too. So their cap situation is going to get worse before it gets better. So Christian Wilkins is therefore going to probably hit the market. What are your thoughts on Wilkins' fit with what D'Amico wants to do?
Wilkins is a really interesting guy because he doesn't have huge sack production or anything, which in a lot of respects is something I like out of interior defensive linemen sometimes, depending on what scheme they've been in. And he's a guy that he's played more read and react, more so than just get upfield and get sacks. So I think in some respects you would unlock some production out of him just by putting him in this scheme. The other side of it, though, is that he's just plays with really good and sound technique, and he's got a high motor. He's in the mold of a lot of the Clemson guys that we used to like and love. Mm-hmm. You know, DJ Reader. And actually, like some of his interviews between his beard and his DJ Reader, they both have kind of like the big bushy beard and the big bushy hair, and they're big guys. And all these Clemson defensive linemen that the Texans have had seem to be like super cool dudes.
Great energy.
Like, really good energy, and they play their butts off. So I think when it comes to, all right, I'm worried about whether or not this guy might produce, you know, if I pay him.
Yeah.
I don't worry about that at all with Christian Wilkins. I think he's a guy that just loves to play football, and whether he's playing rec league basketball, scored 1,000 points in high school as a basketball player.
Good athlete. I like that.
Kind of like DJ Reader was a really good pitcher.
That's right.
Christian Wilkins was a really good basketball player.
I like that.
And I think he's. I think with free agency and high picks in the draft, which you're always looking for, which isn't fun to write about and it's not glitzy or anything, but is all right. How do they have a high floor? Like at the very least, if it doesn't work out exactly the way I planned, is he still going to be a really solid football player? I think that's why they felt good about Will Anderson. Mm-hmm. You can never project just how great somebody's going to be, but I think you can get a pretty good feel for, all right, this guy's very unlikely to bust. Yeah. And I think Christian Wilkins as a free agent would be very unlikely to bust.
Yeah, and he'd be a great fit. This weekend, to me, like my big takeaway from the weekend when I take the news on free agency, we'll get to Mike Evans in a second here too. There was news on him. And then all the stuff happening at the Combine this weekend on Saturday, all the receivers are running. And I think you and I have both been of the mind that if the Texans are going to supplement this receiving core, it's not going to be with a splashy signing through a draft pick on a receiver. maybe finding a mid-tier guy, supplementing that room. Boy, I know it's just the 40-yard dash at the combine, but if there is any position on the field with which I will take the 40-yard dash as something that is a usable, relevant metric, it is wide receiver. And there were a ton of dudes running really fast 40s that I think are going to be there when the Texans are picking at 23. I think there's some that are going to be there when they're picking at 59.
Yeah.
I think there's some that are going to be there when they're picking at 86, if you want to know the truth.
Can I crap all over you for a minute?
Absolutely.
This is where I'm going to be the Grinch now. It used to be the franchise tag. Now it's going to be
away.
Me. I think the wide receivers are highly rated for very good reasons. Their play on the field and whatnot. I'm just going to go through the top 10 40 times of all time. Okay. I'll stick to just the wide receivers, and I'll stick to the cornerbacks and the wide receivers. Let's see. 11th fastest, Fabian Washington, cornerback. Ooh. Yeah. Jacoby Ford, wide receiver out of Clemson, was 10th.
Yep.
J.J. Newton, wide receiver, 9th all-time, Sean.
Yeah.
9th fastest wide. Is he an all-pro?
I don't know, but I'm sure I did a segment on him the day before the franchise tag deadline.
I'll stick to just wide receiver. 7th all-time, Tyrone Calico.
Yeah. I think John Ross is the gold standard for this because he was the previous record holder, and Xavier Worthy of Texas broke his 40-time record, and John Ross got picked one pick before Patrick Mahomes back in 2017.
Oh, wow, did he?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Now, Marquise Goodwin, still kicking around.
Yeah.
Jerome Mathis obviously did some great things for teams other than the one that drafted him. And and then, well, the biggest one, honestly, and this is still so freakish, the second fastest all time, now third fastest all time, not a wide receiver, but running back Chris Johnson.
Yeah, and that worked out. You know, he ran for 2,000. Yeah, I saw the list. Like, you're right. It's very hit or miss. I guess what I would say about these receivers, like John Ross was kind of out of nowhere when he ran that 40. I think even Will Fuller, and I watched Will Fuller at Notre Dame, and he was a really good player at Notre Dame, but his 40 time bumped him up into the first round. Like, his speed bumped him up. I think, like, if the Texans took Xavier Worthy at 23 and the draft happened to take place with no combine this year, I would say that's a good pick. He's a good player. I watched a lot of him. Mitchell from Texas, same thing. I don't expect Ladd McConkey to all of a sudden be the 23rd pick in the draft, but if the Texans took him in the second round or the third round, the kid from Georgia, I would be really happy about that. So I think that's the one thing I'd say about these guys who ran these fast 40s is the ones I got really excited about were the ones who were actual productive players in college.
No, it is nice to see. And also it's fun for us to see, but I think kind of along the lines of what Nick Caserio said, where a lot of it's more for the fans and you don't care about the O-lineman 40 times and everything. I think the teams have so much more GPS tracking and whatever player motion tracking the different teams are using. I think they've got a lot better stats on how guys actually play on the football field. Mm-hmm. They're just probably where Caserio's out there and he knows the teams that maybe don't use some of the body tracking as much. And he's looking at some of these guys that run fast 40s, and he's like, "Oh, good, because we don't like that guy at all."
Yeah.
But some schmuck at one of these caveman teams is going to think like, "Oh, wow, dude, look at how fast this dude is."
No, dude, Al Davis is climbing out of his grave right now to draft some of these guys with the 9th pick or whatever the Raiders have. Absolutely. All right, man, we're off and running. This is going to be a really fun week leading up to next week, man. It was like this weekend was the setup for what's going to be a really, really cool week if you're a Texans fan, as we speculate about all this stuff. Which brings us to Mike Evans. Mike Evans listed through his agent all the things he's looking for in a team. It looks like he's going to hit free agency. Are there any teams out there that actually fit the description of what Mike Evans is looking for? And we got some combine moments, some moments from the combine that took place that don't involve workouts, just involve players and some things worth highlighting. So we will get to that as well. We'll do that next as we're off and running on a Monday. As we're off and running on a Monday, this may be the week where you're thinking, this is the week I head to West Point, Lincoln, or Sugar Land. This is the week
Construction.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Wow. We just learned during the break, Christian Wilkins, he's one of my people, Seth.
He's a Connecticutian?
He's born in Springfield, Massachusetts, which is about probably 20 minutes from where I grew up. He originally attended Framingham High School, which is in the Boston area, and then he transferred to Suffield Academy, which is like 10 minutes from the home in which I grew up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's a super fancy private school that the most famous alum of Suffield Academy is probably Vinny Del Negro, the former San Antonio Spur basketball player.
It's gonna be a tough one. We're gonna have to figure out whether did he go there because his parents are rich, or did he go there on an athletic scholarship?
Yeah, I don't know.
If he went there because his parents are rich, I'm not sure how to think about him. I feel, you know what? If he went there because his parents are rich, I'll feel better about him because it means he was still motivated despite being raised in fancy circumstances.
Yeah.
So it won't. He won't be changed by the money.
I can tell you, Framingham ain't cheap to live in. Like he was, he went freshman year, Framingham, a suburb of Boston. So
he also, he's taken 13th overall. So he's. I do like when a guy was taken in the first round these days and still produces through his first. There's no evidence that he just picked it up for his franchise tag year.
Right.
I mean, for his free agency or anything. I know his sack numbers are up, but he was productive his entire time there. He's the right kind of player.
This is a great time of year, and it's a great time to be a Texan fan because the last couple of years, as you're watching the combine and there's all these guys doing really well, and you get excited about that. It's within the framework of, that's right, we're still picking second. We've got a lot of work to do on this football team. But to me, even more at this combine, Seth, all the free agency buzz, I found a pretty easy way to attach the Texans to a lot of the scuttlebutt that was going on at the combine. And this is where this week is fun, because you and I are talking about Christian Wilkins this morning, and I think there's a decent chance he winds up a Houston Texan. Look, he'll be very sought after, but I think it's a desirable place to come play. It's a position of need. I think if you're a defensive player playing for D'Amico Ryans, especially in the front seven, is probably as close to a dream as you could get as far as your head coach goes. I think Matt Burke's probably a pretty fun DC to play for as well. The recruiting pitch, if it comes to that, would be a good one, I think, from those guys to a guy like Christian Wilkins. I don't even blame the Mike Evans people for fantasizing about that. That's what this time of year is about.
Right.
That said, I think the Mike Evans dream took a big hit this weekend. It took a big hit last week, when Nick brought up Nico Collins proactively at his
as somebody whose contract would have to be addressed at some time soon.
Yeah.
Kind of alluding to that whole dynamic.
Yeah, this is not. I don't think this is the team that's going to be paying multiple receivers $25 to $30 million a year or whatever Nico's number ends up being. But Mike Evans over the weekend, the report was, I think it was Jordan Schultz who talked to Mike Evans' agent, and it looks like the Bucs are going to let Mike Evans test free agency. I suppose they still have the franchise tag available to them if they want to use it, but they've got a lot of work to do in Tampa, including signing their quarterback, Baker Mayfield. According to Jordan Schultz of the Schultz Report, talked to Mike Evans' agent, or got a message from him, I guess, and said Mike wants to play with an elite quarterback in an offense that will showcase him and be paid like a top wide receiver. He doesn't want to play with a rookie QB. Winning a Super Bowl is a key priority. And I'm like, well, those are all great things to want.
Right.
Yeah, I begrudge him zero for wanting all those things. What I would say is you're playing in a league of 32 teams where I think you might have narrowed it down to 0 teams with that description. Honestly.
Well, that's almost like saying, you know what I want out of life is I want to be the CEO of a company. I want to marry a supermodel.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be sure that my kids are all 4.0 students and this. Yeah, everybody wants all that crap. All right,
yeah.
You just settle the hell down. You're also a wide receiver in your 30s.
Yeah.
And I don't you set the bar high there. I don't know if that means that's what the only place Mike Evans is going to go, and if he's going to accept a discount, because that takes away one of the little in the whole plan there. Yeah. The biggest thing about Mike Evans, something disturbed me last week, and it was somebody on the text line said, "Yep, same old Texans. Chiefs are going to go after Mike Evans and pay him what he wants," or something like that. I'm like, oh, no. How have you not paid attention
not.
to the Chiefs and seeing that, no, they are the exact opposite. They had Kadarius Toney playing important roles last year in the Super Bowl. They had Mecole Hardman picked up as a last-ditch effort out of that guy to get something out of last season. Like, that is not what the Chiefs do. And I think the Chiefs right now do not have as good of a top 2 receiving core as the Texans do.
No.
So it's just like that's where I get frustrated in terms of people feeling like, oh, it's got to be, if you're not going after Mike Evans, you don't care. Because aside from that, too, Mike Evans, based on however you feel about it, isn't even necessarily a top 5 free agent in this wide receiver market. So the fixation on Mike Evans, I think, honestly, is a masterful job by Mike Evans at pushing the Galveston thing real hard. And I think maybe he genuinely would like to come back and play in his hometown and all of that.
Yes.
But there's a fixation on it that I just don't quite understand. Like, I don't understand why it's Mike Evans, and I don't understand why or even the wide receiver position is somehow the litmus test for whether or not the Texans actually care about free agency.
To dovetail off of your Chiefs point, Seth, the highest paid receiver in football, if we're just using annual average value, is Tyreek Hill, who was traded to the Dolphins 2 years ago, the Chiefs of Kansas City. Since then, the Chiefs have won the Super Bowl each year. They traded Tyreek Hill and are 2 for 2 in winning Super Bowls without now they have Travis Kelce. We should point that out. So, you skin the cat any number of ways. They're not doing it with just scrubs everywhere on the field, but you do have to prioritize. And so yeah, I mean, the Chiefs are one of the first teams that popped into my head when I posed the hypothetical question to myself over the weekend. Like, all right, which of these teams is going to check all these boxes for Mike Evans? I guess the closest one would be the Chiefs because they do have some cap space, but that's before they give Chris Jones whatever it is. Hell, they're telling L'Jarius Sneed to go find a trade partner if he wants to because they have to franchise tag him just to get something out of the L'Jarius Sneed free agency journey here. So I don't know who the team is. The Bengals are a good team with a great quarterback who's got a ton of cap space. He wouldn't be the top-tier wide receiver on that team. There's so many things he's listed. So I think if Mike Evans wants to get paid, I think he's got 2 options. Go back to Tampa Bay and tug on the heartstrings, and I think that could work. I think there's part of Tampa Bay that wants to keep Mike Evans and make sure he retires a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. I think that matters to them. Or go to a really crappy team with a bunch of cap space. That's it. I think that's it. Because honestly, the Texans are probably – not to feed the Mike Evans Texans people, the Texans actually probably fit his description closer than any other team out there.
Right.
As far I'm not saying they're a top-tier Super Bowl contender, but the Texans are certainly a team that can do a Super Bowl next year.
Well, but I mean that's all part of becoming a top-tier Super Bowl contender. Would be all right. Well, how many of these pieces can you fit?
Here's how we're going to do it.
For me right now, look, if you look at the offense, the passing game is already on the right path. And if you want to round out the passing game more, a lot of it comes down to not the wide receiver position, but the tight end and the running back, and then the offensive line. But of all the things to fix the running game and or the passing game right now, I look at wide receiver as the least urgent matter.
Yeah.
So there's that, and I also think I really do like Mike Evans. I'm not trying to slam him whatsoever or anything, but there's a part of me that I would love yoinking Michael Pittman from the Colts if the Texans were to take a wide receiver. And if you want to take what you were hoping that maybe you'd get a little bit of with Robert Woods, but get a guy that's still in his prime, Michael Pittman's a first down machine.
Yeah.
So you've got that guy. You've got Nico Collins, who's a huge, just big body threat. You've got, and Michael Pittman's not small either, but he's also just a get past the sticks, run a precise route. A lot of the shorter and intermediate routes, he's just lethal on, as well as a deep threat. And then, of course, you got Tank Dell that can do it all over the place.
Yeah.
But again, but that's not my top priority.
No, me neither. I'm glad you mentioned Pittman because I need to add him to the list of potential franchise tags over the next 24 hours.
There's rumors.
Yeah, well, and I forgot Matabike as well. He's very likely to get a tag in the next.
The rumor is that, they're totally going to do him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fine. Over the weekend, Tyler Owens probably, I would say, won the day with his flat earth theory. Safety out of Texas Tech. That was a big moment for media sessions late last week.
I was intrigued by him not just because he was less sold on the flat Earth as much as he was sold on he doesn't believe in space and he doesn't believe in space and he doesn't believe in planets.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah.
And then he sounded less certain about the flat Earth thing. I was fascinated by that aspect of it. I will not go deep diving down into a rabbit hole of various YouTube videos like he did when he did his quote unquote research. But then the next day he goes out and he pops off a 41-inch vertical and then a 12-foot 1-inch broad jump.
That what it was?
It was 12 foot something.
Yeah.
And it's the second
Really good.
longest in combine history. It was a foot further than anybody else jumped this year.
Wow.
Which is, do you realize the kind of bravery it takes to do that, Sean? When in his mind, he might as well have been damn near jumping off the face of the earth.
That's true.
Who knows where he would have gone?
That's true. He's a courageous football player. Of course,
in that vertical, he almost touched the ceiling of the sky.
Of course, the cut-up of his tackling that you sent to me over the weekend does not portray a courageous tackler.
Oh, my God, dude. I was so glad. Like, I have no bind with him about whether I worry about this flat earth stuff because I sent you two of the worst missed tackles I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
I went through and I watched him play versus Utah, and he's playing, like, deep safety. Completely off the screen, can't see him. He's coming up, looking like hell, like he's trying to avoid contact. And, like, there's two times where it looked like in a cartoon when somebody gets their head wrong and they're seeing multiple people and they try to tackle the wrong person that they're seeing. It looked like that. But then, I didn't send you the second part, Sean. Somebody must have torn into him from the booth or on the sideline because on the last couple series, he came up with a couple of huge tackles.
Oh, did he? Okay.
I don't trust this kid one bit. I don't trust him. Not a single bit. No.
All right, let's get to some of the other combine stuff. Not to spend too much time on this because I want to get to some audio here. Marvin Harrison Jr. skipped his media session, which you rarely see with players. At the very least, they get up at the podium and talk to the media. They don't have to. All this stuff's voluntary. None of them have to go if they don't want to the combine. But he left without doing his media session. Led to a wild Florio theory that maybe Marvin Harrison is going to test the rule about going back to college after declaring for the draft.
Was that? How is that going to work exactly?
I don't know. Like Florio, we can dig into it later. It was
the short side of it is like, okay, they're overturning all kinds of NCAA regulations and everything, so that maybe he would test it, like
he'd
legally
challenge
test it.
Yep, he'd challenge it if he got drafted
and
by a team.
Look, his dad's no punk, man. Marvin Harrison Sr., as we know.
No. Google
Marvin Harrison Sr. will use multiple different negotiation tactics to get what he needs.
Google Marvin Harrison Sr. car wash and see what comes up, all right?
Yeah.
Malik Neighbors, who right now I'm seeing some buzz that there are teams that like him better than they like Marvin Harrison Jr. as the top wide receiver. He was asked to put together his perfect wide receiver. I'm always impressed when young players can just boom, boom, boom. Psych.
He's watched.
Yeah.
He's paying attention.
Yeah. Student of the game. Here's Malik Neighbors.
Think of every wide receiver that's ever played the game. Whose body do you put on this wide receiver?
Calvin Johnson.
Whose speed do you put on this wide receiver?
Tyreek Hill.
Whose strength?
A.J. Brown.
Whose toughness?
DK Metcalf. Yeah.
Whose toughness?
Toughness, probably Steve Smith.
Hands.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Route running ability.
Devontae Adams.
Touchdown celebration.
Justin Jefferson.
Can you do the gritty for us?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so he grittied. He grittied.
All right, you're prepared.
Yeah, he grittied. Yeah, that was that. Yeah, he grittied after that. So that's what that silence was that you heard.
He's a very quiet grittier.
Yeah,
Which is good.
He's good though. He was good.
Deep disrespect to DeAndre Hopkins.
In which
right
category?
there,
Which category?
Hands.
Yeah, hands. Yeah.
I was waiting for him to say he was so quick with everything. As soon as he said hands, I said, well, look, both as a tool to catch the football and by their freakish size. DeAndre Hopkins.
Big time.
Right?
Yeah. I was a little disappointed he didn't choose Hunter Renfrow for route running. Or Julian Edelman.
Yeah. So what was the other one? Oh, he retracted his A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Was that for toughness?
That was
for
body. Strength, I think.
Strength,
yeah,
okay.
Strength. Yeah, he said A.J.
So he
Brown.
retracted A.J. Brown and went to D.K. Metcalf.
Yeah, which is, I can get with that take.
That's I like that more so than, who gets all worked up? Pete Prisco. He always gets all worked up and bent of the game.
Yeah.
Like when it turns out that guys might not be fans of the game or something.
That's so funny.
big red flag there. Big red flag. If they don't know. He's like Mad Dog Russo, where he was like, these guys don't know Len Dawson from their sister.
He's never heard of Charlie Hudson. Never.
You're going to draft a defensive lineman who's never heard of Curly Culp?
Curly Culp. Here's Keon Coleman, who might be there at 23 for the Texans. Who knows? FSU, Florida State wide receiver, was asked, which 3 quarterbacks would you like to catch touchdowns from?
Felt quarterback that you'd love to catch passes from. Let's call it touchdowns from. Forget passes.
Yeah, there's a lot of great guys out there.
Yes, there are.
I got a limit, or I can name a few.
Let's go with 3, because I know you're going to say Patrick Mahomes.
Of course. I mean,
right, yeah.
the greatest in the game right now.
Yeah.
You know, Pat, Josh Allen for sure.
Yeah.
You can throw the ball. C.J. Stroud for sure.
That would have been my guess. That would have been, what a rookie year for C.J. Stroud, man.
Watching him, we was playing against him at Ohio State, I'm like, hey, it's hard to defend that when the ball is exactly where it need to be.
Yeah, the dude is different.
Yeah, him and man.
Yeah, so there you go. There's a lot of guys.
I'll tell you what, these guys, if I were an agent, I got to tell these guys, listen, anytime anybody asks you to power rank something on the spot, don't do it.
No!
Now
just keep doing it.
Honestly, do you know how many articles are going to be written today about how Malik Neighbors only wants to play with those 3 guys?
That was Keon Coleman.
Excuse me, Keon Coleman. Sorry, I was thinking I had Malik Neighbors on the brain.
Yeah.
Keon Coleman only wants to play with these 3 guys. Or, and it doesn't stop either. Like, 4 years he's approaching free agency. Let's say, like, he had expressed a strong desire before the draft to play with these 3 quarterbacks.
That's true. The Google machine never forgets.
Because the same thing happened with Deshaun Watson and it still happens with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
He had expressed a desire to have Eric Bieniemy as his offense coordinator.
Right.
He was asked about Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, do you like Eric Bieniemy? He said, sure. And that turned into he demanded that Eric Bieniemy be the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, it was awesome. It's good for us. All right, let's get to headlines. We'll dig through some of the stuff from the Combine. A lot of Astros news to get to from over the weekend, too, including good news, on Justin Verlander. Rockets and Cougs as well. A ton to get to in headlines. We'll do it next. Men's T Clinic is where I want to send you right now. I go every Friday for my test.
7-4. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headline
here. We'll get to the Texans at the top of the hour. A lot of stuff to dig into. If you're just getting into your cars, Seth and I are going to go through free agency. I think some really good news on the free agency front defensively. I think bad news if you're in the Mike Evans brigade, and then a lot of stuff from the combine. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. Deserves longer than a blurb in headlines. Let's start with the Astros. I would say the biggest news from over the weekend, and I'll qualify over the weekend as from the time we got off the air on Friday, Seth, because Framber Valdez did pitch on Friday. So this is the first time we've been on the air since then. I would say the two biggest things to me, two biggest, most noteworthy things. Framber got shelled on Friday. I don't think it's a harbinger that he's going to have a terrible year, but it is his first crack at calling his own pitches, and he got chased after like an inning and a third, gave up a home run to the very first hitter. And then Justin Verlander threw a 60-pitch bullpen session on Sunday, which I think given the ramp-up that they still got to the start of the season, the season starts 3 weeks from Thursday. I don't think he's going to be ready for opening day, but I feel like the progress has been very, very good with Justin Verlander.
They're saying that, or at least McTaggart was saying they're optimistic that he might be there opening week, for the opening week. So or for the beginning of the season. Whether that means opening day or not, who knows. But, yeah, that everybody sounded super optimistic after that. With Framber, there's just something with Framber. I understand the theory about him using the pitch com to call his own pitches and how theoretically it might be better. I just worry about too many moving parts. With any athlete at all, but then especially with Framber, who's just routine and having us seems to help him a lot to stay calm, cool, and collected. I don't want too many moving parts. He's got to get his sinker back to where it was before. There's a lot going on with Framber over the course of just these next few weeks.
You may have seen different stuff than I have, but there's nobody whose opinion I respect who thinks that this is a good idea. Framber calling his own pitches. Yeah. I mean, not like it's a disaster or anything, but like.
Yeah. Nobody's like, this is what he needs. This is exactly right.
He's not the greatest compartmentalizer in the world. You know what I mean? Like
Sean, no, honestly, it would be like if you told me all of a sudden that, hey, from now on, Seth, you're going to be responsible for organizing the show. It would be a disaster. I'm like Framber. You know why I know Framber shouldn't be calling his own pitches? Because I'm freaking Framber. Okay?
The Framber of radio.
I'm erratic emotionally. I got my mind is a frazzled mess. Like you can't be up there thinking about 1,900 different things and then add another thing to it. I would have shot somebody. I would have carried a gun out on the mound and shot somebody if I was trying to add all that to my plate.
In 2022, Seth had a streak of 186 quality shows, just like Framber did with the 25 quality starts.
Yeah.
Elite. That's funny.
I would have turned the pitching mound into a Last Boy Scout scenario. It would have been ugly. It would have been bad.
Real quick, they made their first set of roster moves. The Astros did. They sent Jacob Melton, who's probably their top prospect in their minor league system, and the two potential Bregman replacements next year, Will Wagner and Zach DeZenzo. They're over in the minor league camp now. So that little news blurb as well. The Rockets, they're hanging on Phoenix Saturday. I would say the significant thing coming out of that game, probably Jalen Green's best game of the year. Now, we'll see if he follows it up. Typically, when Jalen Green has played well this year, he follows it up eventually with 2 or 3 horrible performances. So can he string some stuff together? 34 points on a really efficient night on the road. And I think that, to me, the biggest thing with Jalen in that game, Seth, Bradley Beal tried to get under his skin, and Jalen didn't take no bleep from nobody. Like, Jalen, shoved Bradley Beal 2 hands middle of the chest. I like seeing a little fire out of Jalen Green in that game.
It would be awesome if at the end of the season, or maybe this doesn't resolve until next year, is that there was more method to Udoka's allowing madness. I don't want to say Udoka himself doesn't have a hint of madness to him, like as far as just not knowing what he's doing or anything, but kind of in allowing to play this out with Jalen Green. Maybe there's a methodology to it more so than just directives or just this is the guy or anything like that.
Yeah, I've reached a point where I'm fine with him starting the rest of the year because you really do. You got to find out what you got between now and the end of the year to the best that you can. And I don't think they're making the play-in or even the playoff. So there's that. The other news from the Rockets, Tari Eason, who when he was healthy was one of their best players, a benign growth on his lower leg, like a bone on his lower leg, is what's been causing him pain. He's going to have the growth removed. He's out for the rest of the season. He's probably going to be out for 4 months from doing anything, but it sounds like he's going to make
sound benign at all.
Full recovery. No, God, no.
I guess it's benign in that it's not cancer, but it's certainly not benign. Can they just say, I feel like they should say non-cancerous. You can't say something's benign once for
that's a good point.
That's like, I got hit by a car. Yeah. Don't worry. It's not, it's benign.
Yeah.
Because it's not cancer.
Yeah, you're right, right. I'm just glad we have an answer on it. I guess, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I'm like, what took so long to get to this conclusion here?
Well, sometimes if you have a bone growth, there's there's a sesamoid bone in your ankle that can rub up against tendons. You can get bone spurs. You can do. I've had all these things.
Okay.
And they're all benign, but they sure don't feel benign. It feels like somebody's jabbing a sword into your heel or your ankle every single time you walk.
Pain tolerance was the big thing for Tari Eason, according to Ime Udoka. Ime spoke on it. We'll get to it later in the show.
Pain tolerance is a challenge for you, too. Little pun there. Seth Payne.
Good job, Seth Payne. Good pun.
That's my dad joke of the morning.
Nice.
Yeah,
Cougs beat OU on Saturday. Jamal Shed with I'll call it a buzzer beater. There's a tenth of a second left, but 87-85. They beat OU, so we're down to it. They play Kansas next Saturday at the Fertitta Center. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. Caitlin Clark became the all-time leading scorer, not just in women's basketball, but in men's or women's basketball, surpassing Pete Maravich on Saturday, Seth. She surpassed the great Pete Maravich. Caitlin Clark of Iowa is the all-time leading scorer in the sport of collegiate basketball.
For whatever reason, people have had to point out, and I understand why, but it was different. Obviously, Pete Maravich played with no shot clock, no three-point line. I would also point out that he played at a time when much of the SEC was still. There's 6-1. I don't know. There's challenges. There's things that are easier.
So just leave Pete Maravich.
Caitlin Clark has had to play against a vaster array of competition.
A more diverse competition group. I got you.
The first black basketball player at LSU was 1971.
Okay. Yeah, that was I believe that was post Pete Maravich, right around that time.
Yeah.
So good. Yeah, good job, Caitlin Clark. In the rundown changed score. I had all-time leading scorer, changed it to sorcerer, but I think that's even appropriate. The way she shoots three-pointers, she is a sorcerer.
She's an all-time sorcerer.
Yeah, man.
She's been. How do you feel about? It's weird. Everything's just changing so much. This feels like a retirement tour, in that she announced already, like in the season, that she was entering the draft.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I like it. I feel like it's good for women's basketball. It does bring more drama to it. That this is her last chance after losing to LSU in the national championship. This is her last chance to get one before she goes pro.
She's been that big a star to the women's game. I think
normally I'd be like, why are you taking away? You're making it more about you. I don't think it. I think that's actually good.
Yeah, I think it's the sport doing it more than her. Like, I don't think she's asking for any of this, obviously, but she's been that important to women's basketball. Final headline, sad news: Chris Mortensen who was I think one of the first kind of new wave of newsbreakers, like right before the internet became a thing, early 90s. Chris Mortensen was really the first one at ESPN that was a newsbreaker with that ESPN muscle behind him. Passed away yesterday at the age of 72. He'd been dealing with a variety of. He'd been dealing with specifically throat cancer since 2016. And he'd made it back on the air. We've seen him on the air the last several years, but he had really dialed it way back. Adam Schefter has become more the newsbreaker. But, man, just a lot of the stories about Chris Mortensen, these things happen when somebody passes away. You get all these stories from people. Sounds like he was a great dude, man. Did you ever have any Chris Mortensen experience during your playing days?
He was there for the expansion draft. And so I talked to him a little bit before the expansion draft as we were waiting in the green room before everything got started over there at the convention center. And it was I was just flattered that he knew who I was. And then I realized later, I was like, well, okay, there were only like 8 or 9 of us getting drafted that day. We were all there. So no, but I think it speaks to just he was a notable person. Like he was even as a player, I was kind of like, oh, that's cool, Chris. That's kind of weird. Chris Mortensen knows who I am.
Yeah.
It was Jim Kelly and Chris Mortensen were the only 2 people where I was ever kind of like, oh, wow, that guy knows me.
That's cool. That's really cool. So, R.I.P. Chris Mortensen. All right, we head into the 7 o'clock hour. Man, some of the news coming out of the Combine this weekend sets this week and next week up to be a super fun week. If you're a Houston Texan fan, we'll get in. What I think is the biggest thing, the biggest development for the Texans, could be huge for this defense next year. We'll get into that and a whole lot more in the 7 o'clock hour coming up next. But first, I want to talk about West Point Lincoln. Ryan O'Kane is the
Yeah.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour, 7:25, we will acknowledge. We do it every Monday. Acknowledge me. Some big performances from over the weekend. Yes.
I get excited about that. I get excited, and my instincts are, we should do it every day. And then I realize, no, then it wouldn't be as much fun.
I'm going to say this. I want to just tell you on the air something I'm going to be sending you. Because Acknowledge Me is a Roman Reigns thing. Roman Reigns, the WWE Universal Champion. The Rock, as you know from being on Radio Row, The Rock is back in the WWE universe now. Like, he's on every week now. And he's kind of partnered up with Roman Reigns now because they're family. They're part of that Samoan family. Yeah. And The Rock is a bad guy. And they were in Phoenix, in Glendale on Friday for SmackDown. And, boy, he was dropping some Seth Payne-style insults on the good people of Phoenix that you would have been very, very proud of. About cocaine and meth and a bunch of you cornball crackheads and things like that. Yeah.
A cornball crackhead.
Something like that.
That's got to be the worst kind of crackhead.
Yeah. Like say it was something about crackheads. I'm like, Seth would really enjoy this promo right now. So I'm promising on.
Like, so to pro wrestling fans, when like The Rock is being a heel, is it even possible then for them to really kind of buy in and hate him the way you would with other heels?
They're only doing it, I think, almost the way you boo villains at a play. You know, like, this guy's a really good actor, and I really love what he's doing, but I'm supposed to boo, so here we go.
Okay,
he just called me a crackhead.
Yeah.
No, but there's no doubt, like, he brings juice to the broadcast. Like, he makes it more exciting, for sure. Yeah. Like, in that standpoint, you want to cheer him.
Well, he's an incredible, I mean, Brandy and I were talking about this weekend. We were watching some movie that we had to bail out, or a series, because it's just like the acting. You're just without an A-list actor in a movie anymore, or at least somebody that's got like deserves to become an A-list actor. It doesn't do crap for you. Then we watched this other movie with Christian Bale, this Pale Blue Eye. Probably not actually all that good a movie, except that Christian Bale is in it. Well, you know what? It's a hell of a movie just because Christian Bale's so good.
Have you seen the Napoleon movie yet with Joaquin
Dynamite,
Phoenix?
Yes.
No, not Napoleon Dynamite. No, the Joaquin Phoenix one where he plays Napoleon.
No, I did not.
We watched it this weekend.
Yeah.
My big takeaway, two big takeaways, and I promise we'll get to free agency. One, I didn't realize Napoleon was so whipped. Like that Josephine had him on a string like he did. Oh, my God, dude, yes. He abandoned his troops in one of the battles, I think, in Egypt because he heard that Josephine had taken a lover. Like, left his troops to go back and
oh, wow.
Yeah.
Intervene?
Yeah.
Like, they go find...
Yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, Storm, bring me my helicopter?
He was, back in the day, though, these, like, gentlemen, these aristocrats and whatever, they would kind of, like, they'd take a break. They'd go home for lunch and stuff during the war.
Yeah.
It was a whole different deal.
It was weird,
Or they'd be like, I'd like, France, I know or England, I know we're at war with you, but I'd like to see my cousin in Scotland. Do you mind if I travel through? By all means, yes, I'm a gentleman.
The tent for the general in the middle of the battlefield had, like, fine china in it and stuff like that. You know, a tablecloth. At least in the movie it did. My second takeaway, you could take the version of Joaquin Phoenix that played Napoleon, like how he looked and how he acted, and if they decide to do a Napoleon-like biopic on Bill Belichick, not a stretch, you could drop Joaquin Phoenix in to play Belichick like that, easily. He looked like Belichick. Like his hair and his face and the wrinkles and everything, man.
What if they did just a complete unauthorized hit piece movie on Bill Belichick?
I'd go.
And it made him in a complete villain. And Ted Johnson, executive producer.
That would be the best part.
Yeah,
Use Ted as a
all
consultant.
these guys, they would get all these investors from retired athletes that just had a grudge against
that would be
Bill
awesome.
Belichick.
That would be awesome. All right, free agency is going to be fun for the Texans. I say all this to say that free agency is going to be fun for the Texans. I think the biggest development for the Texans this weekend in free agency, Seth, was the report from multiple outlets that Christian Wilkins' defense looked like he's going to hit free agency. I responded to somebody on Friday on social media. No, it might have been Thursday because I think we brought this up on Friday. Like, my wish list for the Texans in free agency, my wish is that their splurge be on the defensive side of the ball, and Christian Wilkins is my first choice. And he was my first choice last week, and now that I see this news, he bumps up my board to being my firstest of all the choices in free agency. I think he'd be an amazing fit. I think he's going to be a little pricey, but I think the Texans have the financial wherewithal to get a little pricey on at least one free agent out there.
I like Christian Wilkins a lot. I think that what I'm really starting to see as I look at the whole depth and breadth of the free agency market, there's a lot of edge rushers out there. And, man, you can find a defensive tackle like a Sheldon Rankins that can come in and get some production and soak up double teams when you need to and everything, who's not an all-pro but maybe does some good things for you. You can find those guys. It's not easy, but you can find them. It's harder to find like a guy that makes an impact at the edge. And I just wonder between like Brian Burns, Danielle Hunter, Josh Allen, Zadarius Smith, Jonathan Grenard, and I include Jonathan Grenard in that, if that ends up being where they splurge or where they spend in free agency, and then they plan on maybe hopefully picking up one of these interior defensive linemen in the draft. But I do like Christian Wilkins a lot. When it comes to paying money I've seen so many times guys who are productive in one setting go to another team and just not be the same guy. I don't worry about that with Christian Wilkins because he's a very good all-around player, and if anything, I think he would end up having more production in DeMeco Ryans' scheme because it allows the defensive lineman to be more aggressive than I think the Christian Wilkins schemes had allowed him to be.
Wilkins is going to be among the highest paid free agents, certainly among the highest paid among the defensive tackles. I don't know that Matabike is going to hit free agency. Christian Wilkins, there's other names. Leonard Williams is out there, other guys.
Chris Jones, the rumor, it seems to be coming out of the Combine especially, where there's a whole lot of scuttlebutt going on. It seems to be the Chiefs are optimistic that they're going to have something done with Chris Jones.
Yeah.
And Chris Jones, my objection to Chris Jones is that he cruises a lot. Like he just he waits for those big moments and then he hits turbo speed and goes. And I think that there's something to be said for the fact, in Kansas City, they know that it works. It works with what they do. They blitz a lot, so I think a lot of times there's a linebacker there to take up for Chris Jones, who's just taking up space on some of the first and second down runs. So I think it'd be smartest for Chris Jones to stay with Kansas City. Their money that he thinks is out there, like that people are willing to spend $30 million for a guy whose motor is not all that hot. It might not be out there.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I guess if we were talking about Wilkins, and as you've mentioned, like the floor is probably high on him, $2 million a year or whatever it's going to be, and he doesn't turn into an all-pro or a Pro Bowler for you. I mean, it's really hard to be all-pro. You got to be one of the two best at the position. But I would say this, Seth, when Antonio Smith got signed by the Texans back in 2009 or whatever it was, he signed a 5-year deal worth like $35 to $40 million, which at the time was premier free agency money. And I know the position's a little different. He was a defensive end in a 3-4. Christian Wilkins would be a defensive tackle in a 4-3. But just in terms of impact, I think, look, Antonio Smith was the rare free agent that made it to the end of his deal. Like, he wasn't gone in year 4. He played out all 5.
He was so durable. The only time he missed a game was when he tried to kill Richie Incognito.
With his helmet, So you had – and Christian Wilkins has been that way too. Like, he's very available. Like, he plays, and he plays at a high level. I think if you sign Christian Wilkins – and you told me, look, the floor is going to be Antonio Smith, I would say I'll sign up for that. You're telling me the floor is going to be Antonio Smith? Because let's face it, whoever they sign on the defensive line, the expectation is still that Will Anderson is going to be the star on this defensive line eventually, and maybe right now already. He was Defensive Rookie of the Year and made the Pro Bowl. But, Will Anderson's the guy who's going to someday go get you 16 sacks. I think if Christian Wilkins was, impact-wise similar to Antonio Smith, that would be a successful signing to me over the next 4 years.
He's also he's got a personality kind of like Sean Cody's. So there's a nostalgic part of me that I've tried to look at that and say, okay, am I biased towards Cody a little bit? Maybe, but I'm okay with that because I feel like this is the personality of the personality of that defense was a really, really good one, the Bulls on Parade defense. And I feel like Christian Wilkins is that right kind of really just loves playing the game and has a lot of fun doing it. He's missed 2 games in his 5-year career. In his second year, he played 14 games. Every other year, he's played every game of the season.
That matters.
So he's been very, very durable as an interior defensive lineman.
Yep.
And still very young. He'll be or still relatively young. He'll be 29 this year.
Yeah. So Christian Wilkins, and I would point out here, Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano did their little empty the notebook back and forth thing, and I think it was Fowler mentions Houston is intriguing here. Like multiple outlets are connecting, for what it's worth, connecting the Texans to Christian Wilkins. So that's exciting. I would say the Mike Evans dream took a big hit last week with the D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio press conferences, where Nick proactively mentioned a Nico Collins extension, or at least alluded to it. I would say, too, the combine this week where the receivers showed out as much as they did. I know the 40-yard dash is what it is, but it did draw attention to just how deep this receiver class is. Like a lot of these guys that were running 4.2s and 4.3s were also really good players collegiately. They weren't just track stars, They weren't just guys who were fast. I think between the price tag for Mike Evans, or at least what he's looking for, according to his agent, he's looking for tippy-top money, wants to be the number one guy, wants to play with a non-rookie and go to a Super Bowl contender. I think he's narrowed, honestly, he might have narrowed the list of teams that check all those boxes. The list might be zero. One of our
listeners on the text line pointed out an excellent point, which was DeAndre Hopkins was saying the exact same thing last year. Like it's they all say they want to go. Any guy who's aging says he wants to go to this and that, and it's just like the list is not it's not always that simple. It's not like all there's only several teams in the league like that, and they might not be looking to pay a guy top of the market money.
I saw that reply, the same reply on social media last night, and my reply, which it's a good point. It's a really good point. I would say the difference is that this version of Evans is a much more desirable player than last year's version of Hopkins got cut by Arizona. Okay, he wasn't entering free agency. He got cut because he couldn't stay on the field and he got suspended for PEDs. Mike Evans was an All-Pro this year, So I think Mike Evans is talking something into existence that might have a better chance of happening than Hopkins did. Certainly getting tippy-top dollar than Hopkins did last year. But we'll see. I just don't think Mike Evans is coming here. I think that dream is probably over.
I don't. So I guess I just think he's not coming here, but for different reasons. Yeah. I think like him listing all that, or his agent listing all those things. It's I don't buy it for a second. Is what I'm saying.
Oh,
I just don't like. It's if somebody offers him all those things, that's where he's going.
Yeah.
But just like you put your wish list for Santa, it doesn't mean that you boycott Christmas because you don't get every single.
And if we're using Hopkins in this argument or this discussion, then Hopkins ended up choosing the money, right? I mean, right. I don't think he was thinking he's going to win a Super Bowl, going to play with whatever.
Right? Yeah, he didn't go play for the minimum in Kansas City.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas Evans, he'll be put to the test. He's either going to go make $28 million a year playing with Bryce Young, or he could go to Kansas City and take less money. I think for all these guys, like these guys that are aging but still productive, their current employer is the best chance of getting paid because of nostalgia.
I'll tell you, though, I don't know. I think for me, the best place for a guy like Evans, where it would make sense for them to spend, is a place like Arizona where you're really trying to figure out what you have in your quarterback. Where the thing with the Texans, and this is the way I need to frame it, because I know a lot of people feel like the Texans need to get a wide receiver in free agency, and not just a wide receiver, but Mike Evans specifically. I don't know why there's a fixation on Mike Evans, but still. It's that once you've proven that you have a quarterback, yes, he's still on his rookie contract, C.J. Stroud is, but the team has other needs. C.J. Stroud has already proven himself good enough in my mind that you don't need to go out and try to stock the cupboard full of wide receivers. C.J. Stroud is good enough that it allows you to spend on either a running back, tight end, defense, whatever it might be. Like not crazy numbers for that running back, obviously, but you don't need to find out what you have in C.J. Stroud. You know it. So you don't. All right, let's see how much. Let's put a lot of extra talent around him and see what happens.
Jalen Waddle.
Yeah. So that's where Kyler Murray is. They're still trying to figure out what they have in Kyler Murray. Then by all means, okay, give him some good receivers and see what he can do with them. But I think CJ's already past that point where you have to add extra to what has a very, very potent top 2 wide receivers.
I think just to accentuate how big a weapon that is in free agency, Seth, because it's a great point. The end result, one of the things that comes out of Baltimore losing to Kansas City the way they did in the AFC Championship game is we're right back to, does Lamar need more weapons again?
Right.
He's the MVP of the league, who's about to make $55 million a year, who they go get weapons for every year. You know, they draft Zay Flowers. You know, they do all these things. They go get Odell Beckham Jr. Still might need more weapons for Lamar Jackson.
Got to see. Not sure what we have. Not sure what we have in Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
After you went out and got those weapons for him.
Yeah.
You know what you have. Like, you know what you have in Pat Mahomes, and that's why Kansas City can scrape by on, like, picking up Mecole Hardman off the trash heap.
It is.
Or Kadarius Toney off the trash heap. It's just not like, yes, your quarterback is on a rookie deal, and that gives you extra cap space. Great, but that doesn't mean you have to spend it on a wide receiver. Give him other stuff to help him out, or give him a defense to help him out.
All right, we acknowledge every week at this time, 7:25, we acknowledge big performances from the weekend, things that are relevant to you here in Houston, and we got a bunch of them to get to in the next segment, and we do it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
That's why.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we acknowledge big performances from the weekend, big things going on around the world of sports. Pay tribute and acknowledge me. We use this segment to do just that. We will read the names of several people, after which we will hit the old sound.
Acknowledge me.
Roman Reigns acknowledging. So let's get right to it. We're a few weeks away. 3 weeks from Thursday is the season opener against the New York Yankees. And I would say there's been some good, some bad in spring training, but one of the really good developments over the weekend, Christian Javier. We'll acknowledge Christian Javier for his 3 shutout hitless innings on Saturday. Seth?
Yes.
Lighter Javi. Slender Javi.
Lighter Christian Javier, yep. Who, to get all that movement and to get the spin that he needs to keep that invisible elevated and to stay invisible. The invisible, you know what it was, Sean? It was like in a movie when somebody's invisible, but then everything starts to glitch a little bit, and people can start seeing like little holograms, like shiftiness and everything. That's what the invisible started to look like.
Yeah.
Even if it was hard to see, they could swing at the hologram instead of nothing at all.
And make good contact, or just let Javier not locate it. That's what happened more often than not. He'd get to the 4th inning and be at 103 pitches.
Javier and Framber, the stats on Framber, like the percentage of time that he was throwing right over the plate compared to in the second half of the season compared to in the first half of the season, all of that. Some of the advanced stats with Framber were depressing to look at. I was reading, I think McTaggart had an article about his the drop on his sinker. That it used to be, I think, 4 inches more drop than average, and last year it was like 3 inches less drop than average.
Yep.
He was just an average dude when he was trying to throw a sinker after being just a nightmare with it, like all that kind of stuff. It makes me out that both those guys will look a lot more like they did in 2022 because you identify exactly. It was easy for them to kind of really figure out what they needed to fix.
Yeah, Javi did on Saturday. Framber was rough on Friday, but it's the first start of spring training. So the bad one we're going to ignore and write off. The good one will get acknowledged and acknowledge me real quick. Here's Joe Espada on Christian Javier.
I know he's early in camp, but that's just how good his body was working. Lower half, synchronized with his upper arm, his upper body, and just how he was working down the hill, and he was hitting his spot. So that was good to see.
I'd say Christian Javier, I'll credit him with inspiring Justin Verlander too. to get back.
For his bullpen on Sunday?
He threw 60 pitches in a bullpen on Sunday. Javier Lynchman now. Javier Keystone. Javier's ready to take the mantle after, Verlander and Framber have been taking all the attention. You know what, though? Honestly, I'm joking. But, we haven't seen Javier with a genuine full season of being a full-time pitcher where, he's definitely physically prepared for it.
Ready to go.
Last year, last year he knew he was going to be a full-time guy, but I don't know if he was genuinely mentally prepared for it, and he hadn't physically felt what that grind is like. Whereas this year, he knows what it's all about, and he lost the weight to address it.
Yep. Xavier Worthy, University of Texas wide receiver.
Acknowledge me.
We will acknowledge your 4.21 40 from the Combine on Saturday. Worthy, part of it, ran really fast 40s. That's nothing new at the Combine, but he broke the record. Now, this is where, I think the Texans are going to be drafting a wide receiver. I think we don't make it out of day 2, Seth, in my opinion, without the Texans taking another weapon for C.J. Stroud.
You think so?
Yeah, I think in the first 2 days, they're going to take another weapon for C.J. Stroud. I don't know if it'll be at 23. I don't know if I want it to be at 23. I think there will be plenty of good guys available. It's a deep class, so wait till day 2. Take one of those guys if you really like them, the same way you liked Tank Dell last year. Worthy of 4.21. Worthy was a good player at Texas. The cautionary tale.
A cautionary tale?
Is the John Ross 4.22 that he broke.
Oh, right, yeah. The vast majority of guys who run the fastest 40 time are just kind of speed freaks and nothing more. I think with Xavier Worthy, look, he worked on his hands in college, and that's the tough thing sometimes about drafting a local kid is every UT fan will remember every single drop that Worthy's ever had, and yet I feel like he made a dedicated effort at it and got better at it. But what the Texans like is run after the catch. They love guys to be able to catch it, turn up, and go. And I mean, Worthy, that's where his 40 time shows up on the field. Like when he catches it, he's kind of that long, lanky frame, can just get up, break tackles, and go. So I think that part of it will really intrigue the Texans.
Yeah. So good for Xavier Worthy. Probably made himself some money because, as you pointed out, Seth, there are teams that are going to get intoxicated by these 40 times. It might take Xavier Worthy, 5-10 picks ahead of where he may have been taken before. It's a lot of money.
Did I say tall and lanky? I just meant lanky.
Yeah,
He's not thick. Yeah.
All right, let's get to Christian Wilkins.
Acknowledge
This
me.
is more of a general acknowledgement of what's going to be, I think, a really fun week leading up to Monday. Monday at 11 a.m. local time is when teams can start legally tampering with other teams' free agents. They can start talking to other teams' free agents. My guess is there's back channel stuff going on as we speak of just trying to figure out who's interested in where. There do seem to be a lot of folks connecting Christian Wilkins now that the Dolphins, I guess we should point out for those who don't know, the Dolphins, it looks like, are going to allow Wilkins to hit free agency. They don't have the cap space to hit him with a $20+ million franchise tag or whatever it is for defensive tackles. So I put Wilkins in here, Seth, more as the face of what is going to be probably the most fun free agency period that we've had for the Texans since, I would say maybe since the Brock Osweiler, Lamar Miller class, where you knew they needed a bunch of fixing on offense, including a quarterback.
Yeah.
This is probably the most anticipated one since then because of how the team has improved and you've got your quarterback now and you got a lot of money to go spend.
I think with Christian Wilkins, he's almost like a consensus top defensive tackle amongst the free agents right now. But there are a boatload of really high-quality edge rushers. And I wonder how the Texans view it. I wonder if they think, okay, if we're going to spend premier dollars, let's go get one of these edge rushers versus, all right, we can take a swing at Christian Wilkins, but if we miss on him, quality players, but not necessarily on that same level. You got Leonard Williams and Daquan Jones and Danico Autry, like very quality players, but not marquee guys, where there's just a bigger pool of marquee edge rushers right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Texans statistically got much, much better at defending the run last year than they were the previous. I mean, the previous season, they were historically bad. In 2022, under Lovie Smith, they were much better statistically this year, and yet there were performances where you're like, okay, I'm thinking of Jonathan Taylor in Week 18. Like, boy, that sure does look a whole lot like the old Texans there.
A lot of it right now really is I'm more concerned about the linebackers and stopping the run than I am the defensive line.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's times where I mean, there's times where the linebackers have the right attitude in wanting to stop the run, but then it hurts them in their coverage responsibilities. And that's where the Texans were awful against play action. Yeah. And that's where the linebackers and the safeties really come into play. I'm not worried as much. Like, if they re-signed Sheldon Rankins to a reasonable contract, it's not like I'd be panicking or anything. I'd say, all right, cool, you can work with that, but then I hope they go after Brian Burns or Josh Allen or Zadarius Smith or somebody like that.
Yeah,
Zadarius Smith, a hoss.
Yeah, I'm all hepped up about Christian Wilkins this morning, only because there's relevant news about Christian Wilkins.
Yeah.
But if it wound up being Josh Allen from Jacksonville, then I'd be cool with that. If it was Danielle Hunter they went and got and splurged on, I'd be cool with that too, you know?
The thing about Zadarius Hunter, the top pass rushers, or excuse me, Zadarius Smith's the guy that's got like prototype defensive end size. Yeah. He's 275. Like a lot of the other guys, like almost all the other guys are outside linebacker and a 3-4 type of speed edge rushers, where Zadarius Smith has the size and he's got a motor. Like he really, if you want to talk about two guys that would just be relentless on the outside, if you got Will Anderson on one side and then Zadarius Smith on the other side, you could do some really cool stuff.
Yep. Chris Mortensen.
Acknowledge me.
I'm going to acknowledge Chris Mortensen. Passed away yesterday at the age of 72. He was, Seth, in my opinion, like when ESPN started to turn itself into an outlet that breaks news, I think he was, on the NFL front at least, he was the pioneer there for ESPN in the early 90s. Spent a lot of his career at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution covering the NFL there, moved over to ESPN in 1991, and the bit of footage that was making the rounds yesterday was his interview with, I forget which Tobin brother it was that was the GM. It might have been Bill Tobin, was the GM of the Colts when they drafted Trev Alberts instead of Trent Dilfer in 1994. And Mel Kiper just destroyed the Colts for taking Trev Alberts over Trent Dilfer, neither of whom wound up being great. I know Trent Dilfer was on a Super Bowl team, but Trent Dilfer was a bust in Tampa Bay. That was the one bit of footage making the rounds yesterday. It was Chris Mortensen doing that interview with Tobin, which was a legendary interview. But
how did Mortensen handle it? I don't remember.
He was kind of pushing buttons a little bit with Tobin and saying, "Here's what Mel Kiper said." And the best part was that interview was taking place clearly in like Indianapolis, like at their war room.
Yeah.
And they kept flashing back to the draft and just showing Kiper listening in on the live interview, and Kiper's just openly like shaking his head, like because Tobin was name calling. I mean, he was.
Oh, that's right. He was saying like he's never won a jock in his life.
Yeah. Like he was getting personal with the insults with Mel Kiper. So
who's got the last laugh? Mel Kiper's still on TV getting stuff way wrong.
Yeah.
Tobin, he's been getting stuff way wrong for decades. Since that interview.
And getting paid millions to do it. Meanwhile, Tobin is a greeter at a Walmart in Topeka, Kansas somewhere. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I want to.
So anyway, back to Chris Mortensen. Chris Mortensen. He really, like you said, he was kind of like a pioneer in terms of what ESPN was and would become. And like he's one of those guys that guys of our generation kind of remember as. It's weird that was new and innovative at the time. Yeah. That there was taking out of that era where you would watch TV, you would watch your sports highlights like in a 3-minute package on the local news at night if you were lucky, and to where you could see these guys all the time breaking news and stuff like this.
Yep, it was cool. Hey, one last acknowledgement. The Dynasty docuseries. I want to acknowledge the best episode so far. That's the series about the Patriots. They dropped episodes 5 and 6 on Friday. 5 was the worst one so far. It was the Matt Castle season. God, there is no more boring person than Matt Castle. Holy smokes!
They spent a whole episode on Matt Castle.
That 2008 season where Brady tore his knee. The Castle season. I mean, it was Castle was a lot of it. It was Brady coming back. You know, like the anxiety Brady felt. Like, could I lose my job the way that Drew Bledsoe lost his job to me? Which there was no chance of that happening, but that's, people like Brady are wired a little differently. They're paranoid about stuff. So, I mean, it was still okay, but it was just okay. The rest of the series has been really good, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Episode 6, Aaron Hernandez. Really good.
They could have spent like 3 minutes on the Matt Castle season.
Yeah, dude.
Especially since Matt Castle went and had pretty much the same season a couple years later in Kansas City.
It
wasn't actually all that magical a season.
You can watch episode 6 just if you don't feel like watching all 10 episodes, you want to watch one episode in a vacuum, the Aaron Hernandez, them drafting Hernandez, the stories of Hernandez behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah.
The stories from teammates about what he was like in the locker room.
He was just super weird, huh?
Weird.
Yeah, just
super
a strange
weird.
dude.
Saying
really strange
things and
dude.
doing things in the locker room that just made people uncomfortable. They interviewed Brandon Lloyd, who was a wide receiver on that team, and Wes Welker came up to Brandon Lloyd when he got signed, and Wes Welker walks up to Brandon Lloyd, grabs him on the shoulders, and said, "Dude, your locker is next to Aaron. I am so sorry, man. I am so being sincere. Like, I am so sorry." And like, why? Like, why? He's like, he is going to do things and say things that are going to make this one of the most miserable experiences of your life. Like, it is
like just like like
fondling
weird
himself.
Stuff.
Yes,
weird sexual stuff and things, and exposing himself and all this.
Yeah,
weird stuff.
it is really compelling television. It is. It's that episode is. I will acknowledge that episode. It was really compelling. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We will we'll circle back to some headlines. Top of the hour, 8 at 8. Hey, Boomer Esiason echoed something Seth and I had cited as a possibility earlier in the show. Is there a strategy to the top prospects in this draft to where they would do something unprecedented if they got drafted by a team they don't want to go to? Do we think this is at all a possibility? And if it happens, does this completely break the NFL draft? We've got that for you coming up next. I want to acknowledge as well,
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Had somebody ask, is the Napoleon movie good? I watched it this weekend. Amy and I watched it. It's good. I would have been really frustrated watching it in the theater. I will say that. It's long. It's 2 hours and 45 minutes. I would say if you're going to watch it, it's on Apple TV. It's free. Give it the Seth Payne treatment, which is find a spot about an hour in.
Yeah.
And then just put it on the shelf for a day and then come back and watch the rest the next day or over 2 days.
Turn it into a mini series.
There's a lot of easy spots to do that because it's very like he wins this battle, he goes that battle. Yeah. The battle scenes are incredible. They're amazing. The battle scenes are badass. Yeah.
You know what we watched yesterday? We actually watched. Oh no, wait! We turned this into a mini series. I'm not finished with it yet. Troy with Brad Pitt from I think the early 2000s. Yeah. Which same thing. It's a movie, but the battle scenes are badass.
Yes.
But it's also cool to see that this was back when Brad Pitt still was not much of an actor at all. He just was a pretty face and kind of weird though. I think he got better looking in this movie. We're I don't see the appeal of young Brad Pitt. He sucked as an actor, and he's better looking now than he was then. But so that part's cool. It's cool to see how much he evolved as an actor because it's mostly him just saying I'm going to be famous someday.
Yeah,
we need to. Yeah, the generations will remember me. Yes,
I know when you say you don't see the appeal of Brad Pitt, and you cite that he's better looking now than he was then. Still pretty good looking back then. He's that
no. No, there's something about honestly. Go watch 3 minutes of the Troy movie.
Okay.
There's something about him with his long hair and everything. Okay. It almost doesn't look like Brad Pitt.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
There's something. It's a little bit weird.
I haven't seen it, so I can't speak to that. Here's Boomer Esiason at the top of the hour. The NCAA is teetering on the brink right now of being completely irrelevant. They've taken some real super kicks to the face over the last couple of years. Has the NCAA taken enough heat and enough punishment, though, where the possibility that Boomer cites with some of the top picks in this draft is a likelihood? Take a listen.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Just because top prospects Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. declared for the NFL draft doesn't mean they've ceded all their leverage as to where they'll play. Suppose Williams or Harrison doesn't like teams drafting them. They could threaten to go back to college, believe it or not. With the NCAA's power diminishing daily, could it really stop them? I don't think so. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Okay. Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Labor just doesn't think so.
Well, now I will say this, and I don't know that Florio's area of expertise is necessarily labor law, but Florio did a post on Pro Football Talk about Marvin Harrison Jr. skipping his media session. We see prospects all the time skip the workouts, skip the medicals. Caleb Williams basically skipped everything except the media session. And then I'll defend Caleb Williams here. His media session was the closest thing that turned into one of these Super Bowl media night media sessions where you got the very first question, some kid screaming, "Why don't you want to compete? Why don't you want to compete?" What? Which you can criticize him or whatever.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't see it.
Dude, it's ridiculous. I should have pulled it. It's so stupid. And Caleb handled it well. But Florio brings this up more for Marvin Harrison. None of these guys have to go to the combine. And he takes it a step further and says, look, some of these guys probably are doing this, because wherever they get drafted, they might feel like now with NIL, you're not going back to a $0 income. Marvin Harrison Jr. would presumably be going back to Ohio State if he were to challenge the NCAA on this to $10 million in NIL, or whatever. Who knows? Maybe there's people in Columbus right now gathering money, listening to Boomer Esiason and Mike Florio saying, hey, man, maybe we should tempt Marvin Harrison Jr. with this to challenge the system if he goes to, say, I don't know, Arizona, and he doesn't want to go to Arizona.
Sean, it also might be something that the NCAA actually doesn't even have to be tested in court on, that the NCAA might realize, we can actually keep guys around for 4 years.
They might like it.
Yeah, the NCAA might just say, I don't know why we have these restrictions or rules. Here we go. And, everything's being pushed in so many directions, and it feels like a lot of the restrictions on athletes are just everything's bulging at the seams right now.
Yes.
it's tempting to think, oh, domino theory or something, or slippery slope, where it's not quite that simple, but it's worth. There's that. You know what there is at the very least, Sean? The guys who are threatening to potentially sit out a year have probably saved some money.
Yeah.
Where in the past, they might just be poor college kids, or maybe a booster threw them a few $1,000s here or there. Some of these guys are sitting on a few $1 million that they can easily just, even if they test the NCAA and the NCAA doesn't let them back in, they're not going to be starving to death out there just waiting for the next year to come around.
Like the closest thing I can think, and you're talking about sitting out a year, because you sit out a year and then you go, at least back in the day, you go back into the draft, because Bo Jackson, people don't remember this, Bo Jackson was the first overall pick in the '86 draft by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yeah. He had baseball to fall back on.
Right.
But goes back in the draft the next year, and the Raiders take him in like the 4th round or something like that, because what the hell? And then he plays both.
Yeah, the guys that have done it before typically were baseball players because they had something else to do.
Yeah.
And where now there are just a whole lot more guys that don't have to worry about whether or not they can make a living for a year.
Now
they've already got a stockpile of money.
Now Florio, though, seems to be talking about going back and playing.
Right. But I'm saying, as of right now, they wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yeah.
There's a risk in saying, no, I'm going to test it and see if I can force my way back in.
I see.
But they've got a safety net.
Yeah.
And they've got a cache of money.
You're saying in the worst case, if they were to lose the challenge, then it's like, hey, man, then I'll just go work out for a year.
Right.
I've got $10 million. Yeah, I see.
And I don't even have to go play baseball.
Yeah, right. I got you. Well, the biggest thing before, if you recall, hey, they can declare, that they're coming out, but by this drop dead date, if they signed with an agent, then that was always the big thing. Did they sign with an agent? I don't know that that's a barrier anymore, because a lot of these guys are signed up with agents already because of NIL. David Mulugheta had been working with C.J. Stroud already before he was drafted into the NFL. So signing with an agent the NCAA is so toothless right now. It's really that would be. I don't think either of these things happen. I think they're going to get drafted and they're going to play for the teams that draft them. If I had to guess, right? This would be groundbreaking stuff.
Without getting into a whole bunch of labor law or anything, because I'm no expert, obviously. Yeah. It is curious to me about the way NFL draft picks are. You're a young kid coming out of college, you're the very best prospect in what you do. There's no other job other than in sports where you have zero choice in where you go, other than if you really test the limits or try to go, otherwise you get a bunch. You come out of law school, you get firms, and there you go. It's weird. It's strange.
Text message. Free agency is the big thing right now. I get tired of everyone acting like the Texans can only make one move or splash. You can go defense and for the money easily still go get your free agent running back. Exclamation point. I think that's going to be.
I don't know if that many people are acting like that. There's only one move to make. But,
no. Yeah. I think you could make two. My feeling is I think they're only going to make one. I'm more forecasting what I think is going to happen than what I think they mathematically could do. So maybe people are conflating that.
I think the biggest thing, honestly, in my issue is I feel like you got to really examine yourself and ask, what are you asking for? Because if you follow free agency every single year, the hugest disappointments and the ones that come back to bite you, by the vast majority of the time, are the teams that spend the most heavily in the first week. Sometimes it works out. The vast majority of the time, it does not. Winning the first week of free agency is a recipe for disappointment. The teams that do well in the second week and the third week, those are the teams that typically also do well over time and win Super Bowls and everything. I think there's just the ability to splurge when you have that time. It's exciting in the moment, but it's like putting away money into your 401k. It's not as much fun as buying a jet ski right now, but in the long term, you're much better off putting money into that 401k.
Yeah, yep. This is how you know a segment has traction. People are texting in, people that we should have acknowledged. 3 or 4 texts, people hey, acknowledge. Fair enough. She was on the list. I want to make sure we got Mortensen in. Here you go. I'll acknowledge Caitlin Clark breaking the all-time scoring record for NCAA basketball. actually before about some NAIA score.
Okay.
College basketball, it's this person. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry about that.
We had talked about her a couple times before Acknowledge Me. So we couldn't acknowledge the entire universe there.
No,
but yeah, pretty. And I honestly, typically I'm not a fan of when people do their retirement tour in the middle of their season, but she announced that she was going to go pro in the middle of her season. In this situation, I actually like it because I think it's good for women's basketball.
Yeah.
I think it does create that much more of an urgency to watching her and her championship contention and all of that.
There's another text saying, acknowledge LeBron breaking 40,000 points. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. No. It's because there was an interview that surfaced. Well, it actually was an interview. I think it was his press conference after the game where he broke the 40,000 point barrier. And he started going, someone asked him, what would you tell to 18-year-old LeBron? And he went into this long diatribe about, I wouldn't tell him anything. I thought he handled everything great at 18, which I think is fair and accurate. Like LeBron at 18 was a global icon coming into the NBA. But he went into this whole thing about how he wouldn't wish that on anybody. What he had to go through at 18, he would never wish that on anybody. And meanwhile, I think
I had to watch the ESPYs that he hosted. Yeah, I feel you. I had to go through that too.
Right.
You were awful.
Like the woe is me 40-year-old LeBron is easily the most annoying version of LeBron that we've had. Like he's the least likable right now that he's been easily since the decision in 2010 where he...
It's almost like he's actually, as he's gotten older, he's got less perspective on life.
It's weird.
Because he's spent more time as being the prince, that was just always the object of adulation and everything, that he really doesn't understand exactly like how coddled he's been in some regards. That yes, it's very, very hard in other respects. I get that part of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's lost perspective. Honestly, Sean, it's almost impossible for an athlete to actually have the perspective anything close to a normal person until after they're done playing sports. It's just, you live in such a bubble that no matter how hard your childhood was or anything else, like while you're living your adult years, you just genuinely don't understand like how rarefied the air you breathe is and like how special the treatment you get is. And for guys like LeBron, let's be honest, it's never going to go. It's not like 3 years after he's out, he's like, oh, boy, nobody's paying any attention to me
You took the words right out of my mouth. I feel like you just described 99% of the athletes. LeBron's in the 1%. It's always, LeBron's always going to be in that bubble, I think, for sure. With Will Anderson on the team, how big a priority is an elite edge rusher? Maybe a very good one might be a better investment.
Yeah, no, that's where I would agree with you too there. The difference is that there's just a pretty damn respectable pass rushers at the top of the free agency list. So my hope would be that somehow maybe that drives down the price of a few guys. Like if you look at Zadarius Smith, the defensive end out of Cleveland, maybe because he might be the fifth or sixth best edge rusher, but still a really good defensive end. He might not be getting that Nick Bosa type of money that you want to spend, and they might end up being able to get more of a marquee guy this year than in years past.
We've been using the Randy Mueller top 150 as sort of our basis here for our conversations this morning. As you mentioned, they've got five edge rushers in the top 11, including Jonathan Grenard. I'm going to save this because the top 10 is with Grenard sitting at 11 and so many guys in the top 10 that could be Houston Texans. I'm going to save this because I have a question for you about this top 10 in this free agency. But it's almost 8 o'clock right now. So let's get to the 8 at 8. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Let's get to the 8 at 8, the Ocho. And I will set the page back up to headlines here at 6:45. Sorry, I didn't move them down. But let's start with the Astros. Justin Verlander threw a 60-pitch bullpen session on Sunday. This after Christian Javier had a really nice outing on Saturday where he threw 3 hitless innings. Framber Valdez, not so good on Friday. I think, to me, pitching is anything big news out of the Astros here in spring training stuff is going to be pitching related. Yeah. The Verlander development is the one that I think is the most significant because I think Javier has, Framber, despite that performance on Friday, I'm bullish still on him. And Javier, I'm very bullish on improving over last year. Verlander availability is a big thing, and I think this 60-pitch pitch bullpen session is a good step forward for him.
Yeah, and McTaggart was saying the team's optimistic that Verlander might still be available in week 1. So no talk of opening day or anything that I saw, and I'm not too wrapped up or worried about that. If he were to be available in that first week, that's way better than I had allowed myself to hope. I just kind of initially when I heard about this shoulder soreness, I said, all right, he's old, give him some time. Wait until 2 or 3 weeks into the season, and I wouldn't have panicked. So I'm certainly not going to panic if he's not there in week 1, but it's more of a possibility now than I thought. I remain nervous about Framber Valdez calling pitches from his own pitch count.
Me too. Yeah.
One of Josh Hader does it, but Josh Hader's done it before. And I don't like Framber tinkering with too many things all at once. As he's trying to get his sinker back, I'd like him to just focus on that and a few other things, more so than also now maneuvering the pitch com between him and a new catcher, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And yeah, either way, whether he bonds with Caratini or he's throwing to Yainer Diaz, it's new for a lot of these guys with no Maldonado there. First set of roster moves made by the Astros as well. Let's mix that in. Top prospect Jacob Melton. He's going to the minor league camp. The 2 potential Bregman replacements at third base, Will Wagner, Zach DeZenzo, they are headed to the minor league camp. I guess the big news with the roster moves, Seth, was who wasn't on there, and this Luperfido, this outfielder, this young outfielder, a nice revelation here early in spring training. Outside chance of making the 26 coming out of spring training, so a lot of people citing that yesterday.
Will Wagner, I choose to think that he's just boycotting the majors until his dad gets into the Hall of Fame.
I like that. That's
That's
what I choose.
2.
It's just like Johnny Manziel's boycotting the
we'll get to
Heisman
him.
ceremony. He tweeted, "Oh, do we have him in here?" Okay,
we'll get to him. We'll get to him. Rockets this past weekend beat Phoenix on Saturday. So nice win. Jalen Green really good in that game. Let's see if he can follow it up with a couple more good ones. 34 points. Really efficient 34 points, by the way. 12 of 23, 6 of 12 from downtown. Bradley Beal was trying to mess with Jalen Green during the game. Jalen Green was having none of it, so a little toughness out of our former second overall pick. That was good to see. Tari Eason, been out for a while. Turns out a benign growth on a bone in his lower leg. He will have the growth removed. He will be out for the season. Here is Ime Udoka on the Tari Eason injury.
Tari's going to have surgery on Monday. He had obviously been going through some things during the year and had a benign growth on the shin bone inside the tibia, I think, and took that blow early in the season and flared up. He played through it with some pain, but never had a chance of fracturing or anything. But it was just a pain tolerance thing, and so once the pain got too high, we shut it down and thought rest and rehab could he could get over it that way, but every time we ran, the pain came right back.
That sounds terrible. Benign growth on a bone in your lower leg?
Yeah, that's and there's nothing benign about it. There's something growing. Don't worry, there's something growing there that shouldn't be. What is that? Is that like my long-lost twin or something? Where is it? What the hell?
Shaped like your head?
Cut it out of there. Cut that little bastard out of there.
Yeah, I don't have time for any more
people. Been glomming onto me for too long.
People in my life. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Sean, tell me if you're buying this or not.
Cut.
Rockets are about 5 games back from the play-in right now.
Yeah.
And yet, they have the easiest remaining schedule in the Western Conference.
Yeah, they're a schedule the rest of the way. As tough as these last 6 games were, it's pretty much been all OKC and Phoenix over the last week and a half. Their schedule the rest of the way is not all that tough.
The one little asterisk I put on that is that San Antonio's a different team now than what the record says they are. Yep. So that part of it, but still a relatively easy schedule.
Winnable games, winnable games. Yeah, I think you roll. I've seen people out there saying just go ahead and tank so you can try and get as many ping pong balls because their pick swap with OKC is top 4 protected. So maybe you get enough ping pong balls to keep your pick this year, and you got Brooklyn's pick, and you'd wind up with 2 more picks. Unless they got a trade in their back pocket with all these picks, I'm good with all these young guys they have on the they got 6 guys that they've drafted in the last couple of years on this team. I don't need 2 more rookies this year.
What's the fix for this team that seems to lack maturity and consistency?
More lottery. Give me some more lottery picks. Stat. Yeah, it's weird.
3.
All right, college basketball. We'll do a little combo here because we got a lot of football still to get to. Cougs win this weekend. They beat Oklahoma. Jamal Shed, de facto buzzer beater. 10th of a second to go. They win 87-85 in what was a very fun game in Norman, Oklahoma on Saturday. Caitlin Clark breaking the all-time scoring record for NCAA basketball of men or women. Pete Maravich, the record she broke this weekend.
Yeah, Pete Maravich played. I had forgotten or had never known that Pete Maravich played 3 seasons because of the freshmen weren't allowed to play.
Freshman ineligibility back in the day. Yeah.
Which is so it sheds a little light on how impressive it was that Pete Maravich did what he did, and but that it took this long for the record to fall, I think, is the notable thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you talk about just how what she's accomplished, and now like with this kind of setting the stage for her trying to avenge last year's loss in the national championship. It's really cool. It's going to be this will be probably. Will this be the most eyeballs like on a stretch of women's college basketball play in some time, if not ever?
Yes.
It's very like there's a lot of buy-in nationally on Caitlin Clark. It doesn't feel like it's being pushed on anybody or anything. Like people are genuinely interested in
Google the tickets, like tickets for the Big Ten tournament, for the women's Big Ten tournament. The ticket prices are crazy because of Caitlin Clark. They're like it's a hot ticket. The women's session, I think it'll be a lot of eyeballs.
Also, why are you calling it a de facto buzzer beater with Shed?
Because there was a
10th
of a second left in the game. Yeah.
What's your cutoff for buzzer beater?
The buzzer. You run off the court, you walk off. That's a buzzer beater.
Oh, because they left. Oh, so there was no actual buzzer. Okay,
yeah. There's a 10th of a second to go.
Did it leave his hand at 1 second? There was 1 second left when they stopped the clock.
There was a 10th of a second when it goes through the hoop. Yeah.
4.
Chris Mortensen, age 72, passes away yesterday. Chris Mortensen, for those who follow ESPN and all the reporters on there, throat cancer diagnosis in 2016, dialed his schedule way back, but he was still very present on TV, especially at peak times of the year, like the draft and the playoffs and things like that. He was one of the pioneers, man, when it came to breaking news on ESPN. Like before Schefter, it was Chris Mortensen doing it. Spent a lot of his career at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution before going to ESPN, and he was one of the better ones, Seth, at crossing over to being good on TV too. He was. I thought Chris Mortensen had a nice presence about him on TV. He was laid the groundwork for a lot of these reporters who have turned into TV stars over the last few years.
You know what? He was kind of in the vein of the old school television reporter where it was better to be understated more so than here are my 5 hot predictions for the week. Here's my it's so yeah, I don't know, a little bit of a death of an era. A fixture in a lot of our lives from the time we were in high school onward, and ESPN was just becoming a thing.
Yep.
5.
All right, here we go. Johnny Manziel, who has found his way back into the spotlight again. We played plenty of Johnny Manziel from last week, from his interview, his podcast he did with Shannon Sharp. Said a lot of things that were very intriguing. He is on a crusade now, Seth. Johnny Manziel has made his current life's work trying to get Reggie Bush his Heisman Trophy back. Of course, we know the Heisman Trust took away Reggie Bush's 2005 Heisman Trophy because Reggie Bush and his family received improper benefits while he was at USC. USC got punished for this as well. Reggie Bush's punishment was giving the Heisman Trophy back. Johnny Manziel tweeted this: "After careful thought and consideration, I will be humbly removing myself from the Heisman Trophy ceremony until Reggie Bush gets his trophy back. Doesn't sit right with my morals and values that he can't be on that stage with us every year. Reggie is the Heisman Trophy. Do the right thing at NCAA. The ball is in your court. Much love, JM2." Okay, so Seth,
nothing more humble than
declaring on Twitter your intentions.
Declaring that, just watch out, or I'm going to take myself out of here. Yeah. What did he say? His morals and values?
Yeah. He said.
Didn't I see him talking about his cocaine diet the other last week? Weren't we just listening to him talk about?
Doesn't sit right with his morals and values. is what it's.
Everybody's got morals and values. I don't mean to act like Johnny Manziel's not allowed to have a moral stand or anything. But, like, let's be honest, Johnny. Reggie Bush went on to have a very productive pro career. You did not. Reggie's got. I don't know if Reggie needs your help. Okay, right? It's probably nice and everything. I think Reggie's doing just fine without his Heisman Trophy.
Dude, this new version of Johnny, man, is interesting.
It's a lot to swallow.
Yeah,
it's a lot to snort up your nose, man. It's really.
There's a bit of an Easterby factor with him too, where he's tweeting out things now about adversity and coming back and doing what your life doing things that make you happy. And
yeah, he can't be a bust because he never officially retired, which is that's false, Johnny.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said you can't be a bust because he didn't officially retire.
Yeah.
So I guess he hasn't filed his retirement papers.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if you even are supposed to after unless you're a vested veteran, which he never made it to.
No.
He was an awful NFL player, John.
Yeah.
It was amazing what you did in college, but you're a bad football player by NFL standards.
A day later, unprompted, Johnny Manziel humbly tweeted, "You can back up a Brinks truck to my house, and I still will not attend the ceremony or do anything involved until Reggie's trophy is back where it rightfully belongs." He goes on for 3 more paragraphs. This was my big question. As I'm looking at this stuff, and I didn't tweet it, although it was tempting to. Does the Heisman Trust care that Johnny Manziel's not there for the ceremony?
Is there a chance they already had non-invited him anyway?
I don't know. Maybe.
All right,
maybe
the guy's getting who knows what kind of shenanigans Johnny's gotten into at this ceremony through the various years.
Yeah. All right, man, you go die on that hill. I don't think.
Listen, I'm not going to accept this invitation
Johnny,
and then probably not show up whatever. Yeah.
Johnny, yeah.
6.
Mike Florio, got a couple Florios here for the. There's a full weekend for Florio to stand on the soapbox for a few things. Now, this is not Florio standing on a soapbox, but he does say that from everything he's hearing at the combine, like he's got little birds there that tell him things and whatnot. And I guess one of the topics that is a hot topic at the combine this week was the likelihood, Seth, that we get an 18-game season sooner rather than later. If we're being logical here, it probably coincides with the next CBA. So probably later more than sooner, because I think the CBA's still got a few more years left on it. So an 18th game, I think everybody thinks that that's a formality, that we're going to go to 18, especially as bad as these preseason games have gotten.
Yeah,
you know that it's going to go to 18 regular season and 2 preseason.
It does make the math a lot easier.
Yeah.
I'm tired of it. I'm still doing the math in my head, trying to figure out, I know it's simple math, but when you're in the middle of a sentence, it's just not. You spend your whole life kind of basing it on a 16-game season. I would be cool with that. And they want to add international games and all that, so that makes sense. Personally, I will not rest until we have a 46-game season.
46 games? 46
and
weeks.
you ask, why not 48?
Yeah.
I'm going to expand the playoffs, that's
Yeah,
why.
okay.
So we will roll right from the 46 weeks. It'll be 44 games.
Okay.
I'll add an extra
You'll get an extra bye week for the other 40 weeks that you're at, or the 30 weeks you're adding to the season.
It'll be a 46 expanded playoffs the week, and then the week after the Super Bowl will be a celebration of opening week of the next year.
I think I'm in the minority here. Florio proposes that it be an 18-game season, and other than quarterbacks and specialists, that all the other positions can only play a set amount of games, like 16 or 17. Yeah. Whether they miss because of injury or they miss because of load management or whatever the case may be. I kind of like that. It's a bit of a chess game. It's kind of fun. It's strategy. It's something to talk about.
Like, you're get rid of the DH guy, aren't you? You're like, I don't care.
No, I'm not at all. I don't like watching pitchers hit. But I get what you're saying. The pitcher does add strategy.
You like watching bad backups play. Yeah.
You're right. It may be worse football, but just for one game. Like, it's not. I'm not abolishing the DH to be a season-long thing. I kind of like the strategy involved, and I'm an advocate for player safety. I'm going to use that as my shield as well.
7.
The other Florio thing, and this is Florio going full Florio, the Mecole Hardman situation. We know that Mecole Hardman went on one of the podcasts. It was the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark and friends, where Mecole Hardman just trashed the Jets, said they didn't have a winning culture. He knew what winning looked like because of his time with the Chiefs. And meanwhile, the reply from many, many Jets was, yeah, bro, you gave game plans away to your buddies from Georgia that played for the Eagles, and you gave game plans away of ours when the Jets played the Chiefs, too. Florio is all over this thing, saying that under the rules of sharing inside information that they have, largely you administering gambling policy. There's nothing that mentions gambling specifically in the sharing of inside information, and that indefinite suspension should be the punishment if indeed an investigation finds out that Mecole Hardman shared inside information with the Eagles and the Chiefs.
So I'm sorry, wait a minute. So what you mean is that like it would be like the same as insider trading laws?
Yes, kind of, yeah.
So the government should go after Mecole Hardman?
No. The NFL's inside. The NFL has rules about sharing inside information.
Okay.
Yeah. So with gamblers or with other teams or things, anything that could affect the outcome of games. Yeah. So Florio's on that soapbox.
Well, yeah. I mean, it would be wrong. Obviously, it'd be a bad thing.
Yeah. Yeah. He wants Hardman suspended indefinitely. We'll see if Florio gets his wish.
8.
Cam Newton discussed the fight. He did a 52-minute episode of his podcast discussing the fight that he got into with a couple of coaches at a 7-on-7 tournament, a fight that those coaches said Cam started with trash talk. Cam apologized for the fight. I will admit it was hard for me finding the audio of him actually saying the words, "I'm sorry." But here was what bit of audio I could find of contrite Cam talking about the fight.
I think about the kids who look up to me, and also whether they verbalize their appreciation or just stare in amazement. I feel like I let them down. Because I can't sit up here and say, hey, bro, you got to be bigger than that. And then all of a sudden, I do that. And that just goes to show you, you got to always stay in control of your emotion. That's where the humanistic side came in there. And there's no excuse. It's really not.
So whether it's, a kid that stands in amazement, staring at Cam Newton.
Hey,
Cam's
Sean,
the best.
How'd your speaking engagement at that elementary school go? Well, I don't, it was pretty good. I think from the amount of staring and amazement that I got, I feel like
the 3 kids came up to me, talked to me afterwards. The other 25 were clearly just staring in amazement.
Stared in amazement
at me. Yeah.
I'd love to just interpret every stare and gaze as a stare and gaze of amazement.
It would be great.
That'd be fun to walk through life doing.
Yep. So, Cam, if you want,
I don't think Cam understands or realizes how often kids' eyes are just glazed over in general, just out of just sheer boredom or what have you. Yeah, we're getting to the age where none of these kids really remember Cam Newton as a football player anymore.
Yep.
They've got the glazed over eyes of an adolescent who lives in an age of increasingly available marijuana. That's what that is, Cam.
Okay. Hey, real quick. Breaking. Ben, give me the breaking news sounder. It's kind of Texans news, but the regular one will do.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm going to give the news right here. We'll react to it in the next segment. The most talk maybe around town has agreed to a deal. Mike Evans and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers agree to a 2-year, $52 million deal. All right, so 2 years at $26 million a year for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So the Mike Evans dream is officially over. It was
way to go, Caserio.
It was functionally way to not tamper and to get Evans to agree to a deal. I want to talk about this. Would this have been a price tag? Because the average annual value is probably a little higher than I would have gone. But 2 years feels like that's the part that feels like a hometown deal to me is the 2-year part of this.
Yeah.
So let's you and I dig into this.
You didn't order the family size appetizers.
Yeah.
Is what you did.
Yep. 2 years, $52 million for Mike Evans. Seth and I will give you our take on that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. print for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the big news, if you just missed it, Mike Evans re-signs with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 2 years, $52 million. And again, these are the only types of deals that you're going to see over the next 10 days. No, next 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Free agency, a week. Sorry, jeez. Get it together,
What's wrong with you, Sean?
Get it together.
People are depending on you for information.
Yeah, I know, dude. I've got so many things going on this month. They're like, it's a week from this day or 2 weeks from that day. Free agency starts in a week.
I'm sorry you started a new bridge game or something.
The league, canasta. Yeah, right. The legal tampering starts in a week. So the only types of deals that you're going to see announced this week are deals like the Mike Evans deal where they're re-signing with their own teams. Teams cannot talk to other teams' free agents until Monday late morning here at 11 o'clock. So Mike Evans signs 2 years, $52 million. So I know there's a ton of you out there that wanted Mike Evans for the Texans. That's not going to happen. I've got a few thoughts on this, Seth. And I guess, the Texans are part of my thoughts here. I guess ultimately, if we're just looking at this, 2 years, $52 million. I feel like he did well on the average annual value. The 2 years feels like it's been looking for Mike Evans if he's looking for a tippy-top deal.
He might have also just, like you get to that age in your 30s and you want to have some flexibility and like when you can retire and everything. So the 2 years might have been perfect for him, just because you don't have to pay back money.
Pay your bonus money back, right?
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Which usually guys, like if they're the same team they've ever been with, teams let that go. But you never know. It makes it a little bit simpler. So, yeah. I'm guessing maybe he would have loved 3 years, $75 million. But also just wondering, maybe with the uncertainty of what was out there or maybe with some of the information that his agent got at the Combine, he knew that was unlikely to be much bigger than what he got offered by Tampa. And by the way, just for everybody, the legal tampering starts on Monday next week, and then the actual free agency when other teams can sign their own players, their other teams' players officially, is on Wednesday.
Wednesday afternoon.
But usually, the deals are usually filtered out by. You start hearing stuff about on Monday.
5 minutes into it, you'll hear stuff on Monday. Yeah, I mean, so the announcements will come Monday and Tuesday. The official signings will be Wednesday and thereafter. So $26 million on average. I mean, that's like top 5 or 6 receiver money as far as average annual value goes. And I'm with you. Like, I think Evans, like all the things Evans' agent was listing when he talked to Jordan Schultz, to have all those things on one team, to be the number one receiver, to get top tier money, to be on a Super Bowl contender with a non-rookie high level quarterback. Like, there's no teams, in my opinion, that definitive is probably his best option.
I guess the thing about Evans this year that a lot of people noticed and didn't really think of it as a negative, but that like there were times this year where Evans, who's very, very competitive, where he looked frustrated. He looked very frustrated at times as a team that just has recently competed in Super Bowls was just not firing on the same level of precision. Obviously, I wonder exactly what they told him about re-signing Baker Mayfield or what they're going to do at quarterback that made him feel comfortable enough to sign this contract right now. Like, is this an indication that like maybe they're close with Baker Mayfield as well?
Yeah. That's a really good point.
Like Evans never looked like he wanted. I wouldn't have thought he wanted any part of a team that's like going to be trying out a new quarterback or a later round pick or something like that.
Would you have done this deal if you were the Texans? Like if Mike Evans hit free agency and then 2 days into free agency, he signed this deal with the Bucs, would the Texans have been criticized is hard because it's free agency is a two-way street. Somebody's got to want to come here too. But would you have done? Let's say it's 2 years, $52 million.
I wouldn't have done it, but I'd be cool with the Texans doing it.
Okay.
I wouldn't personally. It's still a lot of money for a guy that I like a lot, but that I feel like you could, if I can make even with a veteran free agent, like an older guy, like if it was Levante David or something, it wouldn't be that same money. I'd rather spend that money elsewhere than wide receiver, but it would be this limited dose of a high-end guy who's in his 30s. The 2-year deal is the part that makes sense.
I'd have been excited in training camp about it for sure. But I'm in line with you on that. I wouldn't have done the deal, but I would have gotten excited about having Mike Evans on the team, and that's And that's not I'm sure probably not a guarantee unless it's fully guaranteed. It's not. My guess is the guaranteed money is at a number that's not horrible, but he's doing it now. So chances are he was only going to do that deal for the Tampa Bay Bucks. I don't think there's any effect this deal has on the Nico Collins market because I think Mike Evans is operating in a bit of a different ecosystem than Nico is right now. Mike Evans is a veteran guy who's going back to his old team, who's kind of winding down and in some respects being paid for 10 years of what he's done so far, whereas I think Nico's a much younger player. Any deal Nico gets, if it starts to get into a neighborhood of where he's in that 18, 20 million, is going to be done in part on spec because he's only had one really, really good season, if the deal happens this offseason. So I think there's...
Oh, yeah, this doesn't have any reflection at all on... This doesn't even get entered into anybody's calculations. Like, this is a veteran guy. For any of the guys that are more in the prime of their career, that's you're basing on other comps than this.
The names to watch out for if you're looking at Nico Collins' deal is, and I'm not saying he's Justin Jefferson, but Jefferson's going to reset the market probably. So that's what the tippy top is going to look like. I would say Amon-Ra St. Brown, if he gets an extension. Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith are extension eligible too. These are all guys that were drafted in the same draft with Nico Collins. So that, Jamar Chase, those are all names to keep an eye on.
That's where it gets tricky with Nico Collins and why I think he might end up pushing it one more year down the road is the Texans can, I think, without any reason to believe Nico Collins would get insulted by this. If Amon-Ra St. Brown signs an extension, the Texans can say yes and look at his production and his availability compared to you. There's no way we're going to give you that level of money because it's night and day. Amon-Ra's been there and been available and been productive as opposed to just 1 year. So I think that's where it's most likely that if Nico really wants to push the envelope, and he's talked about not even in the context of making money, he's just talking about wanting to be a top guy, to be up there. I can't remember if he said top five, but that's he's right there like 7th or 8th right now in a lot of respects. He wants to be up in that category in terms of who he is as a wide receiver. But he can't get that Amon-Ra St. Brown money until he shows that he can do it for multiple seasons.
One more year he needs. He needs one more big season. I guess this Mike Evans signing too. So we're kind of going through our thoughts. If you're just getting in your car, you're just tuning in. Mike Evans off the market, agrees to a 2-year, $52 million deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So he's going back to Tampa Bay. I guess this is a reminder too, Seth, that if you're a Texan fan, keep your push notifications on. Keep it tuned here to Sports Radio 610, all of those things. Keep your head on a swivel because we could see these are the types of deals that we could see a fair amount of over the next 3 or 4 days with the Houston Texans.
Okay, so according to Aaron Wilson, and then just from another couple of former GM types, former executives, after the Combine, it seems that a lot of the league has taken notice of Jonathan Grenard and how he played last year. And he's a guy that's he's been solid and dependable except for his injuries, but there have been bursts of him showing really good play in his younger years. This last year, he really tied everything all together. I've grown less optimistic, I guess, about them re-signing Jonathan Grenard. It's not that if they don't sign Jonathan Grenard, but they end up bringing in somebody else, then I'm not going to be forlorn about it or anything. But I think that Jonathan Grenard might end up commanding a lot more money than maybe even the Texans anticipated. And I'm feeling it seems like he's going to hit free agency. But again, that's all based on the hearsay and speculation of others as well.
Blake Cashman got a little run, too, in Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano's draft, or the buzz column that they do every week where they empty their notebooks out. Sleeper free agents that could be out there that are getting some buzz, and they list several, including Blake Cashman. And they list him collectively with Azeez El-Shaair of Tennessee, which is another name that I see a lot of Texan fans wanting to get in on, but Blake Cashman and Azeez El-Shaair, Jeremy Fowler says these two do-it-all linebackers for Houston and Tennessee have caught teams' attention. So maybe Blake Cashman, maybe they're hearing Cashman's name quite a bit up in Indianapolis.
I'm getting more and more. This is the worst. This is out of my spite and pettiness. I do like the idea of signing several Colts and several Titans. Not that you'd be able to sign several from each team or anything, but I don't want the Texans to go after a premier wide receiver, and yet if they got Michael Pittman, I might have to be a complete hypocrite and just get super excited about them yoinking a weapon away from the Colts. I don't think that'll happen at all. Derrick Henry,
Alshire, Grover. How about Grover Stewart? Grover Stewart
That's
a
out of
nice,
the Colts. Yeah,
moderate spend at a position of need.
Give me one of those four.
And Josh Allen. Let's complete the AFC South trifecta.
Josh Allen out of the Jaguars.
Josh Allen from the Jags. Yeah.
The other thing, too, I'm just thinking about the way Nick and D'Amico talked about some of the guys who are existing free agents for the Texans. Did we maybe under-discuss or dismiss the fact that both Nick and D'Amico said we'll see what happens in free agency, as if it's just a foregone conclusion? Was that a foregone conclusion that those guys are going to hit free agency, that there's no renegotiation in store?
I don't know. They said it for Grenard for sure.
Yeah.
D'Amico said it for Dalton Schultz.
And I want to say Nick said it for Singletary. I can't remember exactly how he said it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, and guess until they're signed, But yeah, Mike Evans, 2 years, $52 million, so $26 million a year for Mike Evans, and we've got more than a few people texting in. I'm glad Mike Evans is off the market. So you guys,
I agree, 100%.
Yeah.
I don't know why everybody was talking about him so much.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that. I agree 100%.
Yep.
I was mostly talking about I didn't understand why Mike Evans was like the apple of everybody's eye out of like 150 free agents that are viable and good. Like that was the one guy that was somehow an indication of whether the Texans really wanted it or not. If you don't go after Mike Evans, you don't want it enough.
You nailed it earlier where you said the whole Galveston thing. I think geography had 90% to do with the Mike Evans fever that was going on for 3 weeks. I think it's
over the course of time, the realization that should have been Mike Evans' Heisman, not Johnny Manziel. I think Johnny Manziel should boycott the Heisman ceremony until they take his Heisman from him and give it to Mike Evans.
I think Mike Evans should picket in front of the Downtown Athletic Club in New York every year until they give Johnny Manziel's Heisman to him. Every year.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, in 2 years,
popular.
Once you're done playing football, yeah. All right, now Mike Evans re-signs with Tampa Bay. There was some really interesting news about the whole QB carousel going on this offseason. Does Mike Evans even know what he's going back to as far as quarterback? Because his quarterback last year is mentioned in a fascinating scenario at the quarterback position. We will get to that coming up next. But first, soda, weight loss. Man, I love doing events.
Restrictions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Mike Evans is going to remain a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, 2 years, $52 million. I was thinking about it during the break. I was thinking about some of the bullet points you and I were kind of going through. I mean, that news broke literally while we were at the tail end of headlines in the 8 o'clock segment. So I jotted down a bunch of bullet points. Yeah, I got to feel like for Evans to not hit the market, Seth, and not test the market, because I feel like 2 years, $52 million from the Bucs was always going to be there for him. Like, he could have done that, next Thursday or whatever, the day after free agency. I don't think the Bucs were going to use up all their money. I do wonder. I wonder if he knows kind of which way the wind is blowing on the Baker Mayfield to do deal now. Like, he's got to feel maybe.
For him to want to be there after his agent had said that he wants to be on a Super Bowl contender, he wants to be the top paid, blah 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 blah. Like, yeah, you want all that stuff. I'm all for guys staying with where they are. It's good for fans and what have you. There is a little bit of a feel of even though I didn't particularly want Mike Evans on this team, I feel a little bit like when Chris Bosh decided to stay in Miami. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's good for athletes to stay with their own team, but screw you, you loyal bastard. We're not good enough to entice you away?
Maybe.
Tampa? You feel better about Tampa with an undisclosed quarterback as of yet than you do about the Houston Texans?
Yeah.
Even though I don't particularly I didn't want him as – I like Mike Evans a lot. I just thought that they should spend their money elsewhere.
There is a little of that. So it does make me wonder with Baker Mayfield, because one of the more interesting – rumors, I guess, that popped up this weekend. Daniel Jeremiah was talking about it, like right in the middle of the combine during a segment. Jeremy Fowler wrote about it in the ESPN.com in their Buzz column he does with Dan Graziano, and he's citing that Elliott Wolf and Alonzo Highsmith are in the front office now up in New England. They were in the front office in Cleveland when Baker Mayfield was drafted in Cleveland, so they may feel favorably about Baker Mayfield up there in New England. The Patriots, instead of drafting a quarterback with the 3rd overall pick, which most every mock draft has them doing, they have them taking whoever's left over from Williams, May, and Jaden. That the Patriots could sign Baker Mayfield and trade out of the 3rd overall pick to pick up a bunch of draft capital, which is interesting to me. If I had to guess, I don't think they're going to do that. And I think this Evans signing may be an indication that Baker Mayfield might not be available to them. But in a 3-quarterback draft, that 3rd overall spot is almost as valuable as the 1st overall spot.
Yeah.
And if you need to ask anybody, ask the Miami Dolphins, who had the 3rd overall pick in 2021, when it was Lawrence, Wilson, and Trey Lance were thought. Now, I know Mac Jones was also thought to be in the mix when that trade got made too, but it was a quarterback-heavy draft.
Yeah.
That 3rd overall pick fetched the Dolphins a couple first-round picks in that Trey Lance deal.
And I think, too, look, there's something to be said for you got to have humility when it comes to draft evaluation. And even when you feel awesome about a guy, there's a chance it might not work out, with quarterbacks these days especially. So you got to have some humility and figure, okay, if I like these top 3 guys and I don't have my choice, but who knows because I like them all, I guess you got to draw a line at some point where, okay, yeah, but what if I actively really do not like 1 or 2 of these guys as prospects? Like, I'm not going to take him just because he's a quarterback.
That's right.
And other people might feel that way. But, I don't know, like Josh Rosen. Josh Rosen wasn't a top 3. But I would say Josh Rosen was a guy that a lot of people maybe had liked, but a lot of people just actively disliked. If one of these guys has got like a Josh Rosen type of flair to him, then I'd be like, no, I'm trading. No, I don't. I'm gonna trade the hell out, and we'll find a quarterback elsewhere.
Yeah. So that was an interesting rumor. It seems like, from what people are saying, from the buzz around the combine and around free agency, is that the domino that needs to fall with quarterbacks is Kirk Cousins before anything else, and that impacts everything from Baker Mayfield to the Justin Fields trade that we all feel like is coming.
Yeah.
That there are teams. I had been saying all along that I felt like the week before free agency was going to be sort of the soft deadline for Chicago to get a deal done involving Justin Fields, because I think free agents are going to kind of want to know what the quarterback situation is. Maybe not. I don't know, maybe. But that's always felt like a soft deadline to get a Justin Fields deal done. But it seems like more teams are into Cousins than are into Fields. Specifically, Atlanta is the one. I think Atlanta's been viewed largely as a place that could be a landing spot for Justin Fields for like a second or third round pick. He's from there. Yeah. And they get him, and they exercise the fifth-year option. They get him for a couple years and see what you got in Justin Fields. Atlanta, now Zach Robinson is their offensive coordinator. He comes from Ryan Callahan in Cincinnati, which is a subset of the Kubshanistan tree. Kirk Cousins has played in that offense for a while now. Cousins to Atlanta has a lot of steam, and I think my big takeaway, Seth, is it just goes to show you the desperation at the quarterback position, that the guy who is going to be the domino that needs to fall before anything else happens in free agency is a dorky quarterback who is coming off an Achilles and has never won a big game in his life. Like, that's the domino that must fall before anything happens.
I'll give credit to Aaron Rodgers for elevating Kirk Cousins' status in this free agency, because I catch myself sometimes thinking, well, yeah, but Kirk Cousins is a young guy coming off his Achilles tendon. He's 35. But because Aaron Rodgers is trying to come off an Achilles tendon at 40, I'm like, yeah, but Kirk Cousins is a lot later. Now, let's be honest, too. I feel like Aaron Rodgers in reality might as well be like 10 or 15 years older than Kirk Cousins. He just looks tired and old, whereas Kirk Cousins has probably had like 3 drops of alcohol in his entire life.
Maybe, but Cousins acts like he's 68. He's a nerd.
That's true. He acts like he's 68, but he's lived. He's got clean internal organs and everything, I'm sure.
No,
I think that he's him as the guy who's the biggest, like the fiercest contract negotiator amongst all quarterbacks is probably the biggest surprise, just because of that outward demeanor. But he is like a lot of business people you meet, like if they're hardcore negotiators, they're either usually like one of two things. One is like they're like hyper competitive, like want to kill and destroy you and crush you, even if they don't show it outwardly. Like they love the juice of the competition. And then the other is like the engineer type that just sees things a certain way and they know the numbers and they're not going to diverge from them, which can be even more frustrating and infuriating. Weakness of a person like that. No. They're married to the math, and that's what it's going to be, and they're doing it with zero emotion or anything, and I think that's what Kirk Cousins does with his contract.
Dude, Kirk Cousins he is a business of football Hall of Famer. Like he got drafted in the 4th round, played 2 franchise tags in Washington, got a fully guaranteed 3-year deal with Minnesota, has gotten more deals since then. He's the number 1 free agent quarterback in a market that actually has Baker Mayfield's a decent option in free agent. Like, there's actually decent quarterbacks that if they don't sign with their teams are not getting franchise tags and are going to be out on the market. Cousins is 1-4 in the postseason in his career. And he is a must-have right now for like 3 or 4 teams around the NFL. It's really amazing. It's a testament to that offense, too. Like, you put up these numbers, it's pretty intoxicating. You look like you're operating just this smooth vehicle, and people get caught up in that stuff, man.
Yeah.
So Kirk Cousins, Justin Fields, Baker Mayfield going to be an interesting week.
Zach Wilson. What about Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson,
trade piece, baby. He's out there.
Dude.
He's out. Yeah, any team could have Zach Wilson right now. If they could just give up a 7th round pick?
Well,
what might it be?
The Jets have given Zach Wilson permission to seek a trade, and I was thinking about this weekend. I'm like, all the stuff that's going on right now with all these teams, like you got the combine, you got the draft coming up, free agencies next week. I got to imagine the least prioritized phone call that all these teams are getting is from Zach Wilson's agent calling up like, hey, wait for it. I feel like, bro, it's free agency. Why are you calling me about Zach Wilson? Call me in May. All right? Like, I got to get done with the important stuff first.
His agent is Brian Aralt.
Okay.
I don't know how you pronounce his name.
Okay.
Aralt. I was wondering if like he had any other big name clients or anything that might like if Brian Aralt calls, they might be like, oh yeah, hey Brian, super excited to talk to you about Nick Bosa. You want to trade Nick? Nope. That's it turns out it's not Nick Bosa.
It's not Zach. Okay.
Zach. Can I introduce you to Zach Wilson?
Yes. All right,
realistically, okay, he has Zach Wilson. Realistically, obviously, it wouldn't be. He's got Joey Bosa. I don't know if he has Nick Bosa. It wouldn't be one of the Bosas. It could be like A Kenny Pickett. Would you be more excited about hearing about Kenny Pickett or Zach Wilson?
If his agent were to call me?
Yeah.
Neither, but probably Zach Wilson, just because I feel like there's more physical talent there than Kenny Pickett.
Would you get more excited about Ryan Tannehill or Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson for sure. Ryan Tannehill doesn't excite me one bit.
There's some teams that, okay, I think it would depend. A team that already has a quarterback.
Depends on the team. Yeah, you're right.
They'd be intrigued. Well, no, I think a team that already has a quarterback would be intrigued by Zach Wilson perhaps as an upside.
Yeah.
Like they might be titillated as, okay, yeah, we can develop this guy and see what we have in him. And then maybe you trade him or something.
Yeah.
Ryan Tannehill, yeah, I feel like it's a break glass in case of emergency, but we got to have this guy.
Yeah. Look, if Ryan Tannehill were on the Texans as their backup quarterback, I'd be excited about that.
Yeah.
All right. Payne on a Monday. All right, Randy Mueller's got his list of free agents. Randy Mueller, former GM, writes for The Athletic. He's got 150 of them. The top 10 alone has names that the Texans should be making phone calls to. If we had to bet, do the Texans come away with just one of these guys? We'll go through it next.
Landry's putting his foot down. There's one position.
Contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I'm going to answer this text real quick, and then we're going to get to the top 10 free agents. And do the Texans come away with one of these guys? Because we get this a lot when we refer to the Kubiak-Shanahan offense. That is a Seth Payne coined phrase for the Kubiak-Shanahan offense. Kind of combines it. What's the stand part in all this? There's Kubiak and Shanahan. I get that. What's the stand? I don't want to speak for you, Seth, but I feel like it's to make it sound like a middle, like a
place,
like a place. Yeah.
And then and it ends up being like a Middle Eastern place.
Right.
That's mostly just as a way to trigger people.
Because people love to talk about Kazakhstan.
Like, okay, if things aren't going well, I'm in Poopsville. Like something, or we're he's over there and. I don't know, what's another... Whenever you add a burg or a ville or something like that, the fact that Shan just sounds like it goes with a Stan.
Yes.
So it came with Kubiak-Shanahan, Kub-Shanistan.
It's excellent. It just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it's excellent, except it makes it... I think it's two parts. One, it's kind of tough to remember and pronounce, and then also I think there is a little bit of a that sounds a little too much like Afghanistan, you son of a bitch.
I don't know, man. It's a validated term. Nick Caserio has used it on this show before, the Kubiak-Shanahan offense.
Yeah.
So
it's fun to say once you... The problem is, like anything else in life, it's not going to reach widespread adoption when you actually have to sit and say it 20 times until you actually know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Until you can, it rolls off the tongue. I coined the term, and it took me a full 3 weeks before I could actually say it without looking at it. Yeah.
So this Randy Mueller list of top 150 free agents, and before we get into it here, one more thing. Let me just mention, because I know a lot of you dip in and out of the show. If you missed it, maybe you didn't get a push notification from whoever you get your sports news from. Mike Evans is off the market. 2 years, $52 million. He's going back to Tampa. One of the 10 free agents on this list from Randy Mueller, former GM for the Saints and the Dolphins. But there are this top 10, and I'm cutting it off at the top 10 because, one, it's a nice round number, and two, Jonathan Grenard is 11th on his list. And I feel like the answer to this question might be a little bit easier if it included a Jonathan Grenard, a current Houston Texan. So the top 10 free agents on this list, Seth, I feel like all of them except for Kirk Cousins are all guys whose names we brought up on this show as potential Houston Texans. Now, these are all guys because of where they are here. I think a couple of them could be franchise tagged by tomorrow. So there's that. And then they're also all going to be, I think, predominantly going to be guys that are in the very expensive aisle of free agency. So I think there's very little chance they come away with two of these guys. I think it could be a coin flip. They come away with even one of them. But I'm going to list the names, and then you tell me, Seth, if you think they come away with at least one of the guys on this list. 1 through 10. I'll rapid fire these. Brian Burns, Carolina. Daniil Hunter, Minnesota, both defensive ends. Justin Madubuike, Baltimore, defensive tackle. Chris Jones, defensive tackle, KC. Saquon Barkley is 5th on his list. You Barkley folks will like hearing that. Running back. Josh Allen, DN, Jacksonville. Cousins, will put him aside. Jalen Johnson, cornerback, Chicago. And then 2 names we brought up today on the show. Zadarius Smith, defensive end, and Christian Wilkins, defensive tackle, who will hit the market, it would appear. If you had to bet away with one of those names I just said,
I think there's a chance. If I had to bet, I would say no. But that's not based on any kind of. That's boring. Like realistically, probability-wise, blah blah blah. There's reasons I would say no. That doesn't mean they wouldn't go after them. It's just a matter of how many of those guys are they going to target of that top 10, and then how many of those battles will they win? So I would say probably not, because for one, Chris Jones and Justin Madubuike look like they're probably not going to make it to free agency.
Yep.
I think there's a good. So anyway, Sean, sorry, I shouldn't even. Statistically, probability-wise, no. I think there's still a good chance. So is it 49% chance or what have you? Yeah, that they come away with one of these guys. I think that I'm leaning right now towards it being either Christian Wilkins, the defensive tackle, or Zadarius Smith, the defensive end out of Cleveland. The only thing that kind of scares me off of Zadarius Smith in terms of free agency is that he hasn't been it's not like he's an every down player. He rotates in.
Yeah.
And he played 55% of the snaps last year. Whereas Christian Wilkins is a defensive tackle, he takes 80% of the snaps. He is a down in, down out player. So maybe Zadarius Smith doesn't make as much. Maybe people don't foresee him as that. If he's more of a rotational player, he won't make as much. You look at the other defensive ends, the edge rushers, like Brian Burns and Danielle Hunter. Those guys play damn near 80% of the snaps. So does Josh Allen. But the 2 guys that seem to fit in terms of physicality, size, athleticism, and all that are Christian Wilkins guys.
Yep.
And I like both those guys. So it's just a matter of, all right, if they go after him, how aggressively do they go after him? And the big thing the Texans might have going in their favor with Christian Wilkins is the report. Was it Aaron Wilson that reported that he's very interested in coming to Houston?
I don't know if it was Aaron Wilson. It was the Fowler Graziano article cited Houston when they were talking about Christian Wilkins. Houston was the only team they mentioned. They said Houston is a team, something like watch Houston here or something like that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you don't know whether they're telling you something and want you to read between the lines, or if they're just saying hey, Houston makes sense. They've got an opening. They've got space.
Yep. I think if I had to look at the 10 names we just rattled off, if they were to get one, if we're doing that bet, if they were to get one, who would it be? I would have Wilkins very high on this list, because I think there's a good chance that half this list isn't even available to the Texans. I think Brian Burns, reportedly, he's broken off negotiations, or the Panthers have. They're not negotiating on a long-term deal, according to Josina Anderson. She had one of those tweets yesterday that clearly looked like she may have just cut and pasted something an agent sent to her and put it in.
Yeah, she does that a lot.
Long.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying she definitely did that, but it looked like that.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing wrong with saying that. She does a lot of those where, wow, this looks exactly like what the agent would have said.
Yep.
Yeah. As do a few of those other nugget dealers.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think Brian Burns, I think if you're Carolina, guys tag Brian Burns at this point, because 1, he's one of your only good players. 2, you've already turned down a trade for 2 first-round picks for him. There was a tweet that I saw earlier today. I mean, Carolina is just so mismanaged. It's crazy. The amount of draft capital they've given up to get Bryce Young and turned down to trade Brian Burns is eye-popping. It's basically they've given up Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, 3 firsts and 3 seconds over a 3-year period of 23 through 25 for a 1-year rental of Brian Burns in a 2-win season, and Bryce Young, who's been terrible. What a poorly managed team, and that's how you wind up. That's how you wind up with the first pick in the draft, is being poorly managed. You wind up giving the first pick in the draft to some other team by being really poorly managed.
Well, I guess the question is, though, do they care? I mean, he's been doing this for a while now, and I don't think there's any part of Dave Tepper that thinks, I've got to justify these sunk costs, so I'm just gonna go ahead and franchise tag him. I think this is a hazard of bringing in new coaches and GMs all the time, is that you also do have to clean the slate and get in a roster that fits with their goals and long-term plans and everything. So I guess I won't be surprised if they don't franchise tag him. I think the damage is done in terms of stuff he's done that he should have done differently.
Yeah.
If they decide moving forward that we have to operate this way,
Yeah. So I think there's still a chance he gets franchise tag Burns. Matt Jones, I just don't want the Texans in on Jones, even if he's out there, because he's looking for $30 million a year. Saquon, I think our feelings on Saquon on this show have been pretty laid out pretty well here. I
guess with Saquon, the big question is, all right, what kind of offers are actually out there in free agency?
Yes.
And in a lot of ways, this is maybe the biggest collection of bona fide talent at the running back position in a while in free agency. I mean, you've got Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry are the three names that are cited a lot. You still got Gus Edwards, DeAndre Swift, Austin Eckler. I mean, Ezekiel Elliott is a name, at least. I don't know if anybody thinks that all of a sudden there's a... Well, you know what? Ezekiel Elliott did a lot better with the Patriots than people would have realized if they'd been, paying attention to the Patriots all year. But all of a sudden, the Patriots, a team nobody really pays attention to.
Yeah. I don't know if Zeke feels like a D'Amico kind of player or Caserio kind of player. I don't know. He's a little goofy.
I don't know what he is at this point. I don't know. Maybe being humbled a little bit up in New England changed him, and I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, he was a Bill Belichick type of player this year.
This I wonder, too. I'm wondering, and maybe we'll ask Lopez this when he comes in for crosstalk. Mike Evans is off the market now. 2 years, $52 million to Tampa Bay. Was the desire for a high-level wide receiver an Evans thing or a true need thing for the Texans? Because if it's a true need thing, then my question would be, okay, should they go after Calvin Ridley? Should they go after Michael Pittman Jr., calling the Bengals about T. Higgins and making a trade for T. Higgins? Where are we on that? I mean, I think that's kind of the cutoff of guys who are at that level.
I want some OBJ. Give me some Odell Beckham Jr. action, just for the hell of it. That'd be the rhythm changer nobody expects out of the Texans.
And he's kind of at that Clowney stage, right? Where it's just, hey, it's a one-year deal, probably.
It's going to be one-year deals. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm a citizen of the world at this point.
I'd do that.
Yeah.
What the hell? Give it a try.
I don't think he's capable of being the distraction that he once was. I think he's just he's just a guy now, It's kind of like having an 80s singer come sing at your school
Who is Spandau Ballet?
Like a band would come and play in your gymnasium and is like an assembly or something. They sneak in a little message about not doing drugs.
Yeah. Josh Jacobs is my choice, someone says on the text page. This running back thing, that is another thing that was popping up this weekend and all the buzz articles and things like that. Is that the teams, and of course teams are going to say this, I think, but again, if we take it at face value, teams seem more inclined to shop in the Derrick Henry, Gus Edwards aisle than to shop in the Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs aisle, at least for what Jacobs and Barkley are going to be looking for. $12 million a year.
That's always just the huge question. That's what free agency is great at settling, is that, and maybe this is where I think teams just are sick of the debate and sick of their guy being disgruntled about getting the franchise tag, and they don't want to deal with the headache. So they're just going to let him hit free agency, and maybe it'll surprise people. And they're like, I mean, there is a feeling now that because so many teams have gone to Kubiak, Shanahan type systems, and with outside zone, it helps to have more athletes on defense trying to defend that more so than bulk. So teams have started to say, like, hey, these defenses have gotten kind of light in the pants. Let's just go ahead and run power right up the middle at these guys. And maybe some teams out there say, yeah, in my division or wherever with our schedule, it makes sense to have a guy like Saquon Barkley. Let's run the hell out of the ball.
Do you think, and I'm asking you this because I can't remember I know you and I talked about this, but I can't remember if it was on the air or off the air. Do you think that the Evans factions will criticize the Texans for maybe not showing enough leg at the combine for wanting to add weapons to the offense for C.J. Stroud?
Somebody will.
Yeah.
Somebody will be upset that the Texans didn't tamper hard enough for Mike Evans.
For Mike Evans.
That was because now they won't be able to say, well, Texans don't really want it because they didn't go after Mike Evans. Now they'll have to say, well, the Texans didn't tamper for Mike Evans, so it's clear that they didn't want it. But I think even people who are like staunchly in the Mike Evans camp, I'm not thinking that they wanted to offer him 3 years, $75 million, or 4 years, $100 million, right? So, I mean, for what you would have had to do to compete for 2 years, $50 million would have been a pretty damn hefty contract, when I think it's probably clear at this point that Evans really wanted to stay in Tampa. So something would have had to blow.
Yeah, maybe. I do wonder, as we're acknowledging that legal tampering goes on at the Combine.
Yeah.
I wonder if Evans' representatives, I don't know who his agent is, but I wonder if his representatives were at the Combine and they weren't hearing what they wanted to hear, they weren't, and there's, they're breaking off with Tampa Bay for a bit there on negotiations, making it look like, all right, we're just going to go to free agency, was kind of their last gasp at doing something. I don't know.
Knowing the way that GMs think, like, this isn't even my worries or concern or anything, is that because I think that Mike Evans is still really good. I think he'll be good for another couple of years. But the way GMs think, if they're thinking really cold-blooded and rational about it, it's that, okay, wide receivers drop off in speed after the age of 30. With Mike Evans, you have a guy that if he has that drop-off in speed, not all of them, but most of them drop off in speed a good chunk after the age of 30, we've got a guy who might drop off in speed but also does not have dependable hands. And what do I have then? Because I can't have a guy without dependable hands but who also doesn't have elite athleticism. And that might have been more than anything what depressed the market, is that a lot of GMs out there were going to look at him as a 30-year-old wide receiver and not a guy that's like going to cheat father time or something.
Yep.
Their opinion, not mine.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Man, a lot to get to. We had the Combine from over the weekend. Moments from the Combine. There were a couple prospects at the wide receiver position. If there's going to be no Mike Evans, I think they're drafting a guy. I think they draft a guy either way, a wide receiver. It's a deep me. And not just talking about 40 times. With their chops on the microphone as well. We've got that and other notable Combine moments from over the weekend coming up next.
Hey, it's March. You know what that means? Spring is here. Your trees are going to start really
Presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, Seth, real quick. I did that thing that I promised I would do this past weekend where I sat down and I took Derrick Henry's 5 massive games he had against the Texans between the end of 2019 and the end of 2022 out because he missed the Texans in 2021. He was injured for both Texan games.
Right.
But I took those. I took there were 5 games. Starting in the final game of 2019 and then the 2 2020 games and the 2 2022 games. In those 5 games against the Texans, he ran for 1,018 yards on 143 carries.
Basically like better than an average Saquon Barkley season. But yeah,
in 5 games against the Texans.
5 games against
7.1 yards per carry.
Jeez. Okay, so you took those out and then you calculated what was he without those games?
With those games during those seasons, he averaged 5 yards per carry. He was 5,105 yards on 1,030 carries.
Yeah.
Without those games, he was 4,097 yards on 883 carries, 4.6 yards per carry. So those Texans games added a whole 0.4 yards per carry.
Wow, man.
Yeah, still pretty good. Still pretty good.
That's still impressive. Like I said, like that's still better. That honestly, like I'm not joking, that's better than Saquon Barkley's average.
Yeah.
Even like when you take out those Texans games, like Derrick Henry's been astoundingly better than Saquon Barkley. Honestly, I am amazed that it's even a consideration that Saquon Barkley is somehow better. That he might be more physically gifted, but Derrick Henry has by far been a better and more productive in almost every category. As a runner, I like obviously Saquon Barkley adds a different element in the passing game.
He does.
That's it's unfair of me to restrict it to just running.
Yeah, it's
I'm being 100%.
It's all the carries. It's all the carries in the age. I think same way. It's like if we're limiting, if we go to one thing, what's this one thing why people feel this certain kind of way? Because I think the Galveston thing was the people why the pro Mike Evans people felt a certain kind of way. Like I think Mike Evans, and if you missed it, Mike Evans has signed with Tampa Bay. He's off the market. 2 years, $52 million. I think geography was 90% of why people felt the way they did about Evans here. And I think usage is 90% of the reason why people feel the way they do negatively about Derrick Henry.
Right.
Yeah.
And the whole thing with that is, like, I feel like Derrick Henry is already when people keep bringing up, like, when you have 400 touches in multiple years, what have you, like, Derrick Henry's already blown through a lot of those cautionary mile markers. And Derrick Henry has been so much more durable than Saquon Barkley over these last 4 years. I feel I'm much more nervous about a guy like Saquon Barkley who's had one 1,000-yard season in the last 4 years. A lot of people like to make excuses for him and everything, but Derrick Henry's had a horrible offensive line this year. But also, Saquon Barkley has been limited by injuries. Like, even they'll point to 2022, in the second half of his 2022 season was not actually all that pretty pathetic. Mm-hmm. And Derrick Henry was way better than Saquon Barkley in 2022. So, yes, Derrick Henry is a couple years older than Saquon Barkley, and he has more carries because he's been healthy the whole time.
Yeah.
Unlike Saquon Barkley.
As far as the combine goes, I think, look, the viral moments on the field, like in the workouts, I think Saturday was full of them with all those really fast 40 times. That happens every year. You know, you get wide receivers that are running really fast. I think the notable thing about the wide receivers in this combine running really fast is the best performances came from guys who were actually really good players at the collegiate level as well. There's none of them that would, like, if the Texans decided to take any of these guys with the 23rd pick, I'd be okay with it. I would have been okay with it before the 40-yard dashes, you know?
I played with a guy, Elvis Whitted. Do you remember him?
I do.
He ended up doing his best work with the Raiders. But he was he had missed the Olympics by, I think, one place in the qualifiers when he was in college, I believe at NC State. So he was super, super fast, but not the best receiver. You know, he was a deep threat, but more a decoy than a deep threat, and he had horrible hands. So I think that's what you see more often with the guys that are super fast in the 40. Whereas you're right, this year you're seeing more actually viable wide receivers. So that's exciting. I do think part of it too, though, is I mean, these last few years especially, guys have just gotten better at the technique of running the 40. Yeah. And now that teams have all this GPS data and body motion tracking and everything, I think as players have gotten really good at running the 40, the teams trust the 40 even less, and they prefer a lot of the body tracking data, and they can tell what your actual football speed is.
Yeah. As far as other things from the combine, the Tyler Owens, the safety from Texas Tech, him talking about the Earth being flat, and more importantly, space and planets not existing.
Right. He doesn't believe in space or planets.
I just Googled. He did meet with the Texans. Do you think
did
he? Do you think he shared?
Are you afraid that he flipped Nick? Is Nick a flat earther now?
That would be something.
Is that what you're worried about?
That would be something.
Tamiko gets up at his next press conference.
I wasn't until you mentioned it.
Tamiko gets up at his next press conference. He's like, guys, I'll be honest, I've had a hard time concentrating on football. I feel like my foundations have been rattled, much like the earth itself is held up by pillars and columns to support its weight because it's flat, you see.
I'm not worried. If they draft Tyler Owens, I'll be moderately worried.
I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
There's multiple flat earthers
on the Texans.
Possibly on the Texans as we speak. Yeah. Or at least people who question.
Yeah.
They question, and they'll forego any amount of various lessons that they've learned of just to watch a 5-minute video on YouTube and be completely flipped.
That's today's project. Texans who are the roster, and see if I can figure out which 3 are the most likely flat earthers. Yeah. That's my project. Turns out Brock Bowers is 6'3". So do you, an anonymous scout, trying to make him out like he's some sort of like he's this stocky little 6'1" guy? No.
Was it in Albert Breer's column that somebody told Albert Breer that he was going to be 6'1"?
No, it was in one of the Athletic ones because I remember the font that I saw it in. I forget.
Like that guy, that unnamed scout, was adamant about it too, was he not? He was like, he's going to be 6'1".
I don't know
it if I'm
I don't remember the phrasing of it, but he was. Yeah, there was a scout.
I feel like if that's your anonymous scout at that point, you can't ever accept anything from him ever again. There's a guy that watches film. Like, you can see him versus other NFL prospects, and like he's playing in the SEC. You know who's tall, who's short, all that, and you're gonna sit there and tell me this guy is 2 inches shorter than he is?
I just think it's funny to treat height like it's a 40-yard dash. Like, it's one thing to say, like, I don't know, man, the guy might run slow. He might run 4.55. Like, that's a variable thing that could be different every time. His height is what it is. Like, so anyways.
How's he going to measure?
Yeah, Brock Bowers is 6'3". Now, the one thing that bummed me out, maybe I should Google Texans meet with Brock Bowers. I didn't see anywhere they met with Brock Bowers. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't make a move to get him if they got within striking range. They just, so I don't know that they met with him.
They've notably, I mean, every team's drafted plenty of guys that they didn't meet with at the Combine. A lot of times at the Combine, some of it's guys that you just haven't had exposure to, and you need to look at them or what have you. There's other guys that they might feel like, man, we love this guy already. We know he's a good person. We don't need to waste one of our visits with him. So it's there's no way to tell exactly what it means when they do or don't meet with somebody. What we do know is that because Bill Bill O'Brien, it used to be like, man, if a kid looked good in practice at the Senior Bowl, and Bill O'Brien was there coaching, they were that kid would be a Texan
on the team.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison didn't meet with the media at the Combine. That got people talking a little bit just because that rarely, if ever, happens. Malik, I want to get to these two, Malik Neighbors and Keon Coleman. These are wide receivers I can get with. Not because of their 40 time, not because of the season they each had. They're both really good football players. But because I like the answers that they gave to hot take questions they were asked at the Combine. Here was Malik Neighbors, LSU wide receiver, thought to be a guy who's not going to make it out of the top 6 or 7 in the draft. He was asked, put together your perfect wide receiver. Here's what he had to say.
Think of every wide receiver that's ever played the game. Whose body do you put on this wide receiver?
Calvin Johnson.
Whose speed do you put on this wide receiver?
Tyreek Hill.
Whose strength?
A.J. Brown.
Whose toughness?
DK Metcalf.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whose toughness?
Toughness, probably Steve Smith.
Hands.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Route running ability.
Devontae Adams.
Touchdown celebration.
Justin Jefferson.
Can you do the gritty for us?
We got it. We're good. He does the gritty. I was impressed with how quickly he rattled those. Not just how quickly he rattled them off, but he was thinking so hard about it, he actually changed the answer to one of them. Like A.J. Brown. No, wait. DK Metcalf.
Which NFL players do you think, which NFL position has the most college players who are like students of the NFL guys at their position? Because I would think quarterback and wide receiver are probably the guys that are the most. It's accessible. It's easier for those guys to watch more reps of those guys that they like and admire. You don't necessarily have to have the all-22 to see a whole lot of breakdowns of them and everything. And they're both obviously very technique-heavy positions.
Inside linebacker. I think the more cerebral the position, the more guys tend to think about that stuff.
Okay.
And it's inside linebacker.
They just tend to be guys who study more.
Yeah, like inside linebacker is sort of the quarterback of the defense. The ones with the green dot on the helmet and whatnot.
Yeah, I guess with wide receiver, though, there's something about it that strikes me kind of like there's almost like an artistry to it, more so than in other positions, where I almost look at wide receivers like artists, and they're almost like kind of borrowing from guys that they see and just try to imitate and then build on it their own.
Very YouTube friendly, which I think is key these days. Yeah,
it's a lot harder to evaluate and diagnose linebacker play without the all-22.
Yeah,
whereas the wide receiver, it's likewise. It's really hard to actually with wide receivers. It's also really hard. It's not like watching the all-22, but there's just so much footage of them, and there's so many highlights of them.
I think edge rusher. Maybe a little under with the edge rusher. You got different maneuvers and styles and things like that. Maybe.
Toughest. Steve Smith was he the only retired player that he mentioned?
I think so.
That was on his.
I think so.
Go-to.
And I feel like
I was looking at the top 10. Yeah, nobody. I guess Mike Evans would jump at me as maybe the toughest of like the top 15 or so guys in the league right now.
Yep. Here was Keon Coleman, Florida State wide receiver, when he was asked, hey, name 3 quarterbacks that you want to catch touchdown passes from.
Felt quarterback that you'd love to catch passes from. Let's call it touchdowns from. Forget passes.
Yeah, there's a lot of great guys out there.
Yes, there are.
I got a limit, or I'll get name a few.
Let's go with 3, because I know you're going to say Patrick Mahomes.
Of course. Man.
Right, yeah.
The greatest in the game right now.
Yeah.
Pat, Josh Allen for sure. You can throw the ball. C.J. Stroud for sure.
That would have been my guess. That would have been, what a rookie year for C.J. Stroud.
Man, watching him, we was playing against him at Ohio State, I'm like, hey, it's hard to defend that when the ball is exactly where it need to be.
Yeah, the dude is different.
Yeah, him and man.
Okay.
Okay. We had talked about this earlier, which, it's cool. It's cool that CJ's right there, obviously. How was the question phrased? Was it the guys he would most like to – did he ask who are the best, or who would he most like to catch?
3 guys he'd most like to catch touchdowns from.
As I predicted, Sean, here are the headlines. With no mention, obviously, of like, hey, you were asked a question on the spot or anything.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud named a top 3 QB by Florida State wide receiver Keon Coleman. C.J. Stroud named a top 3 quarterback. There's another one. Yeah, there's like multiple on here. Some of them phrase it appropriately as the guy that he would want, but I see at least 3 where they say that that he named C.J. Stroud a top quarterback or the best quarterback. Yeah.
I'll say this. I think the Texans are going to draft a wide receiver no later than the 3rd round, and whoever it is going to be super jacked about being a Houston Texan.
Yeah.
Super jacked about being a Houston Texan. I think there is I don't think Keon Coleman's an outlier when it comes to these guys that they're talking to at the Combine. I'm not talking about Mike Evans might have a different set of answers because he's a veteran guy, or any veteran, right? May have a different set of answers because they're a veteran guy. These guys at the Combine, I think, man, they watch football and they watch CJ this year, and I truly think, and I think if you're a young receiver, boy, so much of it is about situation that you go to, about what about what you become and what your second contract can be.
Yeah.
And there'd be a big part of me you're telling me that my rookie contract is going to coincide with C.J. Stroud's rookie contract? I think a lot of these guys, I'm not saying that's how Keon Coleman, that's the prism he was looking at it through, but I bet if you took a poll of all these 1st, 2nd, 3rd round type wide receivers at the Combine and asked the top 3 quarterbacks they'd like to play with, I bet C.J. finishes in the top 3.
Oh, yeah, for sure right now as a young guy that they can grow with and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the dream scenario there.
Yep.
Because then you end up, and then you've got the potential of being, I'll go back to the, Duper and
Clayton.
and Marino.
Yeah,
and those kinds of scenarios.
CJ saved Nico's career. Nico was he was languishing here with Pep Hamilton and Davis Mills and Tim Kelly and injuries too.
I sympathize with wide receivers acting out sometimes because it's a very frustrating situation when you have zero control over whether a guy makes the right decisions or not and everything, but then your entire career and your success is based on whether or not that the offensive coordinator and the quarterback know what the hell they're doing.
It is a very interdependent position. There's no question about it. All right. If you're a sports fan, just your team, any team, think about it. Are you cool with your GM being called a liar? Are you okay with your GM being a liar? We will discuss next.
Payne and Pendergast.
That's why I'm so
SportsCenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I have a different appetite for this type of stuff. But anytime there's a podcast or an interview from somebody that had anything to do with the years where things were winding down with James Harden in Houston, I'm still fascinated by it.
It was weird. It's a shame that they didn't win a championship. Not just because it's fun to have championships, but because then I think it would really be dissected. Championship, and then it all unwound in the way that it did somehow. Let's say they had won a championship with Dwight Howard, and then everything else happened exactly the way that it happened. It would be one of the greatest dramas ever told. Like the way they are. How did they collapse after that championship? And Dwight and James couldn't make it work. And then, oh boy, it seemed like Chris Paul and James Harden didn't get along either. And Russell Westbrook, it'd be awesome. But largely, it's just kind of it's an afterthought to league history. But it's interesting here.
Yeah. I mean, there were like 3 down cycles with James Harden as a Rocket, and they happened faster and faster. There was the Dwight Howard down cycle that took 3 years. There was the Chris Paul down cycle that took 2 years. And there was the Russell Westbrook cycle, which took about 4 months.
It's amazing the technological advances they're making in down cycles.
In down cycles with James Harden. Well, and then he didn't even make it through a season with Brooklyn and barely made it through a couple with Philadelphia. Like he took it with him.
That's right. Now he can fit it on the size of a microchip. This computer used to take up a whole room.
They can actually install a chip under your skin that has the Harden downturn inside of your body now, like an implant. So Chris Paul was on Dwayne Wade's podcast. We know Chris Paul and Dwayne Wade are very good friends. They're part of the Banana Boat crew They were,
That's
you know,
right.
him and LeBron and Carmelo and Dwayne Wade were like the Beatles. You know, they all go on vacation together. The Banana Boat crew. So CP3 is on Dwayne Wade's podcast and told the story about getting traded to OKC. Something that Daryl had promised Chris Paul would not happen ends up happening.
I'm in Vegas, and Daryl called me. Daryl was like, hey, Chris, I was just calling you because we was trying to figure out if we could possibly get Russ to, what's his name, to Houston. He was like, I was just calling you to, what did he say, just to make sure you wouldn't want to go to OKC. I was like, no, why? I done moved 15 people to Houston. And he was like, okay, I was just making sure. He was like, I would never trade you to somewhere you didn't want to go because you chose to come to us from the Clippers, right?
Okay.
Like I chose to go to Houston from LA.
Yes, you did. Okay.
So that's what he had said to me. So then I go down to Peach Jam. I'm in Atlanta at Peach Jam, and you know Colin Sexton.
Mm-hmm.
Colin had came down to Peach Jam to work out with me, and I'm at the house chilling, and I was on the phone with Jada, and next thing you know,
Pickett Smith.
It said that I was getting traded to what's his name, and then my phone started ringing, and it was Daryl calling.
You were getting traded to OKC.
Yeah, so I ain't know. Then Daryl called me. Phone started ringing. It was Daryl called me. And Daryl, like I told you, I'm very matter of fact. Daryl was like, hey, man, it just moved so fast. You know, that's what he said, it moved so fast. I said, it's all good. I said, I just want you to tell me one thing. You said you weren't going to trade me, right, to OKC. He said, yep, I said that, but I said, that's all I need to know.
Okay. So there's a lot there. I thought one of the interesting things, Seth, was that the very beginning of that cut, it sounded like the Rockets were trying to get Russ to Houston to play with CP3 and James Harden.
Right.
So there's that. So in the end, they get Russ, but they trade CP3 and obviously a lot of draft capital.
Yeah, I know
Westbrook.
it's tough because I mean this is also in the midst of, at the time there were reports that Chris Paul just wasn't getting along with James Harden. So, like, who knows exactly how true that was, or however, you know, whether there needed to be a divorce or something. I'm not surprised that maybe a player thought that Daryl Morey didn't handle things like the right way interpersonally or what have you. I'm a little bit skeptical that it was as straightforward as all that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that maybe Daryl Morey didn't go back on something he said. I could totally see that happen. I think it's not just a Daryl Morey thing. I think GMs just do get caught in those situations. I'm not 100% convinced that Chris Paul and James Harden were A-OK, all on board. Like, yeah, we want to keep this thing rolling and get Russell Westbrook in here for the so we can be the Three Musketeers.
Well, I definitely think there was friction between James and Chris for sure.
Yeah.
Now we should add in, Daryl Morey made an appearance on the Dan Patrick Show in about that same time frame, and Dan Patrick asked him directly, "Are you going to trade Chris Paul?" And he said no. He literally said, no, I'm not trading Chris Paul on the Dan Patrick Show. So we should add that log onto the top of this file. I think it's more proof than anything else that James Harden was running the team at that point. Like, Daryl was going to do whatever James asked to do. And I think James probably reached the point where he's like, it's an either-or thing where we can't, there's no way we can get Russ here without including Chris in the deal, which is probably very likely because of how salaries have to match up and things like that. Then I want Russ here.
I'll tell you what, it's the turn of events that I wouldn't have expected is that Daryl Morey has now been publicly disparaged by James Harden to another entire country.
And called a liar.
James Harden is aligned with the communists against Daryl Morey right now. So there's that. That was a weird turn of events. And that now, that Chris Paul is that out of joint, all of this. And I'm not sticking up for Daryl Morey or anything. I just feel like there's probably more to it than meets the eye. But I'm never surprised when any GM is reported to have, gone back on his word or what have you. There's a little bit of almost the rules of Survivor and all of that where, with especially in the NBA where the trades do come so fast and furious like that. I'm not saying it's right or anything. It just doesn't surprise me.
Well, then the fast and furious part is that trade came down right at that first week of July where things started moving, and that was the offseason where Kawhi and Paul George wind up going to the Clippers kind of out of nowhere and everything. Like, there was a time where the NBA offseason in that first week in July was must-see TV. It's kind of settled down now because there's only so many teams have cap space to do anything anymore. Everybody's so spent out. The original question I asked was, are you okay with your GM being a liar? And my answer is yes, because I think lying is part of the job. Like, it's the same thing. Like, are you okay with your GM being good with the salary cap, or even, I think having to tell guys things and then situations are fluid and you got to go back on them. Now, maybe my suggestion would be to Daryl would be, be careful if you've got strong personalities in the room that are going to have to steer you away from something you're promising somebody else, like James. And I think with Harden in Philadelphia, I think when he allegedly promised Harden an extension, a max extension, I think there's a good chance it was ownership that was stepping in going, why are we extending this guy till he's 37 years old?
Well, that's where honestly, I guess my answer would be no. Given that just about everybody on earth lies at some point during the day or whatever in their lives. So the definition of a liar is interesting. But I think when it comes to things like making promises or saying that you never will do something or something like that, that breaks a lot of trust if that is what a guy does traditionally.
Yeah, there's degrees of lies. Yeah.
Yeah, then you can't take a guy at his word.
Yeah.
And I think, like with coaches have to lie to the media a lot. But the coaches who tell the truth to their players get a lot of respect. And it might piss players off at times, but guys can recognize a guy that's actually like not feeding them a line or something. So I think it's worth noting that with Morey, he was really good at compiling talent, and yet maybe it was some of the that kept them from really getting over that final obstacle or that final hurdle. I mean, you look at it; those teams, they would just be so talented, but there was so much churn. And there was never any sense that you really had a genuine culture or anything on any of those teams, because you never, like, whose jersey were you going to buy outside of the core 2 or 3 guys?
Yeah.
And the core 2 or 3 guys was changing other than James Harden a lot of the time.
Remember that same offseason was when Chris Paul, it might have been Tad Brown, and Daryl Morey were at the NBA awards thing in late June. Yeah. And somebody took a video of them, and that was when all the rumors were swirling about Chris and James not getting along and Chris feeling a certain kind of way and this and that. And there was that video where the 3 of them were like, man, I heard we were beefing. Are we beefing? And then 10 days later, he's Oklahoma City. It's wild. By the way, details on the Mike Evans deal are out. The 2 years, $52 million, we had those details. The guaranteed money is $35 million, according to his agent, Daryl Gilmore. So 2 years, $52 million, $35 million guaranteed for 5-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Mike Evans. So John Lopez is getting ready to sit down, so I'm getting ready to ask him about this and about these numbers and whatnot. So, John, how was your weekend?
Fantastic.
You look like a happy anniversary. You wished me a happy anniversary last week. I'm wishing you and Jan a happy anniversary today. It looked like
39 years.
Had a good time. Man, that's tremendous.
It sounds a lot more daunting when you say it out loud.
Yeah, well... Sounds really.
Known you to get into it for 39 years, like as a young man, you might not have done it.
I know she wouldn't have.
That's excellent.
I mean, back then people were only living to like 55 anyway, right?
Yeah, it was like 38. I think the median age was 38.
What with the plague? And
yeah, it's true.
That polio was a son of a gun.
So I obviously don't want to steal too much from your show with you and Landry. I'm sure Mike Evans will be talked about right off the top, I'm guessing. 2 years, $52 million.
Doable.
Well, that it was never going to happen for the Texans or any other team because he signed it today, obviously.
Yeah.
With Tampa Bay. But so 2 years, $52 million, $35 million guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
Reaction.
Well, good for him, first of all. But yeah, very, very doable. And it was something that I think the Bucs knew that not just the Texans, like a lot of teams were going to get in on that. I do have another reaction is, could he have gotten a third year? Could he have gotten that other year? But I think, hey, bird in the hand kind of thing.
I'm surprised. Like if someone had told me, John, Seth, that we would come in this week on Monday or Tuesday, and the breaking news would be 2 years, $52 million for Mike Evans with the Bucs. My gut reaction was that today. I'm like, wow, that's it. You know, like for the Bucs. Again, I wouldn't have done it if I were the Texans at that number, but that feels low to me for some reason.
The 2 years, like John said, I think is maybe the one that he could have done better in free agency, and I think maybe that speaks to the fact that, look, Evans has a history of being pretty he's going to take less money so Chris Godwin could get his deal. So I think there's a little bit of old school in him that maybe a lot of this was maybe posturing, and talking about potentially testing free agency, but at the end of the day, he just wanted to stay in Tampa.
He's like Andre Johnson when it comes to posturing. Remember when Andre held out for like 4 hours one year? And then he was back in camp? Like Mike Evans was being like hardcore negotiator for like a day.
It's funny you mention that, because the other thought I have is, man, I wish he didn't have as much integrity as he did.
Yes.
Because it speaks to the character.
We need him to be
guy.
a liar.
We need less character from Mike Evans, because maybe he would have gone for that third year.
That's what John, I said it was kind of like when I was mad at Chris Bosh for staying with his team.
Yes.
Where I'm like, hey, like the thing that we all as sports fans, Mike Meltzer pointed out my hypocrisy on that one, because I was angry at Chris Bosh, and he's like, don't we always want players to stay with their team? And I was like, yeah, but not in this instance.
Not now.
Not this one.
Not now.
Dang that integrity.
All right. You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Antibodies and 0 blood clots to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Man, it's going to be a fun week, I tell you. A real fun week leading up to next Monday. In the Loop. It's going to be a fun 4 hours. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
How you holding up, man?
I am fantastic.
You okay?
Yeah, what did I do?
Mike Evans gone. You?
Oh, no.
Sad?
No, not at all,
Disappointed,
man.
upset?
Not at all.
What's
not at all.
What's
Good
the
for
mood
him.
here?
I'm a little. I've got thoughts. I've got thoughts, but the main kind of overarching thought is if he was less of a good dude, he might be a Texan at some point, because I think the 2 years, he didn't settle, but I think he might have. If he was greedy, he might have been able to get a third year out of somebody.
I'll just say this. I don't want to bury the lead. A lot of times you want to drag it out. I'm just going to say right now, I am very, 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 and already was very, I'm very open to drafting a wide receiver in the first round at this point.
That's one of the thoughts I had.
I'm watching these wide receivers. I'm seeing what they're doing. I'm seeing how deep it is, seeing how valuable the position is. I am very open to drafting a wide receiver in the first round. I would rather make Nico wait. Like my goal would be to see if you can get someone who's as good as Nico in the first round.
Yeah.
I don't like him. I like Nico fine, but I think that eventually we're going to get to a point where wide receivers are almost the new running backs. I want to avoid paying wide receivers second contracts, specifically ones that are on like that second tier. You're seeing like with Ayuk and all that. I don't want to. I want to draft a receiver. I want to get as many weapons as possible. That was, I mean, the wide receivers stole the show. We already knew they were good. A couple of them played their way into the first round. I saw John Harris said that he had a vision of CJ throwing to Xavier Worthy and along with Nico and Tank Dell. My biggest takeaway from this weekend, this could be an overreaction. Wide receiver, if the opportunity is there, jump on it.
Big time. How did the Longhorns not win every game by 50 points?
I
mean, they should have won every game by 50 points.
I walked to text my dad. I texted my dad.
Fire Sark now.
That's what I texted my dad. I texted my dad and said, I'm kind of disgusted with Sark watching this combine.
Yes, exactly. That was impressive. But I'm with you on the wide receivers. I actually walked away from the combine kind of re-evaluating what I want in free agency and prioritizing free agency. And I know you can do both, and I would fully expect them to do both in some cases. But man, holy moly, those wide receivers were good. And it wasn't even just the Texas wide receivers; it was all of them. It was quite the show they put on.
Yeah, I'm very, very, very open to this wide receiver situation. You're just tuning in, Mike Evans. He's going to stay in Tampa Bay, so that is gone. Could have more running backs on the market. That appears to be something that's going on as well. Aaron Jones, Nick Chubb, these names are getting thrown out there. The running back market is getting pretty damn crowded as we speak.
Yeah, you're going to have some options.
You're going to have a lot of options, and I do wonder how the Texans are going to approach this polarizing position, which many people on the text line, on the YouTube, they don't want to pay running back. I saw the videos this morning when I woke up. Sean once was talking about Saquon taking a pay cut. We've had their dialogue about the running back position. I want to be in that mix.
Tell me if I'm wrong about this, because everybody, running backs, you don't want to give them another contract. They fade quickly that are going to be on the market. The length of the deals that are being projected. Isn't running back the best value in free agency?
I don't know why this is so hard for people to see.
Like, value?
I just don't get it. Like, it's confusing me because this has never the running back position has never been like this.
No.
Like in this situation, but we're almost discussing it's almost being discussed as if it was 4 years ago. Like the impact that these guys make, and I keep hammering this home, like you're basically like how much was what Saquon Barkley did 2 years ago? How much was that worth?
And like in terms of just the value
like carrying
to a team?
them to the playoffs, Daniel Jones, all that. Like how much was that worth?
Well, it was.
Like, do you want to nickel and dime that and say I'd rather make that $5 million instead of 11? Like how much is that worth?
What did it do for the Giants?
So I'm saying.
Yeah.
So how much was that worth?
Millions.
What I mean, but
and wins.
But it's it's being dismissed, and that's what I don't get. And it just seems like there's like a double standard when running backs are discussed.
You know what it is? People get these narratives in their head, and they just stick with them hell or high water. Like, oh, running backs are this. And for years and years and years, they say running backs are this. They parrot what the experts, what coaches, what general managers say. That's not the case. I'm telling you, Landry, running backs right now are the best value you can get in free agency. Like, I just don't see why you can't see that.
Text line 832 talking about drafting a receiver. So risk losing a potential Pro Bowl receiver for an smart. How would you be doing that?
I guess they're talking about Nico?
Yeah, but how would you be risking that?
You wouldn't be.
You'd be paying a rookie money, and if he's better than Nico, then you have a decision to make.
Yeah.
And you would have Tank Dell on rookie money too.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that.
That's not.
Yeah,
a
that's
risk.
not. That's not a risk. It's actually a low risk.
Yeah.
Potentially high reward, especially if you look at what the receivers are.
Yeah. It's no risk, like zero risk, because then you find out what Nico is again next year. You get the rookie deal, see what he does, and who cares? It's a rookie deal.
How good is Nico Collins? Because I think that's one of the big disconnects too.
Yeah,
there is.
It's one of the biggest reasons that I wouldn't pay him.
He should be the prove it guy this
year, right?
Not yet.
Yes, 100%. I would not pay him. That's not a disrespect. It's business, man. I mean,
he said it too.
It's business. He said it this weekend. Yeah,
we'll hear from Nico a little bit later on. I don't know what. I've seen one good year from Nico. I think you get as many receivers as you can. Hell, Tank Dell, he was up there with Nico this year. That's a third-round pick. These wide receivers are going to be nice. Get as many weapons as you can, because it's one of the worst. 1 to 5, it's one of the worst wide receiver rooms in the NFL. I mean, it really is. If you look, especially if you look 3 to 5, it's one of the worst. So I do wonder how Caserio is going to approach that. There's going to be so many opportunities at the end of that first round. It's going to be absolutely crazy. Franchise tag deadline tomorrow. Biggest name out there in free agency could be Christian Wilkins. It looks like he may avoid the tag with the Miami Dolphins, and Christian Wilkins could be on the market. How much is going to cost? You got to think he's going to be among the highest paid defensive tackles in the NFL. Christian Wilkins could be out there. We know D'Amico wants to improve that front seven. Be a popular name. For sure.
It's going to be a name that the Texans need to be considering, for sure. But it is going to be an expensive one as well. But you're going to take care of that middle of the defense. They're talking, $20 million a year? Somewhere in that neighborhood for him? That's a big investment, but he is a big-time player.
Yeah, I'm looking at but my thing is, if we're talking about the wise money, like Christian Wilkins, that contract resembles to me a lot of the bad free agency deals in recent history. Like the running back thing, I think it's hard to talk about running backs now because we've never seen anything like it. We've never seen anything like this crowded of a running back market at this price point. You're basically comparing running backs to tight ends or defensive tackles. Like basically, if you're talking about Saquon Barkley, even at max value, you're basically talking about what it costs for between what it cost for Dalton Schultz and Sheldon Rankins last year. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, $9 to $12 million.
That's insane.
Yeah.
But Christian Wilkins, like you just look at the whole history of bad free agent contracts. I feel like Christian Wilkins, like over time, is closer to that. Hainsworth, Kurse, Gilbert, Olivier Vernon, Sue, Trey Flowers, like these defensive linemen getting that second deal more time than not. That's where the bad contracts come into play, not this running back. We don't even know. We've never seen anything like this.
Every player is different way, but I think you're right in that that reputation, that narrative has not come forward yet. So people aren't parroting it. So people, fans and media and others are not necessarily saying this could be bad. 4 years, $80 million for 28-year-old defensive tackle. I don't know. That doesn't sound like – I mean, I would love to have him. Don't get me wrong, but that doesn't sound like a bargain by any stretch.
It's max value.
Yeah.
It's max value.
Yeah.
But then we could get over impact and all that type of stuff, get into that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Should the Texans at that price have been in on Mike Evans? We'll get into that at 10:20. John Lopez has been, I don't know if it's fair or not, but the face of the Mike Evans movement.
Both those things. I have been. You brought it up, and we started talking about it, and all of a sudden I'm like the Saquon and Mike Evans guy. But I did want him, and we'll get into the value as you mentioned. But I'm not disappointed by any stretch because I think there's options out there in free agency and the draft, as you talked about with the wide receivers.
So how was the anniversary? And I know you had a nice little picnic.
Let me give you a confession, one of my confessions right now, because it was important.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Figgy, say what you will about Landry Locker, and I do. But his restaurant specials recommendations are tack on. So Thursday night, our actual anniversary was Saturday.
To tell people, it just kind of diminishes it. But,
yeah, that was a bad moment.
But I mean, it's the best happy hour in the. It's not even close.
So our actual anniversary was Saturday, but we went out to dinner Thursday night here because we wanted to have dinner in Houston, and then Friday with Captain Dean and his lovely wife in Aransas Pass. Lock Bar was outstanding. I mean, she's a pescatarian, so the seafood there was awesome. Stone crab, oysters. I had linguine with shrimp and all this other stuff. It was outstanding. The one thing that has struck me about our anniversary this year, because and we were actually talking about this, you don't feel in your mind any different than you did when you were 22.
I think that might be a personal thing, though.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't feel any different. I feel like I'm just doing the same stuff. I'm thinking the same way. Well, obviously mature, but, thinking largely the same way. I don't feel like old or anything like that. And I'm, do all these things. But when you say 39 years that you've been married out loud, that hits different, man. That hits different. All of a sudden, it's a lot more dark.
39 is, and I'm looking at age, 39,
You're 39
seems different than 40.
Aren't you 38,
Yeah,
39?
39 seems different than 40.
Yes. It seems older.
It does.
It seems worse.
Because it's on the back.
It seems more daunting.
40 almost seems like a clean slate.
Yes.
But 39 is like, damn.
I've been married
39
years.
The hell am I doing?
And like Sean said, you may not, if you knew then it was going to be 39 years, you may not have signed up for it. Enough.
By the way, so you say, my recs are straight on with the special. Lock Bar Happy Hour can't be beat. It's nice, but the oyster deal is the best thing ever. You don't want to go in there in hoop shorts and slides or anything. You want to go in there normal.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the best. I will say this though, I took a much needed 3-day weekend. I don't want to say this too loosely because I know that we're going to get the essays on the text line that are just going to come at me on this. Brother, I think I've had the best enchiladas that I've ever had in my entire life.
See, that's a
cheese
tough thing
enchiladas.
to say.
I know it.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know it.
Yeah.
Best ones you make it at home.
The best cheese enchiladas in the game. El Gallo on Gessner, right across from the high school. I am not kidding you. It is a family spot.
Cheese enchiladas.
Cheese enchiladas. Now, I don't know what else is on the menu and stuff, but I'm telling you right now, the cheese enchiladas at El Gallo. And I took my wife.
The sauce, man.
Brother, it's like a hole in the wall. It's so clean. They got the They got the old school atmosphere. The daughter or niece or whatever is like the hostess, and they're taking you like it's all like a big family atmosphere. The guy had to shadow the one waitress because she didn't know how to speak English, so she was like kind of
making her way.
Yeah, kind of making her way and figuring it out. I'm telling you, best cheese enchiladas I've ever had at El Gallo. I'm not exaggerating, and this is I am a Tex-Mex wherever connoisseur. Just cheese enchiladas. El Gallo.
By the way, I don't know if this is unpopular or not. Cheese enchiladas are number one on the enchilada power ranking, right? Right?
Yeah, you have to do it.
Cheese is it.
Yeah.
You can talk about beef and fajita and chicken and sour cream and all. Cheese enchiladas is the number one. Now, cheese enchiladas best? It all comes down to the sauce, man.
I'm telling you.
Was it a meat sauce or a cream sauce?
You can get either.
Yeah.
I got the traditional chili sauce. It's like gooey, man. All mixed in there. There's no like it's almost like. Do you know like some Mexican restaurants, some authentic Mexican spots have soft cheese tacos?
Yeah.
Like just the real soft, like almost like enchilada. It's almost has like that texture. It's like that. It's like that.
Almost like queso flameado.
Nah. Queso fumada is a little bit firmer. This is like gooey, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. I am not exaggerating. Shout out to them. I think they've been there 45, 50 years.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all I needed to hear.
Yeah.
That's all I needed to hear.
They've been there 40. I think it's 50 year, 45 or 50 right there.
Yeah, that's
just a little family spot right across from the high school. I am not kidding you.
Well, that's like when I talk about those best cheese enchiladas in San Antonio at Blanco Cafe, the one that you guys give me a hard time about. My buddy owned it. They've been there for 50 years. Like that's all you need to know, and they've been making the same stuff. So yeah. Now I'm going to have to try it.
I'm telling you. El Gallo, all day.
Some dude says, years and you take her to Aransas Pass? Come on, man. Dude, we had the boat. We went to a private island.
That's a guy who probably, I'll just be honest, that's little D energy right there.
Yeah.
If you had that's the kind of relationship you want where you go to Aransas Pass. That's little D energy right there.
That sounds like a good woman, man.
Yeah, that's a guy that ain't bringing it like
yes.
he probably should.
Yes. Let me ask all the ladies,
damn shame that guy.
All the loopholes that are ladies. Tell me if you would appreciate this on your anniversary. I took out the boat, just her and me. We went to a private island in beautiful crystal green water. I bought smoked salmon and shrimp and crackers and cheese and fruit, and we put up the chairs, and I put on the turtle box with music, and we sat on that island for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, just munching and eating that as everybody's going by. That's not a good anniversary? Get the hell out of here.
People are asking where this place is. It's on Gessner. El Gallo, ELGALLO, Gessner.
Did you just run into it?
I mean, it's on the way to the crib, kind of.
I mean, you decided. Yeah.
You never heard of it before?
No, I just drove by it. I saw it 40 years.
That's bold, too,
Hey,
man.
what's up, man? I like the hole in the wall, and they've been there for
a lot of people don't try nothing unless they heard it from somebody else.
I'm just telling you. If you go to El Gallo on Gessner, you will get, and you like cheese enchiladas, don't go order something else and blame me for it. Okay?
I had the burger. It wasn't good, Landry.
The tamale was supposedly off the chain, too. But if you go there, you get to cheat me.
Cheese enchiladas is not the hardest thing to make. It's like boiling broccoli.
Okay.
Get that.
Okay. Yeah, it's all the same. If you want to try to tell me that all cheese enchiladas are the same, you're on crack.
That's the guy that's eating frozen enchiladas.
Yeah, that dude gets, what's those 99-cent yellow box Mexican dinners?
Exactly.
Nah, El Gallo. Believe me, I'm not lying about this. Coming up next, Mike Evans signs a 2-year deal worth about $52 million. If the Texans could have got Mike Evans at that price, should they have done it? We'll cuss and discuss next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
The one that got away or a bullet dodged? Those are the questions. Mike Evans. He signed a contract with the Tampa Bay Bucks this morning. 2 years, $52 million, $35 million guaranteed. I'm going to go back and listen to the reaction that Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne had, because that's one of my favorite things when the breaking news breaks, hearing our guys react to it. I want to listen in on that. But before that, do you think the Texans, like assuming that Mike Evans brings that deal to you and he says, all right, I want to sign this same contract with you guys at that price, would you have signed Mike Evans?
In a heartbeat.
Really?
Yeah. $26 million. People, Sean was talking about $30 million. We never thought it was going to be that. Spot rack was 23 to 20.
80 for 4.
Yeah, 23-ish. So that's a little bit more. It's not a lot more, and it's 2 years. Now, maybe in free agency, as we mentioned in the last segment, he might have been able to get 3. But let's say you could have done that exact same deal. 2 years of Mike Evans with this quarterback and these receivers in a heartbeat. Would you have?
Probably not, but I get why you might want to, because you're going to have Nico and Tank on their rookie deal, and most likely you're going to have Nico locked up in 2 years, and then you would just combine Mike Evans. So you would still be really relatively cheap at the not cheap, but you would still
have been on budget.
You would still be able to do some wiggle room.
Yeah, you would have been on budget and still been
with
able
the
to
wide receiver room.
still been able to sign some guys too, not just Mike Evans and then whatever.
Yeah, the 2 years was the price. I think Sean and Seth broke this down pretty good when they reacted to it. This was Payne and Pendergast reaction when the news broke right here on Sports Radio 610 to Mike Evans signing his contract.
Would you have done this deal if you were the Texans? Would you have done, let's say it's...
No, I wouldn't have done it, but I'd be cool with the Texans doing it.
Okay.
I wouldn't, personally, it's still a lot of money for a guy that I like a lot. I'd rather spend that money elsewhere than wide receiver, but it would be the smart kind of limited dose of a high-end guy who's in his 30s. That, the 2-year deal is the part that makes sense.
I'd have been excited in training camp about it for sure. But I'm in line with you on that. I wouldn't have done the deal, but I would have gotten excited about having Mike Evans on the team.
All right. So
what changed?
What do you mean? They both said they wouldn't ideally do it.
Yeah, that's true, but I'd be cool, Seth said, and then I'd be excited, as Sean said. This is where this truce that we ended up getting, this disagreement that we had, this is where I hang my hat on it all the time. It's an opportunity, whereas if you do a short deal, you still have money for C.J. Stroud and others after those 2 years. And if you have a short deal, you immediately elevate yourself into contender. What would the nation have been saying about the Texans if they signed Mike Evans? Ask yourself that. And then the third thing is the money was not prohibitive. The money was not, okay, well, I guess that's it for free agency. No, you still would have been able to do more.
So where do we go now for the wide receiver position? Because part of me does wonder if Mike Evans... And I don't know what he could have gotten on the market. I don't believe, and maybe this is me being overly skeptical.
Yeah,
I don't believe that these guys just sit around with their agents and say, do I think I could get this much money or not? I'm pretty sure they have an idea of what he would have got on the market.
You and the entire league.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I do know that Mike Evans
listen to Casario the other day, not to interrupt, but he was like, they do that? They do that?
He rolled his eyes at the notion that they don't speak until, legal tampering and all that.
Yeah.
So part of me wonders here, like, if Mike Evans is convinced that this is at least a relatively close to the deal that he could have got on the open market, what is this wide receiver free agent market going to be? Like, are there going to be some bargains that fall on your lap? Furthermore, with what happened this weekend at the Combine at the wide receiver position, should the Texans be in on a wide receiver? I want to get into that in 5 minutes. The Texans and the wide receiver market. But this is another angle that we've spoken on, and we'll hear from Nico Collins a little later on in the show. He was on the Fubo TV with TJ Houshmandzadeh. Here is Sean talking about what this could mean for Nico and whether or not Nico gets an extension.
Obviously, Nico's a much younger player. Any deal Nico gets, if it starts to get into a neighborhood of where he's in that 18, 20 million, is going to be done in part on spec because he's only had one really, really good season.
This doesn't even get entered in anybody's calculations.
The names to watch out for if you're looking at Nico Collins' deal is, and I'm not saying he's Justin Jefferson, but Jefferson's going to reset the market probably. So that's what the tippy top is going to look like. I would say Amon-Ra St. Brown, if he gets an extension. Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith are extent. Jamar Chase is another one. So those are all names.
Hold on. So you're putting Nico Collins with Amon-Ra St. Brown, Justin Jefferson, Jalen Waddle. No, to be fair, he said, I'm not saying he is.
Devontae Smith and Chase.
And Jamar Chase. I think you asked the question, like, what's the wide receiver market going to be? I think there will be bargains to be had. Outside of Justin Jefferson, who knows with Jamar Chase, but outside of Justin Jefferson, I don't think these are going to be prohibited. I don't think these are going to be real high.
I think we're going to get to a point eventually where wide receivers are the new running backs and teams are looking to avoid, especially with all the talent at wide receiver, because with the way football is right now and all the throwing and stuff, like it just seems like every year there's a strong array of talent at wide receiver. I think we might get to the point where people just aren't going to want to give wide receivers second contracts. I could see that happening eventually.
It'll be much like running backs. I'll give you 2 years.
Yeah,
something like that. But not long second time contract.
The thing for Nico Collins for me is I don't look at him as I don't look at those guys and say that's what he's waiting for. I put Nico Collins in the Brandon Ayuk and T. Higgins range, where maybe he could be a good number one in certain situations, but I put him more in that range than like Jefferson somehow dictating the market for Nico Collins.
That's where he belongs.
Yeah. So I don't like, and I would even still draft a wide receiver and see if one of these guys, whether it's Mitchell out of Texas, whether some people like Worthy, whether it's one of the kids out of LSU, what if one of these guys can all of a sudden become the same caliber of wide receiver as Nico Collins and Tank Dell does his thing, and then you can be you can get even more creative with the money and not have to lock up Nico. But all that is based on what we know about Nico, and that's that he's had one good year. I want to see another good year before I look at this market and say Nico Collins should be aiming for this, or this.
You mentioned that you wondered if wide receivers was the new running back in terms of the contract. In terms of the draft, I'm just going to be honest. Yes, I was that influenced by this past weekend's NFL Combine. I look at wide receivers like I do cornerbacks. I think you need to draft one every other year no matter what. No matter what. Draft at least one wide receiver every other year. For much the same reason you're talking about, because they're so integral, they're so important right now to offenses, number one. Secondly, you cannot have enough young wide receivers. Just like corner. I look at them now like cornerbacks. I think you should draft a cornerback every other year no matter what. I just do. Because you have nickels, you've got guys that get injured, people falling off of production, contracts going up. Wide receivers, same thing. And especially this year, that was wildly impressive what the wide receivers were doing. And so, yeah, I'm more in line with let's get a wide receiver.
You're not the only one who's in line. Could that be a local guy? Could the Texans be adding a local guy to their receiving core? He had the internet going nuts, but someone else had the internet going more nuts, and it had a guy who we respect a hell of a lot, imagining the Texans taking a wide receiver in the first round. We'll give you the latest on that next.
items only. Exclusions apply.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Texans be in this wide receiver mix in round one. I don't want to dismiss any other needs that the Texans have, but I also don't want to just draft to fill holes. Like if you don't believe that the Texans should throw a lot of money at Mike Evans because they're not a move away, I don't think you just try to fill puzzle pieces each year because it can get wiped away sooner rather than later.
Right.
Wide receivers are hard to find, man. They're expensive. A lot of times you see teams overpaying for them. Sometimes guys have one good year and they fall off. Your two top wide receivers have been injured, and your 3 through 5 is among the worst in the league. So I could absolutely see a scenario where the Texans taking a wide receiver would be A-OK with me. It means that you have Nico Collins on whatever deal he's on and two guys on their rookie deals for 2 and 3 or 4 years respectively. That's fine, but I just think that this is a big opportunity, especially with what we already knew and with what we saw at the Combine with some guys playing their way into that range of where the Texans are going to draft.
Well, let me ask you this, because we feel really good about where the Texans are as a team from the top down. But when you look at the roster, there's not a single position group where you feel like they're set. Not one. Let's go. Wide receiver, they're not set.
No.
And that's what you're talking about here.
No.
Offensive line, whatever, to be determined. Obviously, I'm not talking about the quarterback, of course. Running back, they're not set. Tight end, they're not set. Let's go to the defensive side. Edge rusher, they're not set. Linebacker, safety, cornerback. There is not a single position group where you can feel like, you know what? Don't worry about that. We're good. So, yeah, why would wide receiver not be one of the priorities you look at?
John Harris that works for the Texans, does the sidelines, friend of the show, Loophole. After he watched Xavier Worthy run a 4.21, which, by the way, is a record. I don't even think it was the most impressive 40 from his own college squad. We'll get into that in a sec. But Xavier Worthy, by the way, 165.
Yeah.
I mean, he's always been 165. John Harris said the following: just had a vision of Tank and Xavier with CJ throwing them the ball. I'm going to need a moment.
Yeah.
Stepped away.
And he probably literally did.
Yeah, he probably did. I don't think he's exaggerating. So he mentioned Xavier Worthy. For me, I don't know that I take Xavier Worthy at 23. I like Xavier Worthy. I'm just not. I don't think they. I don't think he's like the complete receiver. I think he's a good home run threat. Look, he's going to be a Chief, and we're all going to have to like it. That's how I feel. That's what I feel is going to happen.
Got Chief written all over.
That's what I feel is going to happen with Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
He's going to be a Chief, and we're all just going to have to sit there and like it.
Mm-hmm.
But Adonai Mitchell, how about this for a Twitter handle? Tell me, Doug and them aren't. Doug might need a moment from the marketing department with this. You know what his Twitter handle is, right?
No.
At Mo City Mitch.
Oh,
because he's from Mo City. Oh. So you got Adonai Mitchell, who is 205 pounds, complete beast, freak receiver. Actually averaged more yards per catch than Xavier Worthy last year. 4.35 at 200-plus pounds. Unrealized potential. Actually was in the college football playoff 3 years in a row. Started out at Georgia. Georgia doesn't really throw as much as you would like, so he wasn't really maximized in his first year. Oh, plus, by the way, they had Pickens, they had James Cook, they had Brock Bowers, they had Washington. They had a squad.
Yeah.
So misses some time the next year. Ends up scoring a touchdown in the national championship, transfers Texas, all Big 12 second team. Unrealized potential for me. I think Adonai Mitchell is the complete receiver that if you're at 23, and I don't even know if he's going to get down there, that's the guy, along with Franklin from Oregon, maybe one of these LSU guys. Those are the guys that I would take a close look at and bring them in, because wide receivers are expensive. Mike Evans is in his 30s. Say what you want about whether it was the right decision or not. He just got $26 million a year.
Yeah.
Wide receivers are expensive. T. Higgins is the second best wide receiver on his team. They think enough of him to give him at the least $21 million to play football for one season. If you can find these guys and you can put C.J. Stroud, give him even more weapons to where if Nico or Tank miss games, you're not missing time. And if all these guys are healthy, the sky is the limit. Sign me up for that. I actually would like to bring the Mo City Mitch home. That's my guy.
Yeah, any of those top wide receivers, like the top two wide receivers coming into the combine were Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors. Even if you didn't give me either of those two guys because they won't be around. Any of those guys, Worthy, Mitchell, Ladd McConkey was incredibly impressive. McConkey.
Boy, they were surprised that white boy was so fast.
That's going to be one of my confessions too. Adunze.
He ran in the 4.3s.
4.39.
You would have thought they wanted to check to see if the stopwatch was right.
Roman Wilson, Adunze. I mean, Brian Thomas. Such a good class. And I'll go back to what I said at the beginning.
But McConkey might be a second rounder, right?
I don't know. I mean, the projection.
Did you see his measurements? Like who they're identical to. Like not even like Garrett Wilson. Same thing.
Dude.
Same exact vertical, same exact 40, like same height and weight. And if you don't know, that's the white receiver from Georgia that you've probably seen a lot. Probably would have liked to have seen more, but again, not throwing the ball a lot.
Yeah, and not related to Phil McConkey, by the way. I thought he was. To be honest, I really did. It's somewhere down the line. I looked it up, and he's not. No, draft a wide receiver every other year. Draft a wide receiver in this first round. Oh, why? They have other needs. They don't have a complete, position group anywhere. It's not. So yeah, I like all these guys. I mean, there's 10 wide receivers that you can conceivably go in the first two rounds.
Yeah, you got to add some wide receiver depth, big time. I'm an Adonai Mitchell guy. This was actually him. He was speaking at the combine. He was asked about quarterbacks that he likes. Here's what he had to say.
Be like, man, I'd love to catch touchdowns from that dude.
There's a lot of guys, bro. I mean, obviously Pat Mahomes.
Yes.
I love C.J. Stroud. I was a fan of him when he was tearing us up over at Georgia for the Peach Bowl.
Wide receivers, baby. I am in. I did a complete revamp of my priorities when you start looking at this.
Bring me Mo City Mitch.
Yeah.
Mo City Mitch,
it's a good
baby.
name. It's a good handle.
He's nice, though, man.
Yeah.
He is nice. I if he's going to be there at 23, honestly.
Yeah.
But this wide receiver group is crazy. And John Harris is open to it, too. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity to get some wide receivers. I was intrigued at the combine, too. Like, there seems to be a new movement of what players are doing. I don't think it's like the NBA player empowerment that's, like, bad for the game. I do think these guys, this NIL is making these guys a lot smarter. And they're doing some things that you would normally question. But I think it's actually, when you actually hear some of the young men talk, it's actually pretty intelligent. So Caleb Williams, he kind of had the internet going nuts because he's the first prospect ever that said, I'm not doing the medicals.
Mm-hmm.
And some people were like, well, why would you not do the medicals? That's kind of alarming. And Caleb Williams said, I don't need to do medicals for teams that aren't going to draft me. Like there's only a certain few teams that can draft me. Why do I need to go give my medicals to all 32 teams?
Yeah.
I actually think that's pretty smart.
Makes a little sense, doesn't it?
I actually think that's pretty smart.
Yeah, it does. And he's getting criticized for a lot of stuff, but I don't mind that one.
Thought that was a good quote.
Yeah, I don't mind that one at all.
McConkey, he was asked at the podium. You knew this was coming. Just hit the race card, Figgy, just because he's white.
Yeah.
Race card!
He was asked, do you see yourself as a slot receiver at the next level? And he said, well, anyone who's actually done some research.
Thank you.
And actually watched me knows that I actually lined up twice as much on the outside as I did on the inside.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you would be asking me. Kind of do know why.
Yeah, we do know why. The highlight that they were running during the combine was of him outrunning a cornerback that ran a 4.35 at the combine. I mean, that's what you need to know about his speed. He was clocked at 4.39, but the highlight was he was outrunning a cornerback that ran a 4.35. So, yeah, he doesn't. It's so irritating, and watching social media was just driving me nuts. Oh yeah, bring him in for the slot. Okay. Wonder why you said that. Wonder why you said that. Bring him in for the slot.
I'm telling you, this Mo City Mitch thing, I'm growing obsessed with it. There's gonna be a lot of speculation there, though. I also wonder if where Brock Bowers fits into this, because there's a lot of wide receivers. You got to think he's getting pushed further and further back.
Your bet's looking better.
Well, I talked to McClain.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to meet McClain for breakfast, I think, before the draft sometime.
Look at you.
He wants to go to Avalon.
Mm-hmm.
I told him, I said, John, you can get out of both of these bets. I don't want to take your $200.
Yeah.
No, I made the bet. I'm going to stick with it. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to help you because the Bo Nix is a wrap.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
He bet me that Bo Nix was going to go first round. That's a wrap. Brock Bowers top 10. That's probably a wrap too.
What about McCarthy, the quarterback? I wasn't impressed.
No, I don't know what they're trying to do there.
Well, I wasn't impressed at all.
Would you rather have McCarthy or Will Levis?
Well, that's a tough one.
No, I'm asking.
I know. I'm thinking I might take Levis. Penix was 10 times the quarterback that he was, and he's got all these medical issues.
Well, apparently his medicals were okay.
Yeah.
Did you hear Malik Neighbors out of LSU?
Mm-hmm.
So Atlanta and the old Oilers / Tennessee Titans, they're believed to be in the mix for Malik Neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
This is a unfiltered reaction to that possibility. Listen to this, and if you're a Texans fan and you hate the Titans, you're going to laugh your ass off.
You're either going to the Titans or the Falcons.
Oof.
Oof. And 3 O's on that oof. Oof. No, thank you.
Coming up next, where should the moolah go? The Texans could have an opportunity to bring in one of the top free agents on the market at a position of need. Now that Mike Evans is gone, where should the money go? We'll discuss next. First, though, I want to
The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so where does the money go now? One of the biggest names in free agency, Dolphins defensive lineman Christian Wilkins. So, depending on what you want to pay, if you want to pay one of the, if you want to commit perhaps one of the highest defensive line contracts for a guy who can wreak some havoc in the interior, you might have a chance to do that. Not gonna be throwing any money at Mike Evans. Where does this money need to go? Where should this money go now that the Texans are where they are, and especially now that we're talking about potentially drafting wide receivers, all that? Where are we spending Cal McNair's money?
I think you could still get a lot of the players that we've mentioned by name that are free agents. I think Saquon Barkley, the running back position, the priority is still there, or Josh Jacobs. You can get those guys for short-term deals at about $10 to $12 million. I think Chase Young as a value free agent signing. Who knows what's going to happen with Xavier Howard?
Aaron Wilson said that could happen, the Chase Young.
Yeah. So I've mentioned, outside of Mike Evans, Gabe Davis, Saquon Barkley, Chase Young, and then we talked about Xavier Howard. You can get all four of those guys. You can get all those four of those guys for very reasonable money that won't break the bank, that'll leave you opportunity to still sign guys down the road. So I don't think – this sounds weird. I don't think a lot changes for the Texans. Now, obviously, Mike Evans is off the board, but I don't think that a whole lot changes. Let me say that again. Talk about someone else. But Gabe Davis, Saquon Barkley, Chase Young, Xavier Howard. Talk about Saquon Barkley likes the Texans too. Over the weekend, there was discussion about that.
Where are you at on this Christian Wilkins thing?
I like it, and I would kind of like what Sean said about Mike Evans. I would have been excited. I'll be excited if Christian Wilkins signs. I think there's a little more risk-reward factor with him than some of the ones we've talked about.
I think historically these are the bad contracts. The second contract to a D lineman. I just think over history that's the case. The running back position, that's been the other polarizing topic. It's not this has never been the case.
Yeah.
It's a different spot. But, I mean, Christian Wilkins, you're looking at a guy who he's on the field a lot, but, I mean, listen, like the sack totals, he went from 2 to 1.5 to 4.5 to 3.5, contract year 9.
Yeah.
Okay, like his contract year was clearly his best year, like by far and away. These, like, if you're just asking me, like, if we're gonna do this trend thing, and it seems like there's talks, like when we talk about some of the other stuff, trends and like bad decisions, like historically the defensive lineman getting his second contract is over time. That's the bad contract. Whether it's Hainsworth, Javon Kearse, Sean Gilbert, Olivier Vernon, and Ndamukong Suh, Trey Flowers. I mean, there's some exceptions here or there, but paying Christian Wilkins, whatever you're going to pay him, whether it's $20+ million, whatever the hell the market speaks, those are the contracts that maybe get up, but they're the contracts that over history, not some sort of trend where we're connecting the past history to where we are and completely ignoring that. But these type of contracts scare me more than bringing in Saquon, kicking the tires on Chase Young, signing a cornerback. This is the scary one to me.
Why did this perception about running backs fading off? And they do. Where did it come from? Because they get hit a lot. They get lower body hits. They get hit in the torso. They get pounded a lot. You know what position gets hit more? And maybe the most of any position on any NFL team? Defensive tackles. Defensive tackles get hammered. They get bludgeoned every snap. They get hit from every angle, every side. From blindsided. Defensive tackles. 28-year-old defensive tackle has been hit a lot. It's very similar to running back in terms of why would you be skeptical? Because those bodies, they don't take a whole lot, for very long. And defensive linemen, but tackles in particular, get hit a lot.
Football players get hit.
Tackles get hit more than anybody. Interior tackles get hit more than anyone.
I wonder,
including running backs.
I wonder if the running back is going to become just a symbol of the entire mindset of the league. And by that I mean you hear about, free agency isn't the way to build your squad. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Like big shopping at the very top on free agency, very seldom, like it's away. But it doesn't necessarily build your squad the right way. Having guys on rookie deals is pretty much the best format and the best way to do stuff, especially guys at quarterback. I wonder if eventually we get to a point where wide receivers, you're trying to avoid giving a wide receiver a second contract. And if running back right now, it's where people are right now and it's the position that we point to. But if it's just going to be symbolic of players in general and overall outlooks of organizations as a whole.
Yeah, I could see that, and I endorse it. I think you turn those wide receivers around. And we have examples on this squad. I don't know what John Mechie's gonna be. That's why you draft another one every other year. I don't know what Xavier Hutchinson's going to be. I don't know what Robert Woods, a veteran, is going to be. So you have to be able to build behind those, and you don't want to give these contracts to these free agents consistently. Now you can, and we encourage it this year because they need it, but you have to just keep churning that position.
If we were talking about going out to eat or something like that, and we had budgets. I know you can't relate to that, but just pretend you have a budget. If there's a really expensive steakhouse and you're saying for years, man, that place is it's not worth the price. It's not worth the bang for the buck. We can find other steakhouses that are $60 less per plate, and those provide just as much value and just as much satisfaction as that steak place,
right?
As that elite steak place. So we want to avoid that. And then all of a sudden, steak place all of a sudden lowered its prices to saltgrass prices.
Mm-hmm.
You would probably change the way you looked at that steakhouse.
Absolutely.
As opposed to how we were talking about a few years ago.
Yeah.
Why is that not the case with running backs?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that not the case with running backs? That's what I don't understand. It's almost like there's these talking points, and although things have changed and it's much different, running backs are not among the highest paid guys. You're comparing them to tight ends, you're comparing them to 1-year defensive linemen. Why is it that over time the price of a running back has lowered, but we're still talking about them as if they're still demanding the highest contracts in the game? It actually kind of drives me nuts.
Well, let's use your example. Steak 48 changes its prices to be exactly like Saltgrass. Steak 48 would immediately become the best value on the market.
Yes.
So running backs like Derrick Henry, 1 year, let's say $11 million. Saquon Barkley, 3 years or 2 years. Let's say 3 years at $36 million. Running backs have become the best value in football, free agency. They are the best value. Not now. You better do your homework because some of these guys fall off. But, in terms of what they produced recently and what you think you can get for a 27-year-old or something like that, it's the best value out there.
These guys that we see, this list of guys that are on the market right now, and there's talk that Aaron Jones, Nick Chubb, Alvin Kamara could even join it. That's never happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not because the running backs' contracts are bad. In some ways it is, but the reason that you're talking about Nick Chubb potentially getting released or Alvin Kamara potentially getting released has as much to do with bad quarterback contracts as it does anything else.
Yeah.
If the Browns hadn't given Deshaun Watson that contract and they had C.J. Stroud on his deal, you think they'd be releasing Nick Chubb?
No, exactly.
I don't think so.
Right.
So it's just crazy how much the market has evolved, but the talking points are still, well, I don't want to pay this running back, and I don't want to. Okay. It makes more sense to draft him early now too, as well. That's why we saw Atlanta do it last year with Bijan, and we saw him do it with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just a weird, could you imagine? I'm going John McClain. Could you imagine if?
Can you imagine?
Could you imagine if, let's say that Cooper Kupp were a running back, and the Rams drafted Puka, and Puka did what he did that year? You know what the talking point would be?
Yeah.
Man, this is why you don't pay running backs big money. You can find them anytime like this Puka guy.
It's insane that you're doing. And the other thing about running backs when they're with their own team versus potentially hitting free agency, their price goes down appreciably. If you're trying to re-sign, you're the Giants, let's say, trying to re-sign Saquon, he's there, you're comfortable, you know what he does in your system.
They gave Daniel Jones a bad contract. That's their problem too.
Yeah, that's their problem too. But I'm saying, he's asking for a certain length of contract and a certain let hit free agency, that price doesn't go up. It goes down. The running back prices go down when they hit free agency market, as opposed to other positions.
At Sports Radio 610 on Twitter, there's a good back and forth between the morning guys on this, and I think the overall thing, I think I saw this post, was Sean thinks Saquon should take a discount to play here.
Mm-hmm.
The price is already discounted,
It's already
sir.
a discount. Yeah. It's already.
You probably want him for like $1 million.
It's already discounted.
Yeah.
What do you think? What is what Saquon did 2 years ago worth?
I mean, he was the franchise.
They won a playoff game.
He was the franchise.
They won a playoff game,
and
they paid Daniel Jones, and that was the mistake they made.
Yeah, and that's why when they were talking with him about a contract, they could never reach an agreement because they were going to have to settle for a certain number. That price has gone down. It's now like 12 million. Yeah,
it's already a bargain.
Mm-hmm.
It's already there.
Yeah, it's
like
there.
This has never happened before. Like, wipe away what we've talked about the last 5 years. Wipe it away. This is where it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, which running back do they like? That's the other angle of it. Like, does Bobby Slowick look at Tony Pollard or Austin Eckler or Derrick Henry and see something that we don't? Because he's watching it a hell of a lot closer than we are.
Yeah,
and that's maybe they like that guy. I'm in favor of bringing back Devin Singletary too, and I think Seth's breakdown of Derrick Henry is as good of a breakdown as you can get. Like, if you don't think Saquon's good, that's fine, but the price is already discounted. Like, we've already got basically talking about Steak 48. Like, if Steak 48 had saltgrass prices right now, we're basically talking about it like it's the Steak 48 of old prices.
Yeah.
It's not. We're not. The running back conversation is not progressing with the reality of the situation and where we're at.
And the market, I mean, this does come down to business at some point. The market is pretty saturated. I mean, you go down the list of players that are free agents, are going to be free agents, expected to be. That's a pretty saturated market. That helps as well. Like, the price is going down for running back.
They're going to be in this market very, very, very quickly.
And maybe Singletary as well. Could be both.
Singletary's not. Where's he going to play? Look at this. I mean, this every time. The good thing I like about this with all these other names, even more so than the Texans, is every time like an Alvin Kamara or Nick Chubb hits the market, it pushes Singletary further and further back to where re-signing here makes more sense.
And here's the other thing. We were talking about the draft earlier and how I'm kind of rethinking the whole wide receiver thing. I don't think this is a very good running back class at all.
No, it's awful.
In the draft.
It's awful.
Like, they were talking, like I saw some stories, well, look at all these running backs running in the 4.3s and 4.4. They all have issues or questions.
You'll find someone for sure, but it's not a good draft.
They all have questions, like whether it's the Guarendo or whatever from Louisville, or made a bunch of noise. That dude's played one season. He's Dameon Pierce.
They're talking about Jonathan Brooks, kind of the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they all have either injury questions or longevity, body of work or production. I am. This is might come back to bite me. I'm out.
Look, if you want to do it in day 3 or something like that, that's cool. But in last year's running back market, these guys that we're talking about, they're day 3 guys.
So that points to something else. That points to maybe signing 2 free agent running backs like Singletary and someone else.
281 said Aaron Wilson hinted at Motor and Pollard or Swift.
I saw that.
Swift and Motor. I'd be down with that.
Yeah,
I'm down. Like, whoever they like, I have a blind faith in the Texans, but I don't think this is something they should penny pinch. Like, that's my only thing.
You don't have to.
There's plenty of things that you can penny pinch. With the current price of this, I don't think this is the thing to penny pinch. I think you can penny pinch the Grenard situation. I could even see you penny pinch the Schultz situation, but at the impact that this position can have on any team, and especially on this team, with what they want to do and what they say they want to do, I don't think this is something you penny pinch. If they say, hey, we like Tony Pollard or Austin Eckler or Swift more than Saquon in this system, and that's the way we want to go, let's eat.
Yeah, and then you also have Singletary.
But don't penny pinch this. This is the last position you need to penny pinch. The market is set up for you. We've never seen anything like this.
Yeah. No, I
It's
agree.
never happened.
I agree.
So don't penny pinch this.
Yeah, and you don't have to.
And the other thing is your largest commitment. That's the other thing that is just crazy to me is on one hand, it's just such a double standard with running backs. Like on one hand, you have, well, the 2-year commitment to Mike Evans. That's not too bad. How many years do you think you're committing to a running back?
2,
3 tops.
Maybe 3.
So you're doing the same thing. You're getting the same type of impact, and the price is lower.
Mm-hmm.
It's driving me insane. Like, we're not even looking at what's in front of us.
Yeah.
Don't penny pinch running back.
And
Nick Caserio, Cal McNair, if you're listening, penny pinch, be smart, play chess, look down the line. Don't penny pinch this market. Get the guy that you want. If you think that Josh Jacobs is the best guy, give Josh Jacobs the money. If you think it's Saquon, give Saquon the money. Derrick Henry, you might not have to do that. But don't bring in Derrick Henry just because you might not have to do that. Go with the best guy that you think. The position is too damn important, and there's too much of an opportunity. Don't let the past blind you and take these little talking points and misuse them with where the current state of the position is.
Well, and
Please.
let's use those examples that they mentioned on the text board with Devin Singletary and DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift's market value is 4 years, $26 million.
Okay, and if they
what
like
is
him,
wrong with that?
If they like him, cool.
Yeah, what is wrong with that?
And he's also, by the way, one of the better receiving running backs in the league.
Yeah.
Which is something that people don't talk about. Like, Swift, he does a lot of interesting things.
Mm-hmm.
He's used to the committee. Who knows what he wants? But just bring in the names. This is what I don't want to hear. 832, Braylon Allen in the third round would be perfect. Low risk, potential, high reward. Third round for him is not low risk. No thanks.
Yeah.
We're good on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he can sit in the living room and wait for his phone to ring till day 3, as far as I'm concerned. He ain't coming here on day 2.
Yeah.
He's gonna be one of those stories talking about where he had people over and he's chilling.
I was wondering if I was looking at something that everybody else wasn't, because they were talking about these running. I don't see it at all.
Well, it's going to be like the quarterbacks next year, where you see like Quinn Ewers and stuff, and it's like, could he be a top 10, top 15 pick? And you say, maybe, but what would he have been this year?
Yeah.
Not that.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the running backs are right now. Just don't penny pinch. Like, if whatever running back you like, that's fine. Don't penny pinch. Don't worry about guys taking less money, because they're already taking less money, and they can make such a damn impact, especially on this ball club. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, John Lopez has a dream scenario. He has a dream scenario for the Texans, and he's also rethinking a lot of things when it comes to potential targets. That's next.
What qualities are the Texans looking for?
Texans play here.
All right, John Lopez has a new vision. This is dangerous.
Yeah, man.
New vision for the Texans. By the way, the deadline for franchise tag tomorrow. Next week, free agency starts. How about that? That's going to be very, very nice. Business picking up, combine, had the internet going nuts, and now John Lopez has a vision. This is dangerous. I envision a promo with
it's not new.
John Lopez vision.
It's not new. Not long after the season ended, we've been talking about several names. Yes, Mike Evans was one of them. Now, let me start this by saying this, okay? I want to adhere, to the truce that we've had with other shows, particularly the morning show. No, because this is what...
You're going back to this?
I want to credit them.
Are you going to call them the epitome?
No. I want to credit Sean for getting me to think this way. Because Sean said Friday and reiterated on Twitter his dream scenario.
Christian Wilkins splurge?
Christian Wilkins splurge, Derrick Henry signing, Tyler Boyd signing.
Tyler Boyd?
And Levante David.
Tyler Boyd to do what?
And Levante David.
Tyler Boyd to do what?
I guess catch footballs.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not criticizing that per se, but it got me thinking about players that we show from the very start, not counting Mike Evans. You guys are confused, or not confused. You guys are wondering why I feel so strongly about Gabe Davis. I just do. I think he would be a great fit, stretches the field. All those fast 40-yard times we saw this weekend, he does, and he's produced. So I've talked about Gabe Davis. I've talked about Saquon Barkley. I've talked about Chase Young. And Xavier Howard. So I started looking at what he posted versus, am I just dumb? Am I free spending too much?
Yes.
No, I'm not. So John's dream scenario, just to reiterate, Christian Wilkins, Derrick Henry, Tyler Boyd, Levante David. If you look at their market values on Spot Rack, and that's what we've been using just for consistency's sake, 3 of their players are over the age of 30. 3 of those players are over the age of 30. Only 2 have a Spot Rack market value of more than a 1-year contract. So over 30, 1-year contract. Their total market value, if you include the number of years and what they're projected to be paid, is $123 million. Okay. So Christian Wilkins is the big ticket item. The other ones add up to, altogether with Christian Wilkins, about $123 million. So let's look at the ones that I've been talking about from the very start. 0 players over the age of 30, but to be fair, Xavier Howard is 30. 3 players have a market value of 3 years or longer, which 3 years is my perfect number because that gets you to contract negotiations with C.J. Stroud, and you can maybe move on from these guys. Market values for 2 more years, 11 years versus 9, and $127 million. So when you look at what his dreams,
I'm in a math class, dude.
But when you look, I'll keep it simple. When you look at his dream scenario,
what is going on right now?
I'll keep it simple. When you look at his dream scenario,
John vs. Sean,
it's those 4.
Volume 10.
No, it's those 4 players and $123 million. My dream scenario is 4 better players, 4 younger players, 4 players that will last the contracts, 3 of whom their contracts will be 3 years, for just $4 million more. $4 million more. So my point is, it's not outrageous, and I've consistently been saying this, 2 things. You're never going to have this chance again, and you have the money.
Might have it next year.
Yeah. I mean, it might, but...
I mean, you'll have to pay some guys, I'm sure.
But he's saying $123 million worth of players. I'm saying 127 for better players that are younger. And
so you guys agree?
Well, we agree on the price is doable.
Yeah, so you guys agree.
We agree that the price is doable, but I think the players that I've talked about are better value and they're younger.
It's kind of your opinion, man.
It is. It is. Dude.
John vs. Sean.
No, it's not. It just got me thinking
Volume 10, Figgy.
All
right, whatever, dude.
Now, we do have to admit, Wilkins would be a different priority from what I'm saying because he'd be a defensive lineman. But no, it's not that different. It's not that different. I just want to reiterate and illustrate this is not outrageous to get 3 or 4 free agents on this team. It's just not. And
there's going to be than that.
listed. Well, I'm not counting like
You're talking like
the roster building.
high dollar.
Yeah.
free
I'm
agents?
talking about not counting the roster building.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of stuff going on with
It's
that.
not crazy, man. It's
sure.
very doable.
We'll see how it goes, and we'll see how Nico Collins fits into it. We'll hear him in the noon hour. He weighed in on his contract extension. Did a little bit of an interview with TJ Houshmandzadeh about what his mindset is, and we'll get into that a little bit later on. Mike Evans, by the way, 2 years, 52 with Tampa Bay. I think this wide receiver market is going to be pretty dry. I think that there's going to be some opportunities for the Texans. This wide receiver market is going to be pretty dry. I don't think Mike Evans just said, I'm not going to go into this market. He had some sort of understanding of what he was going to get.
If he's, let me ask you this. Was it a mistake to sign for that contract?
I don't know. I mean, not if he wants to be in Tampa Bay, and that's his that's his goal, and
who's the quarterback?
Maybe doesn't want to play too long. I don't know. It could be Baker Mayfield, although Diana Rossini says Tampa Bay's not getting a discount, and there's reports that New England might like Baker Mayfield.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, I don't
think
know
it was
what
a
Evans
mistake
wanted.
because I think the guy has a lot of character and loyalty, and that played in. It's the one time where you didn't want a receiver with a lot of character and loyalty. If you're a Texans fan, you wanted a receiver that was like, yeah, I want to go home and make more money or add a year to the contract. But it's a tribute to Evans for sure.
You wanted him to be a slime ball?
A little more slime. A little more slime, not as high character a person. It's true.
I don't know that the Texans would have offered Mike Evans this contract, though.
But
I don't know that
but
Nick
they could
Caserio.
have.
They could have, but I don't know that they would have. I don't like Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans paying that for wide receiver, $26 million. I don't know about that.
For 2 or 3 years, though, man.
Yeah, that's still. I agree that they could have, but it's a lot of bread, man.
So what's the highest, not counting Justin Jefferson, what's the highest contract going to be? It's not going to be close to that, is it?
No, in the free agency, no. I think these guys are in for a rude awakening. I think Gabe Davis is in for a rude awakening. I think Curtis Samuel's in for a rude awakening. I think Hollywood Brown's in for a rude awakening to where almost they could be this year's Dalton Schultz. And that's what I've said. Like, the thing that I want Nick Caserio to do, like my goal for Nick Caserio is I want him to continue to showcase what I think he's done at a very high level that perhaps we don't even give him enough credit for, because it's one thing for him to do what he did in the draft and with that draft equity get what he got, but to me, like, finding Steven Nelson for what they found him for 2 years and getting what they got out of Steven Nelson over that 2-year period, I want to repeat that. I want to go in this corner market, whether it's a veteran like J.C. Jackson, who just got released, whether it's Stephon Gilmore, someone like that. I want a Nelson type of deal to where you have someone opposite Derek Stingley for a few years that performs at a high level. I want him to find someone like Dalton Schultz, who maybe you're not trying to get, but once the market speaks and once free agency speaks, you go out and get that guy, whether that's a Hollywood Brown, Curtis Samuel, Gabe Davis, something like that. That's what I want to see Nick Caserio do. And I think at the wide receiver position, at the corner position, that's really where I'm looking to see what Nick Caserio will and won't do. I'm still down with the drafting the wide receiver, but I want to see Nick Caserio do those types of things.
Well, and you're also shopping in a different store. The guys are going to be more attractive to coming to you and listening to you. So, like Xavier Howard, he's not going to get anything close to what his last contract was.
No, not even close.
Not even close. But that might be your next Steven Nelson for a couple of years or 3 years or whatever it may be. So, but the key thing is he's listening to you where he might not have been interested before. So you're going to have those opportunities.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. I guess Jason Kelsey's going to have a press conference at noon. I thought he already announced his retirement.
Everybody assumed, but I don't think he's officially done it yet.
I thought he said he was done. Did I
that was the
mishear that?
That was the press conference,
I don't think he said it, but I think after the Super Bowl or something like that, or the playoffs, I think it was said in the locker room, he was telling people he was done.
Yeah, it was reported that he was done. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he said something Kate, that was done.
So is he thinking about playing?
But I think this is but I think this is the official announcement. He wants to stand up there and get his, and he should.
Maybe he wanted to play with his brother.
Oh, God. God.
Whatever you say. Bro.
He looks like somebody who's retiring.
Whatever you say.
He's acting like although he always acted kind of wild like that. But
he's living his best life, man.
Yeah, he is.
Living his best life. Coming up, I did something J.J. Watt did yesterday, and I have some takes on it. Plus, the hits are lit here on Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast.
Member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Live from the Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so I did the same thing as J.J. Watt yesterday. I didn't know this was...
You and J.J. have this in common.
We have this in
something
common.
with your hair?
No, we both have kids. JJ's is a little bit older than mine. We both went to the zoo.
I love the zoo.
And J.J. Watt had this opinion about the zoo, which I think is an accurate one.
Mm-hmm.
He said that the zoo is a fantastic place for kids to be entertained for hours, but quite possibly the most exhausting place on the planet.
No lies detected, as people say.
And I told JJ, I said, I just went today. Even when your vibe is right, the people around you will stress you out. I've seen fights the last couple times I've gone to the zoo. Yesterday, I saw some kid get slapped after his dad tripped him.
Like real fight? Dang.
Slap, man. There's a lot going on at the.
I never saw a fight at the zoo before.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a fight in the parking lot last time, and then people get stressed out at the zoo. There's a couple of observations though I have at the zoo that I
quit serving alcohol at the zoo.
I knew you would.
I got to get this off my chest when it comes to the zoo. There's a couple of things that I gotta just make clear. Shout out to the Houston Zoo members, by the way. So we are.
Are you really?
Yeah, man. We got the daughters, so we're there. But there's a couple of things about the zoo. Number one, tortoises have an exhibit for. How much time are we wasting? A tortoise is an animal you go see at the local pond. You see turtles sitting around the local pond, or you see them sitting on the side of the road. We got kids sitting around looking at these big-ass tortoises, turtles. Let's move on and see some actual exotic animals that I can't just see when I go on a stroll around the neighborhood. What a waste of freaking time.
Maybe that's your neighborhood. Maybe you got the bougie neighborhood.
Tortoises?
Okay.
What are we doing?
Okay, look, let me explain.
Let's be
Everybody
serious.
ain't got a pond in their neighborhood, Landry.
And I know you're going to say tortoises and turtles are different. No, they're the same thing.
You're right. I wasn't going to say that.
Let's be serious.
I am going to say this. I think, and I hate to be this guy because I hate when people do this. You kind of answered your own question. Kids love to see them.
Come on.
Kids love to see them.
Well, where's the parenting
You
at?
just said kids are hanging out looking at them. Kids love to look at turtles.
All right, let me put it this way. My dad takes me to the water park, or he takes me to Six Flags.
Well, why do they have bird exhibits?
Or he takes me to Astro World. You know what my dad's telling me when I'm trying to shoot hoops? We can shoot hoops at home. If you want to go home, we can go shoot hoops.
Yeah.
There's a roller coaster right there that you only ride when you come here. So quit looking at the damn turtles.
But
you can see those at home.
You were shooting hoops at the fair or the restaurant.
You still wanted to shoot hoops.
You still wanted to do it because you loved it.
Nah, move on to the roller coasters.
Well, then there's one more aspect.
Take advantage of the resources here.
There's one more aspect of this I think you might have been missing, and that is several tortoises are endangered.
Come
on. They're above by you, but they're different.
Come
on. Endangered animals at the zoo, of course.
Here's the other problem with tortoises as we go through zoo observations in the spirit of me and J.J. Watt going to the zoo yesterday.
Yeah.
Why do they have such a nice living surface? I mean, they got borderline like more surface than the damn tigers and lions sometimes in some situations. Why do tortoises
do not?
John, go compare the size of the tortoise and the way that they max their land. Some of these tortoise exhibits, some of these birds, these ratchet ass birds that just roll around, some of them got better resources than the creme de la creme animals. They treat the gorillas real nice. Some of these lions and tigers, I mean, these tortoises are basically living on damn communities. What do they need it for?
Because they're, first of all, like I said, they're...
Set them in a damn cage and let the lion have the land.
I'm looking
King
at
of the jungle,
Houston,
my ass.
I'm looking at the Houston Zoo. This is the Galapagos Islands tortoise. I mean, that's from the Galapagos Islands.
Yeah, so what?
And they have...
So he needs that much area?
Yes, and endangered, because they're not going to be mean to him. They're not going to be cruel to animals.
I mean, just sit him in a 10x10 or something.
In just a cage?
He'll be fine.
That's cruelty.
It's cruelty that he has the same amount of area as a lion.
Well, I don't know about that. Maybe a little bit unfair.
Here's the other thing. Zoo observations here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Zebras suck. Those are just horses.
No, they're not.
Like, can we start just acknowledging they're horses?
No,
John, they're eating hay. They got the horseshoes on. They make the same same sound. They got the same tail. Like, let's quit lying to kids. Zebras are damn horses.
They look cool, though.
Yeah, that's fine, but they're horses. There's nothing cool about them.
They're similar, but they're not horses. They're mean. Zebras are mean.
So are horses.
No,
I've seen a horse bite its owner's chin, like through the chin.
I got bit on the arm by a horse once.
Almost got kicked by impression.
But no, the horses are not mean. Zebras are mean. Like kind of like hippos are cute, but they're really mean. Zebras may not be that bad, but they're mean. One thing about the zoo, though, man, it's on those list of things that I just don't do enough of. Like, I may go once a year.
It's a good walk.
You should go 3 or 4 times.
No, we're probably going to go twice a month. Dude, it's a walk.
It's a cool
place. I figured out the trick. 2 hours before they close. That's all you need.
Is when you go?
Well, everyone's leaving. The parking's better. People are starting to exit. 2 hours before they close. Boom, perfect.
It's not a bad strategy.
Perfect.
Not a bad strategy.
Parked right in the front.
Animals might be
People are
out
moving
more.
out. Yeah, some of them are out. The gorillas, like, you go, man, if we're going to go watch the gorillas, we're going to watch the lions, tigers, all this other stuff, that's fine. Turtles? Can you ride a zebra? Someone says, have you ever seen, you could ride a zebra, right?
I would not.
I've never seen anybody ride a zebra.
What do you mean? But you could, because they're horses.
You could try. They're not exactly horses.
What about those little rats that they have wandering around?
What little rats?
Just those little, like, African, like, rat-looking things that are just wandering around.
Are you talking about, like...
Someone says the zoo's expensive. It's passive for itself twice.
Yeah, it's really not.
You got a visitor guest, kid under 3, boom.
Yeah. No. The zoo is it's a great place. It's a great place for a date.
Who's going to look at bugs at the zoo? Snakes?
People who love bugs.
Snakes?
Yes.
What is this, Petland?
Snakes are cool at the zoo.
Petland. Snakes?
Nah, I'm walking right past the snakes.
Really?
Man.
Those little snakes?
Nah, I don't care
Well, some
for
people
snakes.
just don't like snakes.
I don't get the snake thing either.
I think it's pretty dang cool.
The seals are sick. The alligators are sick.
The water animals.
Flamingos are pointless.
The fish and, the
Do you like
aquatic
flamingos?
life. All right.
Like the flamingo in Las Vegas, you can just go outside there and see the flamingos. That's appropriate. That's a middle of a hotel exhibit.
Yeah.
How much land do they need? And by the way, how are those things the smelliest damn animals?
They are stinky. They smell.
How are, like, hippopotamuses, rhinoceros? Those are crazy.
The chimps and monkeys are pretty smelly.
Giraffes, nuts.
Orangutans are pretty stinky.
But these damn turtles, man.
Yeah.
What are y'all doing?
So what was what would you say would be the priority?
I mean, you got to be efficient, but if the kid wants to go look at the insects, what are we doing?
You got to go see the insects.
We don't want to see insects.
You said it's for the kids, and it's for them.
No, it's not. You got to steer them in the right direction. Insects, turtles, nobody cares.
Where do zoos rank in terms of a date? I think it's pretty high.
Oh, it's way up there.
Yeah, I think it's pretty high. It's really cool. There's things to talk about. You don't have to force any conversation. You're walking around. You're getting a good feel for things. I agree.
Someone says that they rode.
Well, that's fiction.
Someone else says they have a zebra. They have a pet zebra, the 281, and they will tear you up. They pick one person as theirs, and everyone else needs to be on point.
I could see that.
So they just have one person to.
Like they are very loyal to one person. Everybody else is a threat, I think is what he's saying, or she.
Some of these kids, too, at the zoo, man, parents ain't watching them.
It's a very high kid leash area, and I hate that.
Dude, so this guy yesterday, he tripped his kid.
And then slapped him?
No, he tripped him. The kid kind of stumbled. He had 2 brothers and a sister. He trips him. Then he tries to be funny and say, oh, I didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Then all of a sudden that kid decides he's going to trip everyone, so he trips the dad.
Oh, no.
Then he trips his sister. His sister falls down. The mom gets pissed. She slaps the hell out of him. And then you hear her telling the dad, hey, I just slapped the crap out of him, but you're still going to have to discipline him. And I'm sitting there like, why the hell is he going to discipline him? He's the one who started the whole thing. Oh, slap the hell out of him. Like, he kind of ducked and she got him in the shoulder. But,
dang.
Yeah, and then I just kind of just said, hey, let's just let them pass by. I'm kind of over this. This is not my vibe here.
Yeah.
So they pass by, and then I guess it's all cool, but they're on to something else on the way there.
What's your favorite?
It's got to be the gorillas or the it's got to be the gorillas.
I like the lions.
The rhinos are crazy, but the rhinos don't really do much. They just look pissed.
The giraffes are cool.
Elephants elephants were fighting.
Elephants are badass.
It seemed like it was like trying to drown its
That's a Bob
brother.
McNair exhibit.
Really?
Yeah, the elephants. I think he enhanced, if I'm remembering it correctly. Yeah, I think he enhanced that whole exhibit.
Elephants are crazy, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely nuts. Giraffes. How the hell do you sleep if you're a giraffe?
What do you eat at a zoo?
You get chicken tenders or...
See, I don't eat it. It's got to be like...
chicken tenders or a hot dog.
Like something sweet or
you
just
go
a
inside.
snack.
You go inside.
Peanuts.
There's the inside area. You go in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all expensive. It's all jacked up. But you can bring your own food, too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can bring whatever you want. You could literally go to Subway and bring it in.
I love the zoo.
They're very friendly about that.
I love the Houston Zoo, but I have a piece of advice. I really do.
Don't go in the summer?
No, seriously. No, for the zoo.
Oh.
They don't have enough concessions.
They do now.
They do?
They've expanded, yeah.
Because they've
added a lot.
Like the lines are always long.
Yeah, it's not
They have that one area near the front where you can actually eat. I'm not really into that, but
it's not a ton, but they've expanded a little bit.
Yeah, they have the little kiosks, but it's still not like... Okay, so that's good news.
The zoo goes in, man.
Yeah, I love the zoo.
I enjoy the zoo. Hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Mike Evans, he got his contract signed. He will not be on the Houston Texans next year. The Buccaneers and Evans reached an agreement on a 2-year, $52 million deal that includes $35 million guaranteed. What does this mean for Nico Collins? We'll watch here from Nico Collins. He's addressed his contract situation. Combine this weekend, the wide receivers had the internet going nuts, specifically wide receivers from the University of Texas. Xavier Worthy, he weighed in at 165, but he broke the record for the 40 with the 4.21. Mo City's Adonai Mitchell, the teammate of Xavier Worthy, he ran a 4.35. And you had wide receivers all over the place doing a lot of things, which led to John Harris saying he just had a vision of Tank and Xavier flanking Nico with CJ throwing them the ball. He said he was going to need a moment.
I'm sure he did. The receivers made a lot of money yesterday. I think they also kind of like how many are going to go in the early rounds, and how the heck did Texas not win every game by 50 points?
I don't know. Don't get me started. Biggest name out there in free agency, Christian Wilkins. Looks like he could hit the market. The deadline for franchise tags is tomorrow, so the Texans could have a crack at one of the most appealing defensive linemen on the market and one of the most appealing free agents. Caleb Williams, he attended the NFL Combine. He did not do medical examinations, though. His answer was only teams that could potentially draft me need my medicals, not all 32 teams.
I like this. I think it's smart, and I think the teams at the top of the NFL draft probably love it. They don't want everybody else knowing all this stuff either.
Framber Valdez, his first start. Now, we know you're working on stuff in spring training, but Framber Valdez, the 11 batters he faced in his first start to reach base, also walked a batter, hit another, and allowed 5 hits. We worried about Framber. I will say this. Aren't you naturally worried about Framber just based on what we saw at the end of last season?
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot to do with this for me. And you've heard me, and this could come back to bite me, I know. But I just kind of feel a step back, whether it's just fate catching up to him because they've been so good. And I know they've had injuries, but they've been so good and so fortunate. Or starting pitching. Like the back end of the rotation, we know what that's going to be. We know they're going to hit. The starting rotation... Yeah, it has nothing to do with this. It's more like, is it going to catch up?
Coming up, we'll hear from Nico Collins on his contract situation. We'll also answer this question. Should the Texans be in the most active markets when it comes to free agency and the draft? Lunchtime next.
The Drive. insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, this is Nico Collins. He was on Fubo TV with TJ Hushmanzada talking about his contract situation. We know Mike Evans ain't going to be here. What does that mean for Nico Collins? Nick Caserio brought him up the other day. Here's Nico Collins, a little interview talking about his contract situation.
I haven't really talked to my agent about it. I mean, I kind of know the end of my third. I'm up for I feel like I need another year to prove to everybody what I can do. The first 2 years I had was due to injuries. I feel like that wasn't my best me. I feel like after this year, show them a little bit, boom. I feel like this year, so I feel it's going to be a little better year. Mentally, physically, I know what to expect. I'm learning, getting better, growing throughout the year, just learning the game better. Come early, you know, but I feel like my mindset is just go ball and just let it play out, how it play out. You know, I'm not chasing it yet. I want to get paid. Everybody want to get paid. It's a business. Everybody want to get paid, man. But you got to let it come to you. Yeah, I know it's coming, but I feel like you got to be patient. It's a business, man. I got a lot to prove.
All right, so want to get paid, play it out right. Nico's always going to say the right thing. He's always going to do the right thing. He's one of the harder working guys. But I just want to look at this from a couple of perspectives. From Nick Caserio's perspective, when is the right time to actually pay Nico Collins? Like when do you want to do that? Do you want to do it next year? Do you want to see it play out? What are we doing here?
No, first of all, that sounds like a guy that's ready to bet on himself.
We'll see.
I
would take that bet.
It sounds like a guy.
I would take that bet.
That because you know, let it come to you, expecting more, et cetera, et cetera. I hope that's the case for his sake. But the best time for Nick Caserio to pay him is right now. Right now. And the reason I say that is because the price obviously could go down, but it could go up appreciably. And that changes kind of the math on everything. If you can get Nico at a 2 or 3 year deal, probably 3 minimum, what the market is for some of these wide receivers, you do it.
Last year he played 15 games. Now, really, let's be honest, 14 in a play because he left after the first play of the Jets game. But he played 15 games. Mm-hmm. He had 80 catches, 1,297 yards, 8 touchdowns. By far, the best year of his career.
Yes.
And it was the 1 year that he had a quarterback. Do you think that production goes up? Do you see Nico Collins? Do you see him building on this and becoming a consistent 1,300-yard receiver?
I actually
8 touchdowns.
I actually do not.
I see it all dropping, like to the point where I would bet $100 each stat.
Yeah, but you also have to take into account, like, there's going to be another receiver involved, like a big.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah, we would expect.
Yeah, and I would think that maybe they're going to adjust the way that they cover him.
So he might have a bigger impact.
He could,
But
as far as 80 catches, like if you just said I want to do 3 $100 bets, and I take the under on the receptions of 80. The yards of 1,297 and the touchdowns of 8, I would feel confident that I'm probably gonna make some money.
Definitely the yards and touchdowns. Definitely the yards. That would be my number one. Because I think with Tank Dell, if you're presuming a full season, and then whomever that other third wide receiver is, whether it's somebody they draft or somebody they sign in free agency or some combination of both, I actually wouldn't want his numbers to go up more, across the board. If I'm Nick Caserio, I would want him to have a huge impact and be able to maybe still score 7 or 8 touchdowns because you had other guys doing more.
This was Sean today. This was Sean talking about the Nico Collins contract situation and perhaps what could set that market. Here was Sean Pendergast this morning, and this was shortly after the Mike Evans news broke. This morning on Payne and Pendergast.
Obviously, Nico's a much younger player. Any deal Nico gets, if it starts to get into a neighborhood of where he's in that 18, 20 million, is going to be done in part on spec because he's only had one really, really good season.
This doesn't even get entered into anybody's calculations.
The names to watch out for if you're looking at Nico Collins' deal is, and I'm not saying he's Justin Jefferson, but Jefferson's going to reset the market probably. So that's what the tippy top is going to look like. I would say Amon-Ra St. Brown, if he gets an extension. Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith are extension eligible too, so that Jamar Chase is another one. So that those are all names.
I mean, are we there yet?
I'm not even close to there.
I'm at Brandon Ayuk and T. Higgins. That's where I'm at right now with Nico
what was the number he
Collins.
just said? 20?
I mean, he's basically saying, you look at Jefferson, you look at all these other guys. If Nico Collins thinks he's in that class, I just don't.
No, at the very start, he put a number out there. Can you play that one more time? I think I misheard it.
Obviously, Nico's a much younger player. Any deal Nico gets, if it starts to get into a neighborhood of where he's in that 18, 20 million, is going to be
that's fine. I can get down with that.
Yeah,
I can get down with the 18, 20.
Mm-hmm.
But those guys that he mentioned, I think, are going to get more than that.
Yes,
I can get down with that.
No, they're absolutely going to get more than that. I don't know. I guess I'm under. I mean, I'm just.
I think he's being overvalued. I think he's this year's Dameon Pierce.
Maybe it's a combination of they're overvaluing him. I
don't think it's they,
and I'm undervaluing.
I think it's they.
Well, whomever.
Yeah.
Because I don't. It's 1 year, and he's been injury prone, and I love it. And I think you're going to bring in another receiver, and his production probably won't go up as we've talked about. I don't see 18 to 20, man.
Less crazy things have happened than the Texans drafting a receiver at 23. Whether it's Mo City Mitch, Adonai Mitchell, whether it's Franklin, whether it's whichever LSU receiver is available, assuming that one of them is. Crazier things have happened than signing that guy and him immediately being in the same caliber as Nico Collins. Hell, we saw it last year with Tank Dell.
Yeah.
It's a third-round pick.
Yeah.
And they were having the same type of impact. So I would just kind of – I don't want to say it's Dameon Pierce because we have seen him in this system, and it was the first time we saw him with the quarterback. But I'm really just kind of wanting to slow things down with the Nico Collins thing and not ignore the opportunity to add wide receiver depth.
Okay, let me ask you this now. Is that smart money?
Nico Collins?
18 to 20 million for 3 years?
Maybe.
I don't feel it.
Could be a bargain.
I don't feel it. Is it smarter than Saquon Barkley money? That's a great way to compare it.
Well, they're not making the same amount.
No, but is it smarter money
than Saquon Barkley, like $10 million a year?
Yeah.
No.
It's not.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's more risky, and you can let it play out to where he's Saquon for a year, and then you decide what you want with Nico, and they're not lined up contract-wise.
Yeah.
But the way that, like, the case for Nico, and you go to at SportsRadio 610 and look at some of the posts, the case for Nico is, well, you know, when he had competent quarterback play, he really did his thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like when Saquon Barkley 2 years ago had a competent Daniel Jones instead of some Italian sitting there slinging cutlets in the parking lot and Tyrod Taylor and other guys? It's crazy how that works out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was Daniel Jones' best year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he had a hell of a season.
Yeah.
It's crazy how that works out.
Sometimes you look at something just completely different from everyone else. And I don't mean it as an insult.
Well, I don't think you're on an island of your own when it comes to the Saquon thing or the running back.
No, I'm talking about Nico's money. I just don't see it. I don't see it yet.
No, it seems like falling in love. Mm-hmm. It feels like falling in love with 1 year and assuming the best is yet to come. It's also ignoring things that I think are valid when we start talking about the running backs and the durability. I mean, he's missed 13 games.
Right.
Like last year, he missed 3, and really the Jets, it was 4.
Yeah.
So basically, 20% of a season last year? That's the healthiest that he's been.
And that was the best he did. But look at his numbers. I get it.
And when they needed him the most, he was there for him, the Indianapolis game, although I don't know what the hell they were doing the way they were covering him.
Yeah.
I mean, you had Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie on the other side, and I think Noah Brown left the game early, and you still weren't doubling him. So I don't know what was going on there.
Yeah.
But it just seems like I want to see. And if Nico Collins comes back and he has 1,600 yards,
let's go.
And that's the build on it.
Good for him.
Let's get in that 25.
That's when he's betting on himself, and if he does, and it will be that type of contract.
Let's get in that 25 milli.
Yeah.
I want to just show it to me. Because I think there's a chance that he goes out there and it's somewhere between what we saw last year and the year before, or you improve the receiver position such to where he can't just point to production, and then it kind of plays out in your favor.
Right.
Like if we're talking about smart money, we're talking about 2-year plans. I could see either thing happening, but I would bet more on him being closer after this year to the Ayuk, T. Higgins range than playing his way up to the St. Brown's, Chases, all that.
Yeah.
Let him do it.
Yeah.
Now, if he comes to you and you want to get it done, that's fine. But if he wants to bet on himself, even better, because you know he's going to work his ass off and he's going to give it everything he has.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. I'm not questioning the makeup of Nico Collins at all.
Yeah, me neither, nor the production. It was pretty dang incredible the way he came back this year. I'm just saying, and maybe it's a me problem, that I don't see that kind of money for him right now.
What about Tank? How are we feeling about Tank? Tank Dell, he's going to be coming off an injury. I think it's the first time he's dealt with something like this significant.
Mm-hmm.
We saw some really good things from Tank Dell. We know the chemistry that him and C.J. Stroud have. How do we feel about Tank?
I think Tank is going to be by the way, there is a Tank factor with Nico Collins. Because with Tank on the field, he's obviously going to be as big a factor than you, and that's why I think your bet on the numbers is probably right. But no, I think Tank Dell is going to come back super strong, better than ever. But second year, nothing's going to be coming at him, like a rookie, like it does with a rookie. But I also think like Tank Dell has questions too. He's an incredible receiver that could be a number one. He's really small. Like, I don't care what you say about the play that he got hurt. Those things happen. But he's a
that was a fluke, right?
I don't know if it was total fluke, but it felt like one. It just felt like he's not going to get any bigger, and that's always going to be a factor. Last thing on Nico Collins, because this is not to diminish it. It's just, again, kind of to illustrate maybe why I'm not buying it, and I'm not ready to buy it, I should say. He had 4 games.
You're not selling it, but you're just not buying it, right?
Yes. He had 4 games of more than 100 yards receiving. 2 of those were for 168 and 191. That's awesome. He had 5 games under 40 yards receiving. He had 2 catches for 34 against Jacksonville, 3 for 39 against Atlanta, 4 for 30 against Carolina. The Jets.
That was the first play. He got hurt.
That doesn't count.
But he got hurt.
1 for 13, 4 for 18 yards against the Browns. He had 5 games under 30 yards receiving. So I think that's why I'm just like feast or famine. He's one of those guys that if they're not covering him, if the coverage is right for him to, and he's got C.J. Stroud who can stretch the field. 4 games over 100, including for 168 and 191, but 5 under 30 yards. I love the guy. I'm just not there yet.
Well, and I also love this draft.
Yeah.
I also love a lot of these wide receivers in this draft. So that's another thing for me is I'm loving what I'm seeing from that.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows how they handle Nico Collins? I'm dang sure not in a hurry. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Franchise tag, Dalton Schultz has been a name that's been thrown out there. Do you have any desire to franchise tag Dalton Schultz?
I kind of do, a little bit. I think
hell is wrong with you?
No, well, I'll tell you what's wrong with me. Well, I'm not going to tell you everything that's wrong with me, but I'll tell you in this case what's wrong with me. I think it's a better financial decision because the franchise tag is, 12 for tight ends? 13? I think it's 12 and change for tight ends. I'd much rather have him for 1 year at 12 than 3 years at 35.
What if they feel like they can get an option that's serviceable? What if this is where you penny pinch? Like instead of the running back position, what if this is where you penny pinch?
Well, what are they? Is it the draft then?
No,
because
maybe it's one of these free agents
that's
hitting the market.
Smith, you got Hunter Henry, you've got
Logan Thomas,
Fant, and what are those guys going to cost? I haven't even really put, but I can tell you it's not going to be much less. It's going to be more than what 1 year of $12 million for Dalton Schultz.
You think Dalton Schultz played his way into where a 3-year commitment seems like a lot for Dalton Schultz?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like a little bit too much.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you're willing to pay a little bit more on the franchise tag and just kind of, I don't want to say tread water, build on what you had last year with Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
And then perhaps try to upgrade the position next year.
My wanting to franchise tag Dalton Schultz has nothing to do with, he's so good, we want to keep him for another year. Mine is more about just business and finances, that being able to spend wisely at that position, because it is a weaker crop in the draft. And so tag him. Just do it 1 year, and then you can make a decision again after this year rather than committing.
That is going to be an interesting negotiation tactic. I don't think he gets franchise tagged. I know Aaron Wilson says possible. If that does happen, it could be tomorrow. We'll see.
We're finding
what
out
happens with
real
Dalton
quick.
Schultz. We'll find out very, very soon. They really haven't signed any other guys. So if they're going to do that before free agency, they got just a little bit more time to do it. Next year is going to be wild, though, because that's when perhaps you will be talking about Nico. You'll have the possibility to. What's that conversation going to be like? Is he going to be healthy?
He's going to have a huge year.
You might be able to. Yeah, I mean, but if he's not healthy and he misses a few games, you might be able to. That might be able to be a bargain.
Yeah, that'll be the only question. But I don't know if it's a bargain, because you want him to be healthy and be a franchise guy, and you want to pay. That's a position you want to pay at that age, I think.
Yeah, the Stingley situation will be interesting to see how that goes, because if he plays like he did last year, you might be talking highest paid in the league.
Yeah.
Or that might be one of those where you want to wait and see what Sauce Gardner does.
If I were a general manager, and thank God I'm not, I'm sure a lot of Texans fans are saying, but if I were, I would prioritize cornerback and receiver more than any other position outside of quarterback. Obviously, quarterback's number one, but outside of that, cornerback and receiver. In today's NFL, you talked about it. I mean, is today's wide receiver the new running back and all that stuff? But I just think those two positions in today's NFL are absolutely the most important: cornerback and wide receiver.
And wide receiver, it seems like there's always guys you can get.
Yeah, and cornerback,
always guys you can get.
There's always guys that run under 4.4 every year at cornerback.
That's not the end all be all. Just ask Steven Nelson.
Okay.
Just
what did Nick Caserio say? I got a question for Nick Caserio. I got a question. Remember, he said something along the lines of, the next time I base anything on the 40-yard dash.
He was talking about with the O-lineman.
It was just O-lineman?
Yeah, he was talking about just O-lineman.
Okay.
Yeah, he was actually. I actually agree with him on that. He was talking about O-lineman.
I thought he meant just in general.
No. He was talking about O-lineman.
Yeah.
O-line. For sure. I mean, you got to factor it in. It's not the end-all be-all, but that's what he was talking about.
Because I was like, some of these guys.
It is funny when you see the center run like a 4.9 or something. Yeah, that's what he was saying.
How about that Fisk guy from Florida State? What did he run?
4.8?
4.68, I thought. Something like that.
I couldn't watch the linemen.
Big dude moving fast.
I even went to the sports bar to watch the receivers. Linemen, I wasn't really.
I don't know if it is the Combine a sports bar event.
Well, it was for me.
Yeah.
Went and watched Xavier Worthy break the record at Pluckers, man.
Oh, that's right. You're all about Xavier Worthy. That guy. Golly.
I didn't think he was going to run like that. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Should I tick off everybody early in the confessions or later in confessions?
Early.
Early, Figgy?
Yeah, man.
Go ahead and tick everybody off right now.
Yeah.
It is confessions. Nothing but respect for Caitlin Clark. Nothing but respect.
Who do you think you're ticking off here?
Legend.
Okay.
Living legend.
She did what?
She broke the all-time NCAA basketball scoring record. And
For
that's
women.
That's where the confession comes
For
in.
women, right?
No. How the hell are you going to say this is the all-time NCAA scoring leader? First of all, you don't do that in other men's and women's sports. Like, you don't compare the all-time hits leader in baseball with softball. You just don't. No, you just don't.
What are you doing right now?
Here's where I have a real issue. Pete Maravich didn't have a three-point line his entire career.
Yeah.
He was a jump shooter like Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
I rolled.
You want an asterisk by it?
No.
Is that what you want? You want an asterisk by it?
No. All-time leading scorer in women's NCAA basketball. Why is that not good enough? Pete Maravich was the greatest college basketball scorer in history. And I say this again. He was a jump shooter from deep range with no three-point line.
Yeah. So what are you saying?
Well, it's an eye roll. Don't do this. Don't do it.
What do you mean?
So you want her to stick with the women? Or how do you
based on this, you're saying even if a man does it, it shouldn't count either.
I would bring it up. Yeah. I would definitely like Pete Maravich, and this was really kind of before my time, so I'm not trying to say I saw him play or I covered him. I didn't. All I'm saying is that dude was ridiculous, and to compare him with Caitlin Clark and say she broke his record,
Lord,
that's not even.
Jeez, man.
And it's more of a media problem. It's more of an us problem.
Who's us?
Like I was lit in media.
I haven't watched a game.
No, I understand that.
I'm being force fed it. I don't
media people.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, good for her. Not disputing it. Not saying she's not good or anything. I haven't watched a second of Caitlin.
You got
Clark
that
basketball.
email to sit here and say talk about it.
No, I haven't.
National email that we all
Lopez
get.
has.
That's the ESPN email.
That's the
ESPN email.
Yeah, I haven't watched it.
You guys got to tweet about it now.
Haven't watched it.
No, I just y'all can hate me and say I'm whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, you're a slimeball.
That's nothing.
Yeah, you're a scumbag.
They do not compare.
Absolutely.
And I saw the highlight. Caitlin Clark, she did it with a couple of free throws.
Yeah.
All time breaking pistol. No. Stop.
Give her a bit, man.
I did. Stop it.
I'm surprised I'm surprised you didn't propose a segment. Is she the greatest athlete living right now? I mean, these ESPN folks,
dude, stop it.
Is she the greatest athlete of our time?
Let me say it one more time. Stop it.
Is Caitlin Clark the biggest must-watch athlete going on right now? Wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I watched the NFL Combine, and I know this is like a time of pride for Texas fans, and I've been a Texas fan since I was born. I'm not a T-shirt fan. I'm a onesie fan. I was put in the onesie straight in Round Rock when my parents met there. That's my squad. I found myself being pissed off at Sark watching this Combine.
I know. I was scratching my head.
How in the hell did this team look the way they did against Washington? How in the hell did this offense ever falter? You got the two wide receivers doing their thing, the two D linemen doing their thing. The tight end is not even being talked about. You have the slot receiver, who I think is going to be one of the steals. You got linebackers, you got all these young cats.
Yeah.
I honestly think that if you took the other three coaches in the college football playoff and you let them have Sark's roster, they would have won the college football playoff. Now, I say that and acknowledge that Sark is good at putting up with the BS that comes with being the Texas coach and the other benefits that come with it. But I feel like I'm just setting myself up for a lot of disappointment where Texas basically runs the NFL Combine, but they underachieve. I think you can make a case. Texas, with the performance they put on against Washington, and what a misleading ass one-possession game that was. That was an assing.
Yeah.
Okay, they had the fluke at the end that made it close, and they ended up getting closer and all that type of stuff. That was a beatdown.
Because of exceptional talent.
And a weird
making
back.
big plays. Yeah.
I found myself, this is perhaps me being a little too skeptical. I was a little bit disgusted watching what I watched the other day.
Yeah, I was a little like, oh, wow. These guys are pretty good. They're pretty good.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of the Combine, another thing that I'll say this one more time, referencing something else. Stop it. Latin McConkey, what a great slot receiver.
McConkey the honky.
What a great slot receiver he's going to be.
White receiver from Georgia, if you're asking.
Like even in the NFL Combine coverage, they're talking about him as a slot receiver. Dude ran a 4.39. He played more outside than inside in college, and they're immediately going to the Ladd McConkey slot receiver. Bring him to the Texans. He'd be great in the slot. Okay. No, stop it. He's a receiver. He's more of an outside receiver.
He's fast, too.
He's kind of deceptively
People
fast.
seemed a little surprised by that.
Yeah, a little deceptively fast.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is a bold claim, man.
Okay.
Bold claim. I didn't anticipate. I went all 50 Cent on Friday at the rodeo. I was sitting in the in my seats, and Tori and her boyfriend were next to me and my wife.
Okay.
And I told Tori, I was like, yeah, I've seen 50 Cent 4 times, I think. This is the 5th, blah, blah, blah. She's like, oh, does he put on a good show? And I was like, not really. And she kind of started laughing. She's like, oh, that way to sell it up. I'm like, I mean, just not really. It's not, I saw him different layers of his career. It's okay.
Yeah.
That dude put on one of the best rodeo concerts of the last decade. I was shocked. Maybe it's because he just toured, so he was still in that. But between the people that he brought out, the way that he laid it out, that was an elite performance no matter what. But I also factor in what he's normally like in concerts. And it seems like he just has so much respect for Houston and so much understanding of how much of an opportunity it is to do rodeo.
Yeah.
That I will say, I think that was the best rodeo concert I've ever been to, and I've been to a lot, like the top country concerts. They're up there. That was very close to near the top. Easily the best hip-hop performance that they will ever have at the rodeo.
And that's bold because it's hard to have a good show at the rodeo.
Dude, he killed it.
It's hard to have. Figgy, what'd you think?
Dude,
I thought it was great, man.
Dude, he had like the pyro, he had the sound, they had strippers on
Everything
stage.
sound good.
The strippers were like dancing, like they just had like the everybody. Flow Rider showed up.
Oh, wow.
Flow Rider, the baby.
Welcome to my house and Apple Bottom Jeans. The baby showed up. You can't cancel him. Jeremiah showed up. Tony Yayo was on there being the hype man. Yeah, being his hype man. Dude, it was fantastic. Pleasant surprise to the point. I almost don't want to go to Bumby next week because I don't want to be disappointed. I mean, he's rolling the Ying
It's
Yang
hard to
twins
have a
out
good
there.
rodeo show. It's very difficult.
He slaughtered it, and it was full too. It was one of the more full that I've seen. It was full.
I don't know how it was on your side, but just a bunch of people started rushing in the aisles.
Oh yeah,
and our aisles was full.
Text line right here 281. I'm a fire marshal working on the floor for every performance. 50 Cent has been the best by far.
Oh wow,
man.
Like they were doing I was like, whoa.
It was so good. I was kind of hoping Tony Yayo did a song.
Dude, you want to talk about not having an ego. Tony Yayo does not mind being a hype man because he could have easily done So Seductive.
He had his own,
he could have easily done So Seductive.
Yeah.
So So Seductive dancing on me. He didn't even care. He just was the hype man up there doing his thing.
Do you know what this is?
Yeah.
It's Tony Yayo
up in this. And he was cheering on the strippers. He knew the strippers by name, Tony Yayo.
I bet he did.
Yeah, he's like, go Victoria, go Victoria. And she would be dancing. I'm telling you.
Yeah. That's somebody that's well paid, just being 50 Cent guy.
That's what I'm
right-hand man.
Yeah.
Run with go
Get out of jail and go there. He didn't care about it at all. And by the way, I don't think 50 was following the F-bomb rule either.
Oh, man. I had a bunch of people because of cussing.
No, that's fine with me.
I'm like, I forgot we was at the rodeo, to be honest.
It was unfreaking
I forgot it's a family event.
It was unfreaking believable.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Say what you will about Landry Locker's special deals at restaurant recommendations, but they're tack on, man. I got to admit. We went to Lock Bar on your recommendation.
Best happy hour in town.
For our anniversary, which really hit me weird this weekend. 39 years married. It just sounded weird when I said it out loud, like, oh my gosh, I don't feel any older. I don't think any differently.
Damn.
But man, married 39 years.
39.
There's at least 7 or 8 good ones in there too. So that's saying something.
Damn, so you lost your virginity in 85. I was 1.
Wait a minute.
Holy crap.
Okay, we'll go with 85. We'll go with 85.
Damn, Lopez lost his virginity when I was 1.
I'll go with that. Yeah, I'll go with that. But Lock Bar, dude, like, we had stone crab. We had oysters from 4 different regions.
Just go to the happy hour.
We had, I had this branzino, which was out freaking standing with mussels. And
happy hour goes in.
It was, and then the happy hour was going on too. People line up on that bar, man.
Yeah.
Like it's shoulder to shoulder.
And then there's like a few tables where you can go. Yeah. They got rid of the hush puppies on the menu. I was a little disappointed, but now they got like some caviar potato skins.
I didn't have those.
Nah, those are just a happy hour thing.
Yeah.
They got the gumbo. The burger's off the hook. If you just want to go $8-9 like elite burger, go there for happy hour, and then they got the drinks. The drinks are all cheap.
But
at
see,
happy
the
hour,
other
too.
thing
It's
is
nice as hell too.
I was giving you a hard time about Vegas, but man, those were like
I can bring it.
like when you get specials.
Yeah,
you're on it.
Can't go wrong with like if you want to go out tonight and you just want to go check something out. Like on the curb, $10 pizzas.
Mm-hmm.
You make your own pizza, $10 tonight. Good deal. Capone's too. Capone's will do it. Although it's kind of weird now. I think they're in like 33% off instead of 50 on the pies, which is a little bit weird for me. Might be 40.
Okay.
Not sure. It's just kind of weird.
Okay.
50 doesn't look the same as 40. You know?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look the same as 40. And I just looked at the menu, and she got the moules frites, the blue mussels with the baguette and French fries.
Oh my goodness.
It was badass.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. We do that every day at 12:20. Coming up next, cause for concern or nothing to see here. Couple things going on around town. Should we be concerned or not? Next.
All right, we're talking.
Start with ZQuil Nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So, cause for concern or not, are we worried about Framber Valdez when it comes to the Houston Astros? What a rough first start. 7 of the 11 batters he faced reached base, walked a batter, hit another, allowed 5 hits. Where are we at here? Are we concerned about Framber Valdez?
Well, I would say yes, but it has nothing to do with the. I can't tell you how little I care about spring training pitching.
I mean, it's hard too, but you factor it in with how last year ended, though.
Yeah, that part I'm with you. But like, oh wow, he got rocked. I could not care less. Like, it does. I mean, this is where the decades of being around. I've seen it.
Oh, look at you!
I know. I hate doing that because it sounds like you're kind of putting your chest out or whatever. But like, I've seen it so many times, one way or the other. Like, it does not matter. I remember having a conversation. Who was the pitcher I was with? And we were kind of talking about this is like 90s. And somebody asked him like something like that. Oh, it felt like, we struggled. And he actually who was it? I can't remember. He said, dude, I was throwing one pitch. Like he was throwing one pitch. Like
sometimes that's the case.
Yeah, his whole outing was like one pitch. They knew it was coming. He was working on it. And that's that. But if we're talking about 2023, I mean, his game log, if you look at like the end of the year, was not good. And even if you look at the whole year, it was 12-11. I mean, so that's your ace, right?
Yeah, I don't always look at wins and losses. I know Adam Spillane would come in here and say, man, that means nothing. Wins and losses don't matter, all that. But I do think that Framber Valdez is kind of the key to their ultimate success. Like, as far as realistically, like, who knows what's going to happen with Christian Javier. I think Urquidy looks sharp. The bullpen is going to it's going to cancel out a lot of holes that you could have on the rotation because the games are naturally shortened. But
yeah,
I do think, like, as far as like the ultimate success, Framber Valdez is the key to that.
Yeah, and doesn't the wins and losses matter more on this team? Because it's such a good team and it's a powerful hitting team. Et cetera. I think it matters a little more with the Astros. But, yeah, you get into the advanced stats, and not all of those are very good for him or as good as they've been for him either. Maybe he'll win a Cy Young. But I'm more concerned about what we saw last year. Obviously, but there was also some pretty severe struggles.
Like, yeah, right in the middle of the severe struggles.
Yeah, right, severe struggles.
Right in the middle of the severe struggles. Yeah. By the way, Spo was in last week.
Mm-hmm.
He no commented Bajani on a story.
With him?
While they were on the air, he said no comment, man.
I got to try that.
Apparently, Spo had Figgy rolling.
I got to try that. What happened?
I guess he just didn't want to speak about Jerry Jones, man.
What?
He didn't want to speak about Jerry Jones.
Well, I got to hear this.
No commented him.
I got to hear this.
Figgy, let's hear this. This is Adam Spillane, no commenting Bajani last week.
Question for you guys.
I have no comment on this situation.
Is Jerry Jones the father of one Alexandra?
Sure, right. Why not? I have no comment.
No comment.
What were they doing?
No comment.
I have no comment.
Is he the father? No comment.
That's a weird thing to have a no comment on.
It's interesting. I could imagine, like, what do you do? Like, if you find out Jerry's your dad, you just want bread, right? You don't want to, like, get to know him, right? Like, does she want to go catch up?
I definitely would want to get to know him.
What does she want to do, go to a daddy-daughter dance?
No, just get to know him.
Just get the money.
Want to catch up and get to know her father.
Come on, lady. You're old enough. Just get the money and move on.
I just want a hug.
Take the check.
I've always wondered. I just want a hug.
Dad, will you pretend you're taking me to prom?
Her life was so empty.
Yeah, come on.
I mean, I would want money.
You just want the bread,
Don't get me wrong. I would want money.
Man, I watched. I don't know how this is a transformation. This is kind of weird. Amidst all of my weekend activities, I watched a documentary on Wendy Williams. Where is Wendy
really?
Williams?
Yeah, I saw the promo.
Man.
Good or bad? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
I think it's going to do the job. I think it's going to get her where she needs to be. I don't know what they're doing in New York with these guarantorships or whatever they call it. But man,
she in rough shape, man.
Like what?
Well, she drinks her ass off daily.
Yeah.
And apparently she has dementia because of alcohol. So she's still drinking. And she has these two sketchy-ass managers with her in New York. She was in Florida, and she was with her family, and she was fine. And then they ordered her to go to New York as part of the guarantorship. So her money's locked at Wells Fargo. So she can't even control her money, but she has like these weird-ass managers who are basically the ones that talk to the guarantor. And her family is like so out of the loop. But I think every year it comes up to where you evaluate it. She's definitely like, it's going to be Britney Spears times 100. She's going to end up at home, but I don't know what she's going to do, man.
I didn't know any of that stuff.
Man, I didn't either.
Yeah.
I knew she's still pretty witty, though. She's a little crazy, though, but she's a little mean. But it was a wild watch, man.
Man.
Wendy Williams.
I didn't even know she had a guardianship.
Oh, yeah, she got shut down, man.
Yeah.
They said she wasn't
now I got to watch.
capable.
So kind of Britney Spears stuff. Right? Like she has no control.
I don't know.
Of all that stuff.
Yeah, I think a lot of people didn't know it until recently, though.
Yeah.
Because she was with a dude that was treating her like crap. He was like cheating on her.
Yeah, her husband.
He was controlling her and all this other stuff.
And then he ended up having a baby. They said that's part of triggered it. So he ended up having a baby while he was with her. So then that was the end of that. And then I think her mom died and all that. But I'm telling you, man, so it's an interesting watch. I would definitely check it out. Don't know that it has anything to do with Jerry Jones or
but it does now.
Or Adam Spillane.
Yeah.
or Adam Spillane or anything.
Why would he no comment?
There it
I
is.
don't know about that.
He was on one yesterday, man.
What'd he do?
He was just, I don't know. He was being real picky towards Sean Bajani.
What did he do? You're exaggerating.
He was pretty much, he called him out for.
Let me hear.
All right.
What do you mean he was being picky? What was Spillane doing? He was picking on our guy Bajani?
Yeah. Here go the first one.
713-572-4610. I'm exploring all options. Coming up next, we'll play the hits, day's top stories. It's In the Loop. Stay there. In for Landry Locker and John Lopez. He's Adam Spillane. I'm Sean Bajani. I lied. We'll play the hits coming up next. Hey, first time I've done this show in a while, but what?
You're having a rough day.
No, I'm not. Why are you making a mountain out of a molehill?
You just screwed up the teas.
Oh, wow. You know, you could have stepped in and helped. You are the co-host, right?
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, wow. Ass.
You screwed up the teas.
What an ass.
You talked without the microphone being on, and then you called yourself John.
Can you move on?
I mean,
oh wow.
It seems like you're having a rough day, and I'm concerned for you.
You're concerned? I'm doing just
Figure,
fine,
you're
I
concerned.
I'm not concerned. I think he got this, man. So that was the second time he
Have they
screwed
tried to
up.
bring you into this?
Why did he mention me?
So this is why he mentioned you. This was the first time he kind of screwed up a little bit.
In for Landry Locker, I'm John Lopez. I'm not John Lopez. In for Landry Locker and John Lopez.
We redo that last. I mean, my God.
Was that bad? That was really bad.
You had to do it 3 times.
2 times. One, I forgot to turn my mic
Damn,
on.
Spo. Spo was going in, man.
The Lopez laugh.
From the boat. He's laughing at you from the boat.
Does Spo need to be a slime ball nominee for this?
Well, for what though, Spo? Just being like jumping on everything? It is interesting that he called himself John Lopez. I don't know about that. How come Spo doesn't bring that kind of heat with us?
What do you mean?
We'd mix it up with him.
He mixes it up.
Yeah, but he kind of
not like this.
Not like that.
You want him to bring that fire? You want him to be? You want him to be jerky Spo?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and forth. Yeah, we're gonna slime nominate him.
You're having a rough day. He told them on it, and I didn't. I don't want to speak for Bajani, but didn't seem too happy with that claim.
No, he did not.
Well, you're a co-host. Why don't you help me out? Yeah, we got to slime him for that.
Yeah, we got to slime him.
Oh no, this sounds like a slime ball. Slimy.
Man, Spo.
Yeah.
All right. You're co-host. Why don't you help out? I'm just saying you're having a rough day. Man, I love it.
Oh, man.
It's kind of stuff I like to hear. Coming up, let's go around the NFL. Wild weekend at the NFL Combine. Wild news plus the passing of a legend. Round the league next. First, though, I want to talk about Orchard. You're moving.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Mike Evans gets his contract signed. He's going to remain in Tampa, 2-year deal for him. Christian Wilkins, it was believed that he would be franchise tagged by Miami. Now it looks like he's going to avoid it, and Miami is keeping their options open, but teams are bracing for the star defensive tackle to hit free agency, and that's a big name. I know that Sean has said he would be down with that. Texans, I like the guy. I think he's good. I think he could help a lot, but these are the types of contracts over history. We can go from Albert Haynes, like defensive linemen getting their second contract is where a lot of times some of the worst contracts have been signed in NFL history, not just recently. I mean, you can go Trey Flowers and Ndamukong Suh, Olivier Vernon, Sean Gilbert, Javon Curse, Albert Hainsworth. Like, the list can go on and on when it comes to this. Did have 9 sacks last year. Huge jump, though, from the previous year. Does it miss games? I'm a little more scared of this one than perhaps I admittedly should be.
Yeah, I understand your point. I don't think it's wrong, but I'm a little bit more receptive to it just because of the need of what they have. But no, you can't.
They need offense, sir. No, let's make that clear.
Hey,
they need offense.
Look at who you're talking to. I think it should be prioritized on offense. But if that's the route they go, kind of like this morning, Sean said, hey, if they would have signed Mike Evans, I wouldn't have wanted that deal, but I would have been excited. That's how I am with Christian Wilkins.
Okay.
I wouldn't want this deal, but if they sign him, I'm going to be excited to have him here and see what he's got left. But it's a very high leverage, high impact, very physical, probably, in my opinion, the most physical position in the entire NFL. And he's 28 going on 29, so we'll see. But I would be excited.
Going around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Speaking of Tampa Bay, Jason Light, he was at the Combine, GM of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Listen to this interaction he had.
Jason Connor from SI, how are you?
Hey, good, Connor. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How's everything?
Good. Yeah, we won a lot more games than what he predicted us to get last year.
Yeah. Yes.
You had us for 2. I have it hanging up.
Do
in my
you really?
office. Yeah.
Oh, no. That's fantastic. Wait till I tell my boss. He'll actually like.
So I was hoping that you were going to say that we're going to win 8 this year. So does that mean that we're going to win?
We got to multiply by.
Yes.
We have to readjust that.
I'm glad I finally got to meet you.
What do we say? We got to go back to the drawing board. We have to look at the film. That's what I have to do.
All right, there you go.
I liked it from both ends. Yeah, from both sides. I like that. I thought, he handled it well. The reporter handled it well. It was good.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Here's Nico Collins talking about his contract situation. He was with TJ Hushmanzada on Fubo TV.
I haven't really even talked to my agent about it. I mean, I kind of know the end of my third, I'm out for free agency, but I'm locked in to where I feel like I need another year to prove to everybody what I can do. The first 2 years I had was due to injuries. I feel like that wasn't my best me. I feel like after this year, show them a little bit, boom. I feel like this year, so I feel like it's going to be a little better year. Mentally, physically, I know what to expect. I'm learning, getting better, growing throughout the year, just learning the game better. Come early, but I feel like my mindset is just go ball and just let it play out, how it play out. I'm not chasing it. Yeah, I want to get paid. Everybody want to get paid. It's a business. Everybody want to get paid, man. But you got to let it come to you. Yeah, I know it's coming, but I feel like you got to be patient. It's a business, and then I got a lot to prove.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I think he sounds like a guy that's going to bet on himself.
All right.
Sounds like.
I'll take the bet. If I'm Nick Caserio, I'll take the bet.
I would.
Works.
It works out because he could be paying him a lot more than you can get him right now.
Still would like to draft a wide receiver. Perhaps in the first round. A lot of names there. A lot of interesting big names. There are some local ones as well. We'll hear about that when the internet goes nuts. The Jags. Are they going to pay Trevor Lawrence or not? Here's Trent Baalke, the GM of the Jags, talking about that situation with Cameron Wolfe.
Yeah, we've started discussions, and as you know, those are going to be ongoing. And again, none of this stuff happens overnight. You work diligently between the two parties to try to get something done. Keep good football players. That's the object. You want to draft good football players, you want to keep them. And the more players we get that we bring into the system under our tutelage and maintain and keep in our system, the better we're going to be.
Okay.
Do it.
Please.
Do it.
Please.
Pay the man.
Pay him. Pay him all
Pay
you
Trevor
want.
Lawrence all day.
What's his contract going to look like?
I don't know. Like, it's awkward. Like, I don't want to dismiss Trevor Lawrence as a good quarterback. I just don't think he's him. I don't think he's great.
Yeah. No, that's why I said do it.
Pay him. Make him the highest paid of all time.
This could be, I could regret saying this, but this could be one of the best things that happens at the
No, if they surround him with the right squad, I think you can win at an elite level with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, but
it's going to get harder to surround him with an elite squad when you pay him.
Yeah.
And it's been up and down. What are they going to do? They got Calvin Ridley. They got Josh Allen. They got to figure some stuff out. The Ridley thing, I think, the Evans thing, I think impacts the Ridley thing now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing for them.
Pay him like Justin Herbert. Pay him like Justin Herbert.
Yeah. Look, we could all be eating crow, but I just don't see this as anything but good news for the Texans.
Yeah,
they're in one of the worst places you can be as a franchise. A quarterback that's really good, but is he going to be the guy that gets you there?
Go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Tennessee, as we go around the NFL, around the AFC South, the Texans division, on this portion of things, Cameron Wolfe, man, he was working the room. He also had a report on the Tennessee Titans and their mindset heading into the draft, specifically starting with how they feel about their quarterback.
For them, it starts with, do we have a right quarterback? And the answer from talking to people there is they think they have their guy in Will Levis. And so how do you protect and build for your franchise quarterback? Offensive line and wide receiver are the two spots they're going to target. And Brian Callahan said yesterday when asked which one he'd prioritize, he said, if everything's equal, I'll go with the guy who scores the touchdowns.
I actually don't mind this if I were a Titans fan, and I hate the Titans, but you do have him. He is on a rookie deal. You don't know for sure yet. I don't know what he's going to be. I don't think it's going to be very good.
No, I mean, they're in a situation.
But this is a great spot to try this.
Do you think, all right, let's put it this way. If the Tennessee Titans, let's say they were absolute trash last year.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say they had the worst or second worst record in the league. Do you think they would move on? Would they do like a Josh Rosen where the Cardinals took Josh Rosen 11 overall? Now they took overall, but they decided we're going to move on with Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
Or do you think they would still stay loyal to Will Levis?
I think they would probably
move on.
I think they'd move on.
I think they probably draft a quarterback. But what I'm saying, though, is what do you have to lose? Like, you can draft a quarterback next year?
I saw.
They're in a better spot than Jacksonville.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Davis Mills situation where you give him a year.
Yeah.
I saw Mofo in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy Titans fan.
Yeah.
The report that Marvin Harrison Jr. skipped his media availability.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, dude, this guy's he kind of got me off sides. He goes, this guy's a diva. He's a chump. I wouldn't want him anywhere near my team. He should slide to 7.
That's good. Yeah. Right to 7.
I do like how these guys, because I think Marvin Harrison knows he's not going past the Cardinals.
Right. And that's why they're being strategic with
And
this stuff.
Caleb Williams is not going past Chicago or perhaps Washington.
Yeah.
Like those two teams. So why the hell do I need to talk to you? What are y'all wasting my time for?
No, just being.
It's like
not even
insider
a waste
trade.
of
It's also
time.
insider trading. Like, what are we doing?
That's what it is. It's not even the waste of time aspect. They know they're committed. I mean, they were taking medicals until like 11 o'clock at night.
Bro,
Do
you like going to the doctor's office?
I do not.
Do you like getting a 12-hour physical?
That's what I'm saying.
If I'm going to do that, I'm going to Chicago and I'm going to chill. They can come to me. We can figure it out. I'm not going to do medicals for all 32 teams if you're taking me first.
Exactly.
I feel like players are getting smarter. This isn't like a stupid, PJ Tucker needs to go get his type of thing that goes on in the NBA. I think these guys are just getting smarter.
No, and they're not. It's not a waste of time thing. It's a strategic thing. Because why do you want that information all out there when you know it's only going to affect 2 or 3 teams?
Malik Neighbors, LSU, another really good receiver that's going to go in the first round. He was asked about the Titans or the Falcons. Those are two teams that he's been linked to. He's got thoughts, kind of.
You're either going to the Titans or the Falcons.
Oof.
Oof. Oof. Which one would you rather go to? I'd say Atlanta.
I'd say Atlanta. I mean, I had to stop for a second though. Yeah, Atlanta.
I mean, who is their quarterback?
That's
Justin
why I had to
Fields.
stop. Yeah, well, maybe.
Or Kirk Cousins.
Maybe.
Kirk Cousins.
If it's Kirk Cousins, then I go Atlanta.
Yeah, might be Kirk Cousins. Speaking of quarterbacks, we talked about Caleb Williams. These are a couple of other money quotes from quarterbacks in the draft. Jaden Daniels out of LSU, Heisman Trophy winner. Once upon a time, he was at Arizona State. His recruiting coordinator at Arizona State was Antonio Pierce, who now coaches for the Las Vegas Raiders. Raiders could trade up for Jaden Daniels. This was Daniels with Josina Anderson talking about that possibility.
Man, we're going to see. We are going to see. You know, AP is a great guy. He's the right guy for the job. And if he did and I hear my name called and on draft day I hear my phone call ring and it's AP, you know, I don't know what I'll do. So right now, you know, I'm just blessed. I'll take it day by day. I'll let everybody handle that. You know, that's focusing on the best player, the best version of myself.
All right.
Good. Hope he does go to the Raiders.
Drake May.
Mm-hmm.
This was the money quote.
He threw the ball 81 yards. Remember that.
Hey, this is the quote of the combine, though.
All right.
This almost sold. I was kind of like, yeah, what's up with this guy? I'm not overselling this.
Okay.
This is a quote right here. This is him with, I think, Tom Pelissaro. Here you go.
Give me your best sales pitch why you should be somebody's franchise QB.
Yeah, I think I can do it all. I think one of the things where, you know, I really can make a play with my feet, make a play, throw in the pocket, and you really just, you don't want to game plan, you know, for me, you want to game plan with me.
You don't want to game plan for me.
You want to game plan with me. That should be a shirt.
That's pretty good.
You don't want to game plan for me. You want to game plan with me.
That's
mic
good.
drop right there.
I like it. I like it.
Chris Mortensen. He has passed away, 72-year-old, longtime NFL reporter. I think he started with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution.
I don't recall.
And then ended up at ESPN. This was his most famous interview of all time. And the subject was another ESPN legend, Mel Kiper Jr.
One question, Bill. A lot of criticism about not taking a quarterback here. Your response?
Well, you know, we got a guy up there. Who in the hell is Mel Kiper, in a way? I mean, here's a guy that criticizes everybody, whoever they take. He's got the answers to who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. He's never been a coach. He's never been a scout. He's never been an administrator. And all of a sudden, he's an expert. He's in our papers 2 days ago. We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
Oh, wow.
Wow. How'd it work out for Bill Tobin?
Damn, man.
Yeah. I don't know why I thought of Mort, and I thought of this interview with him. I really didn't have a lot of contact. I mean, I had contact with him, met him here and there, but I never really knew Chris Mortensen. But and everything that has been written about him and everything we know about him.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, one of the best.
I interacted with him a few times. We'd have him on weekly-ish, every other week.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's the Mort Report, man.
It's
Had a nice ring to it. The Mort Report.
Yeah.
When I think of hell, I think of ESPN, man.
Yeah.
Just watching ESPN.
Him,
as a
John
kid.
Clayton.
Yep, John Clayton.
Yep.
He did his thing, man. Rest in peace. Pour one out. Chris Mortensen. So this Tyreek Hill situation. Last week we talked about Tyreek Hill ran a football camp. Some Instagram influencer that has like 2 million followers. She went and hung out with him at his house. Apparently she hurt her leg doing football drills. She claimed it was because Tyreek Hill got mad that she knocked him down in a football drill. Well, Tyreek Hill's lawyer has issued a statement about this injury. This is pathetic, by the way. Like, how does he find himself in the stupidest situations?
He does.
Quote, Tyreek Hill's lawyer says that Sophie Hall, that's her name, Tyreek Hill, but because she tripped over a dog during the football drills in a statement released to ESPN. So this is the controversy we have here.
I have no idea what to believe. I know what's more believable.
What's better? Like, does either one of these things make you look good?
No, neither one is good. Tripped over a dog? I mean, plausible, I guess. But I think more plausible is Tyreek Hill getting mad. It's just all a matter of opinion.
Braylon Edwards, former Cleveland Brown, former New York Jets. Apparently he was at a YMCA. This was a Detroit YMCA. There was some noise in the locker room. He heard 2 people yelling at each other, and eventually he said that the skirmish got loud enough to where he felt he needed to go see what was up.
Yeah.
And I guess there was a 25-year-old beating the crap out of an 80-year-old, and Braylon Edwards actually broke the guy's fall. The alleged attacker appeared in court Saturday, remains in custody on $250,000 bond. So Braylon Edwards, they're saying he might have saved the guy's life. I think he suffered concussion, among other things. How are you 25 and beat up an 80-year-old?
That's the story.
Under any circumstance.
Look,
any circumstance.
I'm not 25, as we've learned today, but I get, getting irritated in the locker room with people doing whatever. Maybe some old man is doing something that irritates. 25 and 80? No.
At the Y.
Yeah.
I guess it was over some loud music or something, maybe?
Whatever. And Jason Kelsey made it official.
Jason Kelsey retired. He did his thing on the
what was that tweet you were telling me about? I thought that was hilarious. And
this was about
pretty appropriate.
This is from Rico Bosco of Barstool. Quote, I would say Kelsey's career in Philly is worthy of a statue, but they only build statues in Philly for fictional boxers. Also make T-shirts for stepovers in a series they lost 4-1 and give parades to Little League World Series teams who went 2-2. They could make a movie about him, but he didn't play special teams like Vince P. Great career regardless. Did you like that Mark Wahlberg movie?
I did not.
I never really.
I thought it was okay. I wasn't crazy about it, but no, I like nothing in that tweet is wrong. That's what makes it so funny. It's funny because it's true.
It's around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the internet goes nuts and it leads to a lot of crazy ideas for Texans fans. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I got the internet going nuts.
NFL Combine wide receivers, Texas wide receivers had the internet going nuts, as well as McHonky. Not McHonky, McHonky.
Don't do that.
With Georgia.
You're just perpetuating
doing his
the
thing.
myth.
What do you mean, McHonky?
You're
Oh, you don't think they about to call him that?
Perpetuating the stereotype.
If you don't think if he ends up with the Texans, if you don't think I'm going to have a McHonky shirt, out of your damn mind.
Somebody going to do it.
Yeah.
So it started off with Adonai Mitchell out of Mo City, at Mo City Mitch on Twitter. He ran a 4.35. He's 205 pounds. Ran a 4.35. Unrealized potential, this guy. The production does not match the quality of receiver he is. He was at Georgia for 2 years. They don't throw the rock as much. Also, a little bit banged up. And then at Texas, there was just so many weapons, including Xavier Worthy, who we'll hear about in a sec. He's the sky's the limit. Also had a 40-inch vertical, which I think is pretty good. But here is Adonai Mitchell, Mo City Mitch, talking about quarterbacks he'd like to see.
Be like, man, I'd love to catch touchdowns from that dude.
There's a lot of guys, bro. I mean, obviously Pat Mahomes.
Yes.
I love C.J. Stroud. I was a fan of him when he was tearing us up over at Georgia for the Peach Bowl.
I think this guy's going to be very, very good. Very, very good.
I think you are correct.
And I don't even know if he's going to be there when the Texans select, but I think the sky's the limit for this guy.
It's a wide receiver year, man. It is a wide receiver draft. I was jotting down some of these names, man. Like, you don't even count Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors. Xavier Worthy, Adonai Mitchell, Roman Wilson, McConkey, Brian Thomas,
Franklin.
Roma Doomsday, Franklin. Man.
You also had Xavier Worthy, 165 pounds. He ran a record 4.21 at the Combine. John Harris talked about the possibility of Xavier Worthy. I'll be honest. I like Xavier Worthy. I just don't look at Xavier Worthy as a first-round guy. If I'm getting a first-round guy, I'm looking at it as someone who could perhaps be better than Nico and better than Tank. I think he's a nice complimentary guy. I think he's going to go to the Chiefs, and we're all going to hate our lives. He's going to end up being like their explosive guy.
Yeah.
But I like Adonai Mitchell. Worthy might be my third favorite. Where he's going to go in the draft, because I think someone's going to perhaps take him in the first round because of the speed. But I would like Mitchell, Sanders day 2, and I even like Whittington on day 3. That's just where I'm at with where he's going to go.
I forgot about Whittington.
I would say no thanks to Xavier Worthy.
Dude, they were loaded.
I mean, Jatavian Sanders was hurt and not doing his thing. They had Anthony Hill, who was like their highest recruited receiver ever. Jonathan Brooks, who, by the way, Jonathan Brooks is supposed to be the John Harris texted me this morning, and I'm glad that he's watching Texas tape now because he has to.
Yeah.
And a lot of times when you watch tape, you say, look at that other guy.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, Baxter's going to be a problem for Texas next year. I'm like, I know. He hadn't been in a college offseason. Like, he's their highest rated running back. Like, Jonathan Brooks would not have gotten the most carries on the team next year.
Yeah.
There might be 2 running backs better than him. I say all that to say, geez, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Come on, Sark. Get it together. Get it together.
You mentioned Ladd McConkey. A lot of you might be saying, who the hell is that? He's the white receiver for Georgia who would always be making big plays. He ran a 4.39,
yeah, he did,
which was the 3rd fastest time in the 40-yard dash. A lot of people acted surprised by that. Not quite sure why.
Yeah, I am.
But I think I have a decent idea.
Race car!
McConkey.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
I got the internet going nuts.
LeBron just can't help himself, can he? This is one of the internet was going nuts on this. Vision history, man. He was talking about like the 18-year-old me, nobody wanted me to succeed, etc. I think a lot of people, if not the majority, the vast majority of people wanted him to succeed. It wasn't until LeBron started doing dumb stuff that people were rolling their eyes with him.
He can't keep his story straight.
He can't.
Hey, LeBron, there's a commercial in which you talk to your younger self. In reality, what would you tell 18-year-old LeBron about the journey to becoming an Olympic gold medalist, a 4-time champion, and now scoring 40,000 points?
I wouldn't tell him anything, honestly, because 18-year-old LeBron had a great head on his shoulder. He just did. He was put in a position where I wouldn't wish too many 18-year-old kids to be put into. He just had his head in the best possible position. He was raised the right way by his mother. He was raised the right way by his Little League coaches. He was held accountable by his friends. He met a young lady in high school that held him down as well. Told himself, if you want to make a real name for yourself and your last name and your family and your friends and your city, the only way it's going to happen if you just stay focused and maintain focus and put in the work. Besides my family and my friends and my city, and then some people in my city as well, because we even know some of them people, everybody wanted to see me fail when I got to the league.
No,
it's no way he's going to be able to exceed the expectations that's put upon him. For the first time in a long time, I seen a commercial that was played before my first game, and when I rewatched it today for the first time, I was like, I think they was mentioning like all the greats that ever played the game of basketball. I think it was like Big O and Michael and Kareem and else was that commercial, whatever the case may be. And the next one, LeBron James, and I didn't even see that commercial when it happened, but I was like, what the hell? Like that expectation on an 18-year-old kid, like that was insane. And everybody wanted to see you fail.
No, they didn't. Like he was on the cover of every magazine. You just referenced, they were comparing you to all the greats of all time. It wasn't until he did.
There were high expectations, but like everybody wanting you to fail. I don't know about that.
There's 2 things turn people on LeBron. The first one is very easy to remember.
The
decision. I'm taking my talents to Miami and all that. But the one that got me, and I liked LeBron. I remember sitting down with him and writing a column about him when he was a rookie and he came to Houston for the first time. Couldn't have been more blown away by that kid at that time. But he said after they lost their first championship in Miami, this is about fans.
Oh yeah,
At the end of the day,
they have to be themselves or whatever.
At the end of the day, they have to wake up tomorrow and have the same life they had. They can get a few days being happy about the Miami Heat not accomplishing their goal, but they have to go back to the real world at some point. That's when I was like, come on, man. I mean, he's revising history here. Not everybody wanted him to fail. Most wanted him to succeed.
Well, I think it's just funny. Like, the thing that I've always thought was hilarious, and I'm glad that he actually just kind of clarified that it's not, that it's kind of silly, is the notion that I'm just a kid from Akron. And I don't know how I made it out of here. I don't know how I made it out of Akron, brother. You read magazines at 12. Exactly. You drove a Hummer to Claire. They were calling you the chosen one. You just said that your mom raised you well and that everyone was looking out for you. That was always people in Cleveland. I don't know. You can speak for it better than me, Figgy. They used to kind of roll their eyes when he acted like he was like some sort of underdog. At least people I talked to.
Yeah. Nobody thought he was an underdog.
And he just said everyone took me under their wing. All that. You're driving a Hummer to class, sir.
Yeah, everybody.
But he just confirmed that.
Yeah.
Until it changes, I'm sure there'll be a movie where he had to play barefoot his senior year or something exactly. Instead of having his own custom Adidas.
I got the internet going nuts.
John Harris, speaking on this this combine thing, this Xavier Worthy thing, said the following, quote, just had a vision of Tank and Xavier flanking Nico with CJ throwing them the ball. I'm going to need a moment.
Yeah.
So John Harris is on this.
Yeah, he should be.
Work on a jugs machine.
Yeah, they're going to work on the jugs machine, that's for sure. And he should be. That would be quite interesting. And I know with that speed, with Tank, come on now.
I got the internet going nuts.
Now, this is a rule that I can get behind, Landry Locker. Per Albert Breer, the NFL is working on a kickoff proposal that would involve teams kicking from the opponent's 40-yard line. The opponent's 40-yard line. Here's the kicker. No pun intended. No pun intended. No players except the kicker can and the return until the ball is touched. In other words, he has to catch it or touch it before anyone else on the field moves. Think about that.
What are we doing?
From the 40, though, like your own 40.
Yeah.
Another thing, if the ball doesn't cross,
so we're still going to get a lot of touchbacks, though.
Well, hold that thought. If the ball doesn't cross the 20-yard line in the air, it's treated as out of bounds, and the team gets it on the 40, where you kicked it, basically. If it goes into the end zone, a touchback is placed at the 35.
Oh, my God.
This is exciting.
Yeah, maybe Xavier Worthy in the first round might not be a bad idea.
This is exciting.
We're talking about return men.
So another one, nothing but pooch kicks, and a
lot of people hate this.
I love it.
You don't think they're doing too much?
No, the kickoff is a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time.
But this is a lot.
This is exciting. Like, think about it. Like put it in your mind's eye, Figgy.
You can't run till you touch it.
The kicker kicks it, and no one moves until the receiver touches it. Can't move. That's badass.
Do that help the injuries?
Yeah, I kind of feel like
yes, it helps.
I feel like you're going to be running full speed, and the guys running full speed quicker.
But it helps the injuries in the sense that first of all, the ball carrier has a head of steam, but you're only kicking it from the 40, and you're receiving it inside the 20, so that's like 25 yards. You know, it's like a scrimmage play almost. I love it. I love it because I hate kickoffs in the NFL now. Just it's a complete waste of time. I would tune into that every week.
It seems like a bad idea for me.
Seems like an awesome idea.
Seems like a bad idea.
Yeah. Awesome.
This seems a little dangerous.
I got the internet going nuts.
Love is Blind. Love is Blind. We're on the final stretch of Love is Blind, and we finally saw the hot chick. She met the guy who dumped her because a girl misled him and said that
she looked like
Megan Fox.
How'd that go?
It went pretty good. I won't spoil it because it's we're inside a week, but pretty entertaining. I do recommend Love is Blind season 6. You should definitely watch it.
I'm kind of watching it by proxy with you. That's good.
I'm not going to give it away.
I got the internet going nuts.
Caitlin Clark has and had the internet going nuts.
Caitlin Clark.
Yes. Iowa.
She does what?
She just established the air quote all-time scoring record in NCAA basketball.
And did what?
She broke Pete Maravich's.
She plays where?
Iowa.
Okay.
She broke Pete Maravich's all-time scoring record.
Okay.
And I have nothing but respect for Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I can tell.
I think she is a living legend. I think she's going to be
GOAT.
She's going to be one of the richest women's basketball players in history.
Oh, my God.
She the GOAT?
However.
What is this, Sports Center with John Lopez and L. Duncan?
However.
Lord. What's up, Talking Point?
What are we doing?
Is she better than Michael Jordan?
Yeah, thanks Molly Querim for the Talking Point.
However saying she broke the all-time NCAA scoring
She did,
record.
John. She scored the most points. Get over it.
Pete Maravich.
She scored the most points.
Only played 3 years, by the way, because freshmen were not eligible when he played.
Okay.
And did not have a three-point line.
What year was this?
This was, what was it, early 70s, I guess? Late 60s, early 70s?
Good for him.
Well, this is ridiculous.
Pete Maravich was the first guy that could dribble between his legs.
No, he was not.
No one could even dribble.
Bob Cousy was.
When he played, yeah, he couldn't. When he played, he was the only guy who could dribble between his legs.
Well,
that shouldn't even count.
No one's going to take you disparaging Pete Maravich's great name.
Come on.
The dude was a scoring machine.
That was fine.
Absolute scoring machine.
But you know what?
But you don't.
No one else could dribble between their legs.
They could. You do not compare the all-time women's scoring record, which should be able to stand by itself as something that's phenomenal, to Pete Maravich, who only played 3 years and didn't have a three-point line. And I blame ESPN, I blame broadcasters, I blame media, like, oh, look what she did. She broke. No, don't do that. I feel like you're kind of diminishing her record.
They weren't even allowed to dunk when Pete Maravich played.
It depends on when. I think at the end of the career it was. Like Lou Alcindor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, they weren't allowed to dunk.
I want to see this. I want to see these highlights
of Caitlin Clark.
No, of Pete Maravich. I've seen Caitlin Clark's highlights. I've been joking.
Ridiculous.
No, I don't. I got to see these highlights.
Here you go again.
No, I want to see these calls. I'm going to do some scouting during the break.
Again.
No, I want to check this out. I want to see what he's working with here.
Didn't he average like 50 points a game?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
But again, he was the only guy who could dribble between his legs.
In 3 years, he averaged 43.8, 44.2, and 44.5.
I'm watching the tape right now.
He was ridiculous.
I'm watching the tape.
You realize he played in the NBA for like 12 years.
Yeah, I get it. He was good.
Yeah.
Went to the Jazz, right?
I think, yeah, Hawks and then the Jazz. He was stupid good. But I feel like they're diminishing her record.
Let's see this LSU mix right here.
Yeah, you're going to like what you see from Pete Maravich.
Oh, my God.
You're going to like it. He was something.
Look at him dribble between his legs. It's like the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, he can play, man. He can play.
Come on.
What are you looking at?
Good Lord.
He was awesome.
Jeez.
He was awesome.
Look at these stiffs.
There you
playing
go
against
again.
a plumber.
There you go again.
Man, he's playing against some straight scrubs.
There you go again.
Look at that.
Scrubs.
Goodness gracious.
That jump shot looked smooth, though.
It was smooth, man. And, like, he played.
I mean, come on, dude.
He played against NBA legends.
Look at this.
He played against NBA legends.
I'm talking about in college. What is going on here?
Well, in college, he set the all-time scoring record. Yes.
I don't know about this, man.
Yes. This is you being...
White.
Get out of here.
White.
How about those no-look passes?
White.
Handles, shooting.
White guy. Where's the equalizer there, though?
What do you mean?
Like, if you're going to say that he didn't have a three-point line, what's the equalizer for not having to play against black dudes in college?
He did.
Not a lot.
He did.
Not a lot. I'm looking at this like I think I've seen one.
Oh,
Who was the biggest star he played against?
Like
in college?
I mean, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar played in when he was playing.
But
Bill Walton played when he was playing, although he's white.
I don't know that they were playing against each other because that was different conferences, right?
But still, you go into tournaments and stuff.
But what is the equalizer?
There is no equalizer.
But I mean, if we're saying, no 3-point line, but no brothers, what's the
what's the
trade-off?
There were
like
brothers.
how many? Which one do you think is like if I told you, like if I told, let's say I went up to who's a honky that shoots now in the NBA? Duncan Robinson.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if I told Duncan Robinson?
Tyler Hero.
What if I went up to Tyler Hero and I said, Tyler, I got some bad news for you, brother. I know you're jacking up like 8-9 threes a game. We're going to take away the 3-point line. But as a trade-off, you're not going to have to play against very many black dudes anymore. He would take it, right? Yes or no? Would he take? Okay.
But
shout out to Pistol Pete.
But Pistol Pete.
Shout out to Pistol.
Played with African American players.
Very rarely. So let's keep the asterisks consistent. You are correct. There was no 3-point line. There were also not a lot of brothers on the court. Fair trade.
Not fair. Like he averaged 48, 45, and 44 in college with no 3-point line.
Look at this.
He would have averaged 60 points a game.
I mean,
and then Caitlin Clark
there weren't
would
a
never
basketball
catch
goal there, I think he'd be waiting to play pickleball.
Get out of here. Well, he did. No, that's part of it. He looked like not the part. Had those saggy socks.
Coming up next, big news today that impacts the Houston Texans. We'll get into that next.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry
All right,
Locker.
so Mike Evans off the market. Mike Evans going to stay in Tampa Bay, 2-year deal, $52 million, $35 million guaranteed. So that dream gone. I do wonder, as we localize it, as we always do here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610, if this is kind of symbolic of what this wide receiver market is going to be because of what we saw in the draft. Like, could you imagine if you're a team that needs a wide receiver, watching what you watched in the draft and what we already knew, really, it was just kind of more names emerging. There's no way you're sitting there telling yourself, man, you know what, we really got to commit 4 years to one of these receivers that's on the market. I think this is market that Nick Caserio speaks on, to where 1 week, 2 weeks down the line, we look up and the Texans are getting some sort of bargain. I think this market, I'm not saying that Mike Evans knew what his market value was going to be, but I'm not going to not say that Mike Evans knew what his market value might be.
Oh, he knew. I mean, I'll just be honest. The whole thing, even Nick Caserio referenced it. Oh, they do that? They have a good idea. And I think that when Mike Evans gets 2 years, 56, or 57, whatever it was, that's going to be very telling. That's going to be very telling for the rest of the market. What are you rolling?
By the way, Ocho just brought this up on the text line. Pistol Pete shot the ball 38 times a game.
Yeah.
What an effing ball hog.
He was awesome.
So he was averaging 49 points on 38 shots?
I don't know if that's accurate, but I know he shot the ball a lot.
I mean, I don't think he's making this up.
Yeah.
Between only playing honkies and shooting the ball 38 times a game?
Not only playing.
Goodness gracious.
So you don't think it was that good?
I mean, that's kind of wild. 38 times?
Yeah, 37.5, 37.7. Yes, 38
Lord.
times.
Good Lord.
Well, who else would you want shooting the ball?
I mean, get your teammates involved there, buddy. Goodness gracious.
He did. He did. He averaged 6 assists a game.
38 times a game.
And 6 assists.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would like to look up the stats on them players when he was playing.
Oh, the
stats.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he scored what he scored. What was the next person?
Shoot, his guys weren't shooting at all. Sitting around watching. Ball hogging. Goodness gracious.
Oh, my gosh.
The news tomorrow, like, we're going to get the franchise tag deadline, so we'll know who's going to and not going to be on the market. Looks like Christian Wilkins of the Dolphins could be out there. I'm okay on that. It seems like a name that people get excited about. I'm okay on it. I would like them to evaluate some of these other second-tier guys, and I would love to see who they like.
Right.
I got a blind faith in the evaluation process of D'Amico Ryans as well as Bobby Slowick, but I would be okay with that.
I like the idea. Who was that old agent that I like him, but I don't love him? John McClain's old friend, the original guru, kind of stat head.
Hart Cosell?
No, the combine scout way back in the day. Our listeners will remember who it was. I like him. I like the idea of Christian Wilkins. I'm not in love with it, but I would be very, very excited to see him. To see him as a Texan. I just don't think it's not my first choice.
9 sacks this year. I think 4.5 was the career high before that. You're not worried about this being like a contract year type thing?
Yeah. No, that's part of the reason that I like him. I'm also worried more about just wear and tear. At that position with that body, where that position tends to kind of fade off.
Second contracts don't go. Second, that position don't go according to plan.
Much like running backs, when it goes fast. By the way, Pete Maravich led the NCAA in scoring in 1969.
Good for him.
Behind him, Austin Carr, Calvin Murphy, Bob Lanier, Artis Gilmore, Ollie Taylor. Shout out to U of H.
Yeah,
he's pretty good.
How many times did he actually play them?
I have no idea.
Yeah, okay.
Like, I have no idea of tournaments and stuff like that.
I didn't.
So had he played?
No, I'm just saying I didn't see any of them on his highlights. I saw. Damn sure didn't see Calvin Murphy. Promise you that. He would have stuck out like a sore thumb in that highlight package.
Why is that, Larry? I mean, Larry. Landry.
Didn't recognize him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
None of them had froze.
Rudy T was 7th in scoring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah.
How many points?
Rudy T averaged 30.1.
On how many shots?
Now that I don't know.
Damn sure not 38.
Pete Maravich averaged 44.5.
On 38 shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah.
How about the Jags, by the way? Are the Jags slime ball worthy?
In terms of what?
So 3 hours ago, and I always struggle with pronouncing this name, even though it's familiar. Foley Fatukasi, the D lineman, Fatukasi, Fatukasi. I wished happy birthday on their website,
and then they cut him
3 hours ago, and then they cut his ass. Hour and a half later.
So that seems to be a trend.
Happy birthday, 94. Your ass is cut.
That stinks.
I mean, I know that the social media team, I doubt that they're talking to Trent Baalke, but how are you going to send out a happy birthday tweet and then cut the guy an hour later, man?
Fired on your day off, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you got fired on your day off.
That's messed up. Texans been wishing happy birthdays to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Fired, man. That's insane.
But to answer your question on Christian Wilkins, yeah, I'd be excited. Yes, I would be very intrigued with what he could do with DeMeco Ryans on this defense. It's just not my priority, man.
Why would you be excited? Do you want to sign him or not?
Like you said, yes or no? Well, yeah, sure.
So why would you be? I mean, if you want to, why would you be excited?
I think
if
the priorities
you don't want to
are
do it,
elsewhere.
why would you just?
I'll go back to what I said.
Still or what?
I'll go back to what I said earlier. Like Sean Pendergast said Friday, and then tweeted today. He's all about guys like Christian Wilkins, and Derrick Henry, and who was the other ones that he was saying? Tyler Boyd and Levante David. And I'm like, what are we doing here? Like what are we doing? I get it, and I'm not picking on Sean. Those guys will add up to about $123 million. Whereas if you get Gabe Davis, Saquon Barkley, Chase Young, Xavier Howard, that's $127 million.
I don't think Gabe Davis is going to be that expensive. I think this wide receiver.
Well, then maybe they'd both be about the same. We're talking about here is being a very top-heavy free agent class. If you
I don't want to do that, man.
If you sign Christian Wilkins,
I
don't either.
I want to see how they work this.
Whereas you get value with guys like Davis and Barkley and Chase Young and Xavier Howard. That's what I'm saying.
See how that goes, man.
Yeah.
See how that goes. Ron Hughley in here. He's yelling. I don't know.
He's grunting.
What's wrong with you? What are you grunting about?
That Christian Wilkinson.
I
just called him Wilkinson.
Yeah.
You've
been calling him Wilkinson the whole time.
I have, haven't I?
The whole time. Every time we talk about the guy.
So you're not in on that, huh?
Nah, he's in.
No,
I think he's a little
wrong.
bit more in.
I'm getting confused. I'm getting not confused. I'm having some second thoughts as we get closer to it.
Good by you. The historic, the running back conversation, it's not even acknowledging the fact that it's different now than it was. But those second D lineman contracts, man, they're scary as hell.
I'm going to tell you this where I am. And
had a hell of a jump this year, by the way.
And I can. This would probably get me in trouble on some things. I'm not a big historical figure person. I'm not going to say
in terms of contracts and stuff.
Yeah, or to judge I won't do this because of
yeah.
that.
I told him every player's different. We'll see, but I get it.
Some spaces are different. Like right now, the interior defensive alignment that's a problem has become as valuable as anything, if not more, because they can get to the quarterback quicker.
Yeah.
And then when you have certain guys like Aaron Donald, and I think Jeffrey Simmons fits in this, Chris Jones, where they can scrimmage and rush the passer.
Yeah.
Like that is something different. I heard you driving in with Christian Wilkins, and we're going to touch this, Brandon. I heard you talking about Christian Wilkins. I just can't figure out in my mind, is this him moving from 4 sacks to 9? Because 9 sacks in the interior, that's
amazing.
Because if you look at everything else, my man's got the motor they love. He's got a Will Anderson motor.
Yeah.
He can make some play. He made a play on Josh Allen late in the season that was insane all by himself that caused a turnover. But I just can't tell if this is him taking steps as an ascending player moving forward, or is this
contract year?
That contract year is undefeated. I can't tell, because that is That is a big problem, I think, for this defense. They're cool there, but if he is moving up and playing like he does at times, he's a kind of a game changer in there, and those guys are becoming harder to find an edge.
But see, when you talk about his motor, that's why I'm not worried about it being a contract year. I mean, that's how he plays. He might have just improved. I just don't.
That's fair.
I just don't feel like I really just need to spend that money on
priorities,
on Christian
right?
Wilkins.
Priorities is my thing.
You know, like I feel like there are other ways. Like you filled it with Sheldon Rankins last year. What's the equivalent to that this year? Is it Grover Stewart? Like I feel like you can stand the kind of be right on par what you were last year without having to invest that much in a Christian Wilkins.
It changes the game.
But history,
you got a beast there.
Hey, but history does show you that DJ Reader would have been good to have kept that extra year.
How'd that work
for that second contract?
That was a little Wendy Merciless
it'd been nice.
Mistake there. Kind of just happened. How do y'all feel, before we get out of here real quick, how do y'all feel about Pistol Pete? John Lopez wants to bring up how good Pistol Pete was.
I just said it was a travesty that everybody bought into the breaking Pistol Pete's record.
38 shots a game.
But she did, though.
She did not.
38 shots a game.
She did not.
So did she not?
Caitlin Clark, ESPN talking about ESPN.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't follow it.
Well, I'll say this. This was my analogy. If you told Tyler Hero, hey, buddy, you can't shoot any more threes, but only 10% of your opponents are going to be black dudes, I think he would take the trade-off. So if we're going to mention all the asterisks, we got to mention all the asterisks.
At least Caitlin Clark played against black girls.
With a smaller ball. With a smaller ball.
That's what the whites used to do. They both did what they needed to do. And Caitlin is the champ.
You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
All right, The Drive is live. I see Tyler Milner, another one of his countless Houston type shirts. What is this, the Astrodome shirt?
Astro World.
Oh, I see that.
Yeah, a little throwback for you.
Never got to see that. Heard about it.
Spent a lot of days at the old Astro World.
Never got to see that.
I got a little dome on my shirt.
See,
a little dome back when it was pure. Back when it was pure.
H10.
All right, you hear that voice. Brandon Scott is in today. Clint is out. As we're in good hands. You see him and you hear him all the time on this station. You hear him on In the Loop. You hear him on with us on Wednesdays at 4:40 with his Rockets Report. Brandon Scott, you can catch his work on SportsRadio610.com. As he does great work, you know this guy. We're in good hands to roll through on this Monday, these 4 hours. All right, I know y'all feeling good.
Oh, yeah.
Tyler's out here buying new cars again, as we said last week. Tyler,
Audi. Got that Audi action.
The richest afternoon drive producer in all of sports radio right there, Tyler Miller.
I got them deep pockets.
I'm telling you, man, that all black Audi, man, I saw that photo. It almost made me think. Made me think. You know what, man? It's time. Let's jump out.
Be Audi, man. Nah. That murdered out Audi, baby. It's
no
sexy.
car payment. I'm good.
That part
right
sucks.
Now. It is nice, though. It is nice.
Yeah.
I see him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I see him.
It had me thinking, too. It had me thinking, like, what could I pull off? Because, I mean, I could pull it off. I
looked at it and I was like, you know what? I'm going to go and take this Camry to get detailed.
Yeah.
Really get it.
That armor all in there.
Mine is black. His new one's black. Their new one's black. I'm going to go ahead and get that thing. That's what I'm going to do. Get it as nice as possible. It didn't quite look like Tyler's.
Yeah. That's what they say. A Chrysler look like a Phantom till a Phantom pull up. Yeah. Chrysler 300s are like a Phantom till a Phantom pull up. No, sir.
Oh, man.
Not the same.
No, man. So, fun times. Good for you, man. Go ahead and do your thing, man. This guy here. I'll tell you, man. They go ahead and knocks it out. And by the way, Combine is over.
Ugh.
Oh, dang
Did you just make that sound?
Goodness
I
gracious.
thought you would have been amped. Did you see your guy? I thought you would have been amped.
Oh, no.
Worthy running that 4-2-1. I thought you was like,
Hey, look,
yes.
One thing you didn't, as a Longhorn fan and observer and watcher, one thing you did not have to tell me or one thing I didn't have to learn was that Xavier Worthy was fast. I knew my boy could fly. And he got good play speed, too. So I was happy for him because I think he might have made himself some money. He looked like he could have been a second-round pick before that.
Is this a move for somebody to go?
Oh, I think he's going to go in the first round.
Let me try. All right, let me try. Let me try to form this real quick.
Can't teach speed. Speed kills, baby.
Do you think he did something to make somebody do something stupid?
No, I don't even think it would be stupid. It depends on what team it would be.
That's what I'm trying to.
No, because I think it could be a weapon in that way. He's got He's got good natural speed
you would
and
be all
play
right.
speed.
Like if he went in the first round, he'd be all
I
right.
would understand it.
What about the Texans at 23?
Yeah, I would understand it. I prefer,
that wouldn't be stupid. That wouldn't be jumping over.
No,
23.
I would prefer. Now I would prefer. let me qualify this. There are receivers that I would prefer over him at that spot if they're available. So if Adonai Mitchell is available at 23, I think they should pick Adonai Mitchell. If Troy Franklin is available at 23,
Oregon?
I think they should pick Troy Franklin. There are a couple of corners that I think they might consider over Xavier Worthy. If the kid Kool-Aid, I know he's injured, but the kid Kool-Aid is available at 23, that's somebody that I could see them considering. There are a lot of players that I think they could consider over him, but if they picked him at 23, would I view that as a reach? Would I think, hey, maybe you could have traded back a little bit, a couple spots, and still got Xavier Worthy? I might question that.
It feels like a reach.
But if they come away with Xavier Worthy in the first round, I'm not gonna be mad about it. Tank didn't feel like they reached no more.
Yeah, third round, that first round reached a little different.
No, it's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. It feels like it does.
I mean, unless you don't think he can play, which I do think he can play, so I'm good with it.
It does feel like
if you pick him at 32, what's the difference in picking him at 32 and 23?
9 picks. I do feel like
which is not a lot.
I do feel
not a lot, basically. So yeah, okay. So thanks.
I do.
Yeah, so I take him.
I do feel like he's going to make somebody do something that they weren't going to do before. I do think he's a small reach if you base it off the speed. We'll see, because he's
a luxury item. I think he's a luxury.
Coming in, he was probably a second round pick, right?
Yeah.
And then somebody's like, "Oh, we got to jump and go grab him."
But the word on this class, though, Ron, is that
it's deep.
Outside, it's deep in wide receiving talent, but in terms of the overall class itself, it ain't but they say 15 to 20 dudes that got first round grades anyway. So once you get to where the Texans get, you're talking about guys that are back in first round, early second round talents anyway. Like that's why I'm interested to see which direction Nick Caserio is going to go in terms of either trading up, trading back, or standing pat. Because it's a deep wide receiving pool. Do you wait until later to get a wide receiver, or do you get aggressive to get into that top 15, top 20 where you think the cream of the crop sits?
I will say this about Xavier Worthy. I don't even know if we were going to go here, but I will say this about Xavier Worthy. He would, for whatever team he's going to go to.
Yeah.
And let's throw them in that too. I mean, he does have something that this team doesn't have. And like I don't think that this team currently, we'll see what happens after draft, free agency. I don't think this team really has a guy where they're like, he's on the field. Oh, damn. Okay. Okay. Like, and that doesn't always have to be a great player, but a guy where it's like, he's on the field. Hey, let's have eyes. He goes in motion. What's going on? Or they're about to do.
No. I thought Tank Dell turned into that before he got hurt.
Did you think Tank is that?
Yeah, I think Tank is that.
You think Tank?
I think Tank is that going into year 2 over what Worthy would be going into year 1. Now we're talking about a different type of skill set. We're not talking about the same skill set here. Tank is more sudden, and Xavier Worthy is more lightning speed.
Tank is really, really good. But like,
I think it's noteworthy and an issue wherever Tank Dell lines up on the field. I think the defense is like, okay, where is he at?
You think so?
Is he in motion? No, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. I think he was becoming that.
I don't get like I think
or had become that by the time he got hurt.
I think Worthy enters. See, I just think Tank's a solid. I think Tank's a really good receiver. All right, and like I don't think it's all right when he goes in motion if he gets the jet sweep.
Man, he's so sudden,
like
man.
I'm not saying he's not, but I don't think he's scared. Like when that dude gets on the field, he could just run past folks. Like obviously we see that. He has the speed to where like they've got like he goes on a go like got to. I don't know that Tank fear.
Let me put it differently.
Like you toss that fool a reverse. Like he is making people, I think, more nervous than people are with Tank.
I think that Xavier Worthy is something more specific, and that's that deep threat, that the one that will keep cornerbacks up at night.
Yes.
And therefore, by proxy, the defensive coordinator who is assigned with making sure that the cornerback has a decent advantage or a decent matchup. So he's a matchup advantage. I think Tank Dell is just an all-around more complete receiver. So maybe that's that's where we're different here. I think Tank Dell does more things and does them at a higher level.
Oh, I completely agree. I'm talking about.
I'm with you there. I think he is way more specific type of threat.
I'm just saying hey, that dude touches it, he's gone. Or that dude, like, we get the ball, we make one bad angle, he's out the gate and gone. I will say he gives that, and to the point you said, depending on what team he goes to, that might turn somebody on.
Yeah, and he's a dude that can get open even if the protection doesn't really hold up. Like, he doesn't need a whole lot of time to get open. And I think Tank is kind of like that too, just in a different way. But if you got both of them on the field, that's the thing we're not talking about enough right now. The two of them on the field at the same time with Nico, I think is very, very enticing. Now, again, like I said,
I wouldn't go there, but if they did,
why wouldn't you go there?
Worthy, not at 23. I just think they're going.
No. I just meant like overall as an idea.
Yeah,
I think it would be. I think it would be a threat. You just made the case. He's a dude that'll just blow right by.
If he's at 23, to me, I like that.
Yeah, no, I gave you like 6 dudes that I would go. Yeah, I think it's like 6 dudes, including 2 or 3 receivers that I take over.
But that is something the Texans, I think, need to add to this team. Dudes that can hit their head on the goalpost with one mistake or when they touch the ball. I don't. Tank is the closest thing they have to that right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it is that much fear on that. Wow, hell yeah, Xavier Worthy. Way to step up, Xavier Worthy, jumping in.
But look, Adonai Mitchell ran a 4.35.
I like him.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not like Adonai.
I like him. Now, he would be someone that I think has more upside.
And to me, more upside, more complete receiver.
I like him.
4.35. Mo City Mitch. Like I would go with that over Xavier Worthy if it's there. But it's gonna come down to what's there.
You two have watched him. You watched him more than any of us. You think he's different than a John Ross or some of these other guys that just run their asses off in the combine. The Raiders drafted some receiver years ago that was fast in the combine.
Who was it?
And didn't do a damn thing. You think he is more than a guy that, all right, man, he just runs fast and not a great football.
Yes, because Seth was talking about this on the morning show about how Xavier Worthy actually put a decent amount of work into his hands. Because if it's a criticism of Xavier Worthy, it's the drops. Like, he will drop a ball. He will make a bad decision, a boneheaded play. Like, he's good. He's always good for one of those. Even it seemed like after he was an underclassman, it seemed like that was always kind of a theme of his career. So that would be the thing that would give me a little bit of pause, the sort of tendency to have a boneheaded play or a drop here or there. But he also did get better at it. Like, you saw his hands get better over time. But that's also why I would look into one of these more complete receivers, whether it be Adonai Mitchell, Troy Franklin. To me, those are better overall
the stuff you're
players.
Saying is why I say I feel like people are going to start ignoring some of that and just say,
yeah, but it depends on what's there. Like if those guys are gone, if there's a run on receivers for some reason, and you are dead set on getting you a weapon, dead set on getting a receiver, I don't think that Xavier Worthy would be a reach in that way.
Shout out to the text line, Hayward Bay. Yeah, the Raiders.
Darius Hayward Bay.
The Raiders took it.
That who drafted him?
It was one. They did it to a corner. There was a corner that did it too. That he just got out there and ran fast, and Al was like, gotta have him.
Yeah.
Al Davis like, gotta have him. All right. So Xavier Worthy made you. That was big of the combine. By the way, this was the least I've ever watched the combine in my life.
I didn't watch a second.
This is and it is. And I used to get into the
so boring.
You were talking about Stanford route. Shout out to Stanford route, man. That's for the cornerback that Al Davis went and got that ran the four whatever it was.
No, it's somebody else. It's somebody else. It's somebody before Arnett. God, I can't remember him. Okay. Did he go to Maryland? I'm trying to remember. Anyway, but no, this is the least I've ever watched it. Yeah, I looked in there and I was like, all right, man, let's see some quarterbacks throw some of these receivers. And then I got to the 40. For the quarterbacks, and they had a rotation of 4 guys running. I said, we got 4 guys running these 40s. How many people gonna be throwing these balls? It was like, okay, well, I'm out. Let me go back and watch something else.
Nah, I took the Longhorn approach. Like, I was just there for Worthy, Adonai Mitchell. Several days back when Tavondre Sweat did his thing, that's who I was there for. I wanted to see them catch.
I watched
Byron.
I watched Spencer Rattler run a 40, and then I turned.
Oh, no, see, no.
And then I watched.
What, did he run like a 4.95 or something?
Yeah, man, it was getting slower by the second. And then And then I turned. I was like, all right, I'm out of this.
Yeah, no.
Because I watched him and somebody else, and then his ass came right back up to run again. And they were like, well, he's not getting much of a rest here. We don't got too many quarterbacks here. And then I think I saw the tight end from Texas run his 40.
Isn't it beautiful, though?
Yeah.
Like, we ain't got to worry about this whole quarterback thing this year.
Yeah.
That is.
Like, it's so damn beautiful.
I'm going to be honest, man. A Saturday in March, it's too much. It's way too much basketball on for me to be watching the combine.
It used to be, too,
I can't lie about it. And I know I'm different in some ways. Like, a lot of people just lock in on whatever football they can get, but it's too much basketball on the weekend
I'm
for me.
with you, and I'm a basketball, but I would at least find a way to catch some of it.
Yeah.
I had no interest.
Yeah.
I tried. All right, I'm a sports fan. Damn it, I'm gonna make myself watch this. It's like,
see, I care more about the reporting that comes out of the combine, like the rumors and the headlines that come out of it, what deals get made, what conversation is coming out of it. But the actual stuff is, I mean, those are highlights. You can catch those. Those all came up on my timeline. Everybody's 40 came up on my timeline. The NFL's tweeting it. All your favorite follows are tweeting it.
Worthy's the only one I watched.
Yeah,
that came across.
I caught that. I caught a couple others, but I wasn't like locked into it.
I used to be locked in. I'm not. By the way, you're happy about Worthy, another receiver. Tyler's probably going to lose his mind about just a bit. There he is, and he talked. What you talked to Johnny Manziel?
Yeah, I talked to Johnny football a little
Tyler's
bit.
feeling good. Tyler's buying new Audis, and now Johnny Manziel's responding to him on Twitter.
Johnny said, "Hey, fam, I tried, man.
Yeah,
I tried.
Johnny,
that's all we can do, bro."
Of course, we'll call him fam. Johnny's ex-teammate at A&M.
Johnny's probably like fam to Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
A part of his
good, fam.
Part of his best young adult experiences in life.
Yeah, I think Tyler says it back too.
I said, "It's all right, fam."
I don't even try that. Say it again. Do it again. Like really. If he came and said, "What's up, fam?" and I want like your response back. I want to like you.
I'd be like, "Jay, football. What's up, fam?"
No, that's not it.
Yo, do you think that would land?
That's not landing for me. No, he's trying. It just didn't sound natural.
Jonathan Manziel, what up, fam?
It's not sounding that.
See,
now he's doing the handshake.
but see, I don't think what would sound natural sounds good either, because it would be like this eagerness.
But it would
be like kind of this.
It'd be authentic.
Phonetic. Yeah. I think authentic is worse in this case.
So act.
Yes.
Because what would be authentic? Like if you saw Johnny right now.
Oh my God.
No. I mean, I'd be pumped. I'd be like,
cool.
Johnny, like, what's up, dude? Like, I'd get hyped.
Yeah, let's work on the fake one again. Yeah,
like
I hate when people yell for people like they're really far away, but they're not.
Hey, arms are definitely wide open though, right? You're going in for the big bear hug.
Oh,
right?
I'm getting a hug.
Or you're going for a hug.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. For
yeah,
sure.
we're fam.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
Nah.
You hug your fam.
Nah, you go for the handshake and bring in hug.
Nah, I think he's going for the hug.
I'm going both arms wide open.
They're Aggies.
Hey, gig 'em, bro.
Yeah.
Bring it in. Come on, go ahead.
Yeah, Johnny sees that Aggie ring on his finger. He knows what time it is.
Johnny's.
Get in here. Nuzzle in close, bud. It's a great place to be. Feel warm and at home right here in these arms.
No, nobody wants to feel warm and on home because you're gonna be sweating and Johnny gonna see them pits.
Tyler's got
he's
got an Aggie aura too.
That's the thing,
He'll recognize it.
See, that's the thing that concerns me with guys of your kind. Is you're gonna
your kind,
my kind.
Yes. And
what does that mean?
That's what the whites used to do.
And I don't mean anything racial. See, he played that. He almost had me say whites. And I don't mean anything racial. I mean guys of your kind who would be too aggressive when they see their idols. Like you gotta play it down some. It's handshake, and you got to let him make the move. If he goes to bring it in for the handshake hug, you do that. You can't just come in that aggressive. You're just doing too much right off the top.
I kept my composure pretty well with J.J. Watt, and he was definitely a childhood idol, so I feel like I'd be good. But Watt ain't fam. Manziel's fam.
Didn't you yell at Jordan at the zoo? Yeah, but I think Tyler would get up on it. Yo, Johnny!
Yeah, man.
Right here, dog.
I'm going to yell because I'm excited.
Just come on in.
Party, bro. Unless you're not doing that right now, then we don't have to do that.
To avoid doing that, I didn't say anything to Scarface the several times I saw him at Minute Maid. I was just like, I'm not going.
You couldn't do it?
Well, I could, but I knew it would have been too much.
Yeah.
What I was going to bring would have been too much.
You know what the perfect example is?
So you were going. I could take you as an over the top,
Bro, I gotta send y'all the video.
That's why I didn't do it.
I didn't think you had that club.
If I can't keep it in,
What you said you were worried about, I literally did with Paul Wall. I saw him at Minute Maid, and I ran up on my phone. I said, "Paul Wall, we got our World Series grills, baby!" And I put my arm around him.
Oh my God, man!
Yeah. But then he said, "We get our World Series grills, bro." Yeah, he got hype too. He got hype.
Listen to this guy.
It's a contagious hype.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I ain't want to be stuttering in front of Scarface.
I bet Paul kept walking. Who the hell is that guy?
He did keep walking.
What's wrong with this?
He did smile at the video.
Okay. All right, Mike Evans. He's off the market. 2-year, $52 million deal, 35 guarantee. Coming up. Oh man, somebody from the Rockets had a performance over the weekend, and the first thing that came to my mind was Russell Westbrook. That's the first thing that came to my mind. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
In the loop.
I don't want to bury the lead. I'm just going to say right now, I am very, 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 very open to drafting a wide receiver in the first round at this point. I want to go wide receiver still.
Madness Energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
God bless Sydney Sweeney. All right.
Oh, man.
Have a moment of silence.
Just tremendously.
Just
You
ruined
need a moment of silence. This is a moment of celebration.
Just a moment of silence.
Just tremendous boobies.
Well, I was thinking about her performance on SNL.
I mean, pretty face, too.
Her performance on SNL.
She did great.
I'm with you. Must be the smile from Sean.
Man, y'all explained the joke. What was understood didn't need to be explained.
I just went on. Well, Tyler
it didn't need to.
Tyler wasn't in on it. Tyler's just going to be a
gentleman.
I'll work on it.
Tyler's going to. No, you're not. You're not going to work on it. This is where you live, right?
I'd love to live in there. I bet it's warm.
I know. Okay.
Cozy.
Probably
soft.
is.
All right, let's pull it together. Clint is out today. As you hear,
beanbags.
Brandon Scott he'll be in with us today. You can catch all of his work on SportsRadio610.com. And also, a little H-Town Hoops podcast.
Yes, sir. Wherever you get your podcast.
Weekly, him and Adam Spolane. What days does that drop?
Oh, yeah. No, we drop at least once a week, normally between somewhere either Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah, once a week later.
But this one's going to be on Tuesday, though. We're recording tonight. We're recording tonight. Normally, we try to catch an off day.
Big action.
We catch a Rockets off day, record, and you get it the next morning, late that night the next morning.
So there you go. So, yeah, man. So he a lot of his work there.
Sports Radio 610 YouTube as well. You can watch that. So, yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of the Rockets, I have been pushing this. And I've been pushing, hey, man, it's time. When is it? When is he going to make the move that I think everybody kind of knows he needs to make? When is he going to kind of change the role, even more of the role than just kind of minutes? Because I do think Jalen Green's minutes have diminished a bit. He's not always finishing games now, but to take the step of really making some of those other guys like Ken Whitmore and Amen Thompson a priority. And I feel like his performance on Friday is going to extend that. I saw his performance, and he got himself good and charged up.
Yeah.
Him and Bradley Beal got into it. And
on Saturday.
Yeah, they had a nice and he had a great game for him. What he had, 34-9, something like that?
Yeah.
34, 9 rebounds, 4 assists.
Yeah, he had 34 in both of those both of those Phoenix games.
Listen, and for Jalen, I mean, that's efficient. 12 for 23. That's efficient.
Yeah.
50% from 3.
52%. Or no, 52% from the field, 50% from 3.
Yeah, that's that's efficient. 34.
When his jump shot is falling, that is the difference of him being a elite level talent and just like an infuriating talent.
That's why I said, fellas, when I watched him, and all the thing came to mind was, you ever remember games? And I know many Rockets fans remember Russell Westbrook in his time here.
Yeah, he was very good.
And then I continued as he found his way to the Lakers. When Russ would hit threes, that was the worst thing to happen for the team if you're rooting for the team with Russ, because Russ has now tricked you like, oh, here we go, let's shoot it, start off good, here we go.
Was he though?
Let's keep pulling them.
He was tricking himself. Was he tricking anybody else other than himself?
He might have feeling good. Then he hits his second one. Let's see if he hit 2 of his first 4. Okay, he's on tonight. That's how I felt with Jalen. I was like, oh, this is the worst thing to happen. This is just going to prolong what they need to do. And now this 34-point performance, 9 rebound, 4 assist game is going to buy him about 5 more games of time before they have to make be in a place where another move is expected. He is the guy to get you fired. And there is a real feel of and because of where you drafted him, you want to, and you see him, you want to believe.
Yeah.
It's like Andrew Wiggins. I'm sure in Cleveland so many times they looked at this, in Minnesota so many times they said,
for sure.
Oh, come on, we want hell. We're going to give you money. We want to believe this.
Yeah.
Yes, the Tampa, Jameis, like you would look at his touchdown passes. We want to believe. And then Jameis would do Jameis things on and off the field, and you're like, hell, he's the guy that's going to get some. Because right now, like that performance against the Suns, and what he showed and didn't back down, that's the kind of stuff that makes you think, you know what? I want to try this a little while longer. I want to, and then this we get.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
No, there's not a Christmas. There's not one. It's over. I bet he's going to. Like he probably got you. I bet you sat there and watched and said,
I've been telling you what the deal is with Jalen Green. I've been telling you the whole time. It's not. There is no rush to make this definitive decision about punting on Jalen Green. Like, we have these urgent conversations of, like, you got to do this and you got to do that.
And when Johnson walk out there.
When he was struggling, there was a serious conversation about, okay, what do you do to get him going? What do you do to get this team going? Because it has been on the backslide lately. So it's like, okay, maybe having him come off the bench could help both the team and Jalen Green. But as far as, like, hey, you got to trade him, he's got to go. Like, it's not that just yet, unless you get some kind of overwhelming offer where it's like, yeah, it's clear that this would make your team better if you make this move. It's not like you don't have time to be patient to allow Jalen Green to develop some sort of consistency.
Believe?
No, absolutely not.
Good,
but it's not a matter of belief.
I got you.
But it's not an issue of belief. It's an issue of having time for him to prove himself. Like, he hasn't given you enough to believe yet.
I know we're past the time of like trying to having to make a move right now. But I was saying you're not like this kind of performance.
I don't have to believe.
This type of performance didn't suck you in to think, all right, Jalen can be the guy.
I've watched him for 3 years. I know he can score 30 and score 40. I've seen him do it. Like, I've seen him have great games against the Lakers, against the Celtics. As a rookie, like, he had more big games like this as a rookie. Last year, he's had moments like this. So it's not like, oh, this is some kind of revelation. It's like we thought we were going to be getting all year. More than anything, it's like, okay, where's that dude been the whole damn time?
I know.
It's not like enough to fool you into thinking, okay, now I'm going to give him the extension, the max extension. That's the future of the franchise right there. Like, nah, wasn't nobody doing that based off of this game, but it did give you a window into what it could be when it looks right, when that jump shot falls. And again, that's a win. That's a big win with the asterisks on it.
I just think when he goes out there and has these games like this, there's somebody, because you want, like, if you're L Stone, and you're somebody like, now maybe not Udoka, but if you're L Stone, like you want to believe.
Yeah.
Like you want to believe.
But see,
you get this moment like this. All right, well, hold on.
Yeah, man.
Maybe there's
he's just in a different territory right now.
This man, Ocho, said that Jalen had the audacity to scream, "I'm back."
He did. Back to what?
I'm back. Where did you go?
Back to streaks.
Why did you go anywhere?
Back to streaks of 30-point games followed by a nice smooth 12. He's going to give us a good 14 in the next game.
Which is not good enough.
4-16 from the field. Nah, man, he's got to string this together. I mean, that's what it comes down to with Jalen Green. It's not, can you give us flashes? Can you give us back-to-back 34-point games against the Phoenix Suns? We know you play well against the Phoenix Suns. We know for whatever reason you get up against Devin Booker and now against Bradley Beal, apparently.
See, somebody's trying to really push my button.
Nah, it's about stringing it together, man. It's about stringing it together.
Definitely would have traded Book 3. No, it's just Ant. Excuse me. No, after 3 years.
You are ready to just like get rid of the dude, as if like you're just like he's on fire or something. Like he's a pot of grease or something.
Listen, I said at the deadline I wouldn't say aggressive, but I'd be serious about really looking at the options and moving through.
Oh yeah.
Like right now,
they should be. They should
be.
Listen,
you a lie, Texter, because Booker and Ant, at least they showed some elements of being more consistent than what Jalen is.
Ant for sure.
And all right, we'll see some things. This is just we're coming to the it's not even comparable.
No Minnesota Timberwolves fan or Phoenix Sun fan, I think, was talking about Devin Booker or Anthony Edwards the way that we have talked about Jalen Green over the course of this season. It never got to that point. I can assure you that.
Yeah,
like that was never the feeling about him.
All right, some news on a player that Texans fans may want to really look at, and we'll get you set up for big ticket day tomorrow for the rodeo. All of that coming up next. We continue live on The Drive.
How do the Texans
for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Brandon Scott in as Clint Stoerner is out today. This coming across here, a lot getting going. Combine's over. We're going to start to hear more and more about free agency news. As we know, earlier today, Mike Evans came off the board. We'll give you a lot more details and our thoughts on that coming up here at 3 o'clock. But this coming from Ian Rappaport, a man who once hung up on me.
What you do?
Well, I guess I was early in the business. I guess I didn't really understand the time, and I tried to hit him up, see if he'd come on a show that I was doing. And he said, I said, hey, Ian, man, some news coming out. Just curious if you could join us. And he just said, are you kidding me? He hung up.
I don't know what you was thinking. Clearly not worth Ian's time, man.
No, it was during the heavy like first day of free agency, a day where his phone is probably.
I got time to be sitting up talking to you.
But that guy, Ian Rappaport, reports this on Twitter or X, whatever it's called. The Dolphins will not franchise tag standout defensive tackle Christian Wilkins, who I keep calling Wilkinson. Christian Wilkins, sources say, meaning the long-time pillar of Miami's defense, will be a free agent, and he's going to be one of the top ones available.
Yep.
I want to get in a little deeper conversation about him coming up here in a little bit in the 3 o'clock hour. But this looks like he's going to be available, and he is going to be shopped, and they want to move on past him, and this is a guy that could be in the sights of the Texans and many other teams. But the Texans, a team, there's been reports that he's fond of Houston.
Yeah.
So we could see that, but that's interesting. Somebody who is definitely going to be on the box. He is not on the block, excuse me. He is not franchise tagged, none of that. I would at least think, Brandon, that he's at least somebody that had a conversation.
Yeah.
They at the very least, I don't know if they want him. He's at least somebody they'd have a conversation about.
Yeah, I can't be in a space of not having the conversation. I said in the crosstalk earlier, I'd probably lean toward not paying the sticker price for Christian Wilkins. I'd probably lean that way.
We're gonna talk this one out a little bit.
But I would at least have to have the conversation. This is just where I'm at on all of the great players. This would apply to Mike Evans, who's agreed to go back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 2-year deal. Like all of the great players, like the tree on the market, I want to have a conversation about all of them. Like I'm just not into, and I'm similar to Clinton this way, I'm not into talking myself out of the great players. Like if you give me the great player and then we get into the negotiation, we get into the discussion, get into the nitty-gritty details, and it don't work out, either the player's not interested in coming here or we can't agree on the right dollar figure, then so be it. We can live with it. But I'm not in the space of Christian Wilkins is an elite player, arguably a top 5 to 8 free agent, period, on the market out of all players, period. Certainly at his position, probably a top 2 player at his position available after Chris Jones.
And Matabike.
And then Matabike, depending on what the availability is there, they still have a chance to franchise tag him. Like, I just can't be in a space of Christian Wilkins, elite player. I'm good. I'm not interested in him at all. I can't do. I got to have at least had a conversation.
Do you two and Tyler, you can jump in on this too. Are you guys the thought of what the hell are the Dolphins doing getting rid of him?
Yeah,
a little bit. Does that so you get touched up about that a little bit? I don't know if that was
I know they're tied up money wise.
Yeah,
with what's going
on.
Because there is a thought of you usually don't let go of guys at that position group, like the interior defensive lineman.
Yeah,
that is. More than like I know you brought up the name DJ Reader, a lot, and that's a big one. But like this, like when you get the interior defensive lineman that can get after the quarterback too, that's near, and he's 9 sacks, nearing double-digit sacks. That commodity because there's not a ton of those. We're starting to see some more. There's not a ton of those Yeah, I
think
just watch his play. That doesn't make me think, "Ooh, boy, I don't know why would the Dolphins let him go?"
Yeah,
so
but see, I can make two arguments against them keeping him though. So one of them would be, hey, they've invested
big time.
It could just be flat out a mistake. Just the fact that they're willing to let him go does not inherently make it the right decision. First of all, so I would point that out. And then the second thing would be, yeah, they've made some investments. They paid Tyreek Hill a bunch of money. They've got their quarterback, and their quarterback is, I don't know if they paid to him yet, but they're obviously gonna have to make a decision there at some point.
Well, also
they got Waddle. They've had to make some business. They let Xavier Howard go, so they are now making decisions that where it's like the chickens are coming home to roost.
I have to check. I think it's even more to the point of, I think they've made investments. I know they made an investment in Bradley Chubb, and they may have made one in Phillips too. That's already across the defensive line.
That's right.
So yeah, there could be a reason. I'm not scared off by the Dolphins.
They are in a position that the Texans is a similar position to what the Texans are going to probably find themselves in. Now, hopefully for the Texans' sake, they've been able to take more advantage of having C.J. Stroud on his rookie deal than, say, the Dolphins have, messing around with head coaches and not really knowing what they were doing with Tua in the beginning. And Tua just, I don't think, being as good as C.J. Stroud. Hopefully the Texans are able to take more advantage of having the rookie quarterback on that deal than the Dolphins have. But in a few years, the Texans are going to be making similar business decisions. It seems like you want to keep that guy where you can't pay everybody. So, I mean, that to me is just the life cycle of the NFL. They got to make some decisions, and that could end up benefiting a team like the Texans, who can afford to pay a dude like Christian Wilkins if that's the direction they want to go in.
Yeah, I've liked him this entire time. Let's get into a deeper discussion. 3 o'clock hour, because I'm now kind of up in the air as you get closer to having to make a decision. All right, so that's the latest. Christian Wilkins will not get franchise tagged by the Dolphins, so he is going to fully test the free agent market. Coming up tomorrow, every Tuesday and Thursday, right here on Sports Radio 610 on the Drive, you got a chance to win rodeo tickets during rodeo season. Hell, I might find myself out there twice this week. But tomorrow, Nickelback tickets. Nickelback tickets tomorrow. Your chance to win a pair of Nickelback tickets, not once but twice, 3 and 5 o'clock hours tomorrow. So your chance to win. I know we got a ton of Nickelback fans, not just that listen, but in this city. This is a real Nickelback city.
Dude, stop.
It is clear, apparently. We got people. Somebody won 8 of them, two 4-packs on Friday. Excuse me. And we're at Twin Peaks, and we got 2 pair to hook you up with in the 3 and the 5 o'clock hour tomorrow. So come on out and listen to a friend or 7. Give yourself the best odds. To win those Nickelback tickets.
Don't have no shame in that Nickelback fandom neither, man.
I said it's a Nickelback city.
Hey, wear that proudly across your chest if you got to, man. If that's what you rock with, man, go ahead and go with that.
It's a Nickelback city.
Do that.
Do it, man. Do your thing. By the way, I heard Curtis performed pretty well at 50 Cent. Sorry.
Yeah, Curtis was good, man. That's
all I saw. All I saw and all that
flooded my timeline.
Flooded Tyler's. Those are wondering at home.
Yeah, no, I saw a bunch of people tweeting about how great he was.
Yeah, I'm not.
And that he was repping the H pretty well.
I am not into 50.
What?
Really?
Not even the early 50?
Oh, I'm not. His music is. Oh,
okay. I was
especially
say,
early 50.
Those first 2 albums.
The first 2 albums. Yeah, I just really despise the way he did Jeffrey Atkins. The way he did Ja Rule, the way he moves, the way he said, and he's still doing it.
Well, Ja Rule turned out to be a con artist.
He's still doing it. I mean, he was a part of that thing.
But you watched the documentary,
I watched that doc, man. He was kind of more. He's kind of more. I feel like he got conned.
Yeah.
As much as his name, but I'm just not a fan of how 50 moves around and does his business. To Get Rich or Die Trying, I'm telling you, was fantastic.
That's an influential album in my adolescence, man.
Power is great.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm just not a fan. Yeah, I'm out.
He has
mean, what a real
ingratiated himself in Houston too. Like he's really adopted the town.
So you like that?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, no, normally it's New Yorkers hating on Houston, trying to be like they better than Houston. Most people from the East Coast look down on Houston. Not 50 Cent. He come down here and recognize the charm of the city, the charm of the area, and wants to become a man of the people. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's just not believable.
I appreciate it.
He's just not believable.
He's not trying to pass him off as like some type of native Houstonian, but as a transplant, he
feels like
he passes it off.
I just felt like he just said, you know what, I have got to come out and just try to crush this dude for me to have a chance. Like everybody.
Oh,
couldn't
come
eat.
on, he was already big by the time that they were both stars.
Like everybody couldn't eat. I just didn't like the way he did that.
Ja Rule's eating just fine. He did the fire fist. He's getting paid.
Yeah, man, he got screwed in that too. I'm not a 50 guy. I never even thought about going to it. I'm out on it, man.
If I had known he was gonna be cussing, I might have gone. I don't go to those concerts.
Y'all caught me off guard. I didn't know there was a cuss.
I
didn't know there was a
for
cussing
the radio version of the. Nah, I don't really like.
I did not know there was a cussing rule at the.
There's like an understanding that it's a family event, and so like when Cardi B did the rodeo several years back, there was a lot of like, "Ooh, how's that gonna go?" Because it's the rodeo. Like if Cardi B was just doing NRG or Toyota Center, nobody would have cared. But she was doing the rodeo, which was a family event, and so people were kind of like, Cardi B. So yeah, man, you ain't supposed to really be cutting it up.
I did not know that. That is wild.
The Houston Rodeo's mission statement for you, friend. We promote agriculture by providing a family-friendly live entertainment experience. That's what it all comes down to.
So it ain't really nothing. No word on there that they can't cuss.
I don't know if there's like a written rule, but there is an understanding.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there's.
And so what? So like what? Because 50. So is 50 in trouble? Because what I hear
how 50 gonna be in trouble?
I know. I'm just saying. Like what
that
is
man
this
got
thing?
hundreds of millions of dollars.
So generally they probably choose acts.
Yes.
That will follow that ruling.
That's it.
Is Bun following that?
Bun's a businessman. Bun ain't no fool.
Because he's bringing Rick
where the butter is bred.
He's bringing Rick Ross out here with him.
They find like creative ways to kind of like censor certain lyrics, you know?
Yeah, they have PG shows that they do at places, I imagine, somewhere.
I'm gonna take me a deep breath. and I better move on before I say something.
You see why I'm gonna be knocking the door down to get in there though.
Hold on, so because I feel like you know what I'm thinking, don't you, Brandon?
Oh yeah, I absolutely know.
I feel like even Tyler knows.
Oh, yeah.
Now, some of you out there may not. Don't even talk about I'm a hater. I'm not a hater. No, 50's a hater. That was some hater-ass stuff he did to that cat. He just came in here and tried to end. Look at Irv Gotti, struggling now.
Irv Gotti? My understanding is that he's a piece of bleep as well.
I know. Murdering.
No sympathy.
Now Ashanti had to run back to Nelly. This is rough. I do that. I'm a hater. 50's a hater. Come on and just play your good. You could have just played Wankster and not had that to somebody. Me a hater. He's a hater. Coming up, Mike Evans off the table. Wait till you hear the numbers and not just would you do it, but if you were the Texans, would you have gone over what he got to try to secure getting Mike Evans? We'll discuss that and the latest on the ace of the Houston Astros, Justin Verlander. We'll discuss all that coming up next.
Sean's got a defensive lineman at the top of his.
33-33.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, a lot of news happening coming out of the NFL as we move past the combine with some free agents. The latest news, the Chiefs franchise tag L'Jarius Sneed, their corner who could be blocked. They have already said before franchise tagging him, they're franchise tagging him and could trade him, so that could be a thought for many teams, including the Texans. Christian Wilkins will not be tagged by the Dolphins, so that could be a thought. And this is not a thought anymore, and this is the news I heard breaking through this morning on Payne and Pendergast. The Bucs and Mike Evans, who was one of Tyler's top targets, if not his top. Sorry, man. They agree on a 2-year, $52 million contract, and it's $35 million guaranteed, according to Mike Evans' agent. $35 guaranteed in this 2-year deal. My thought is you see the deal, like it's not that much of, hey man, would you have done this? Would you have done this deal? My thing is, now that you know what the deal was, 2 years, $52.35 guaranteed. If you were a member of the Texans brass, would you have gone over this to get the services of Mike Evans? Would you have gone maybe another year or more money? Would you have done what it took to beat this offer?
No, this offer sounds to me like the perfect roundabout bargain for him. I mean, what is this? We're looking at $26 million a year on 2 years. That to me is about what Mike Evans is reasonably worth or should cost at his age, at his status. I think that's a perfectly reasonable number. Now, if you wanted to get him and you were then competing with another team, then maybe you would have to. But would I want to? Would I have said, hey, Texans, y'all just got to have Mike Evans. So if it's 2 years, 52 to the Bucs, you got to go 3 years, 70, or 2 years, 55, or 2 years, 60. No, I would not have wanted to get into a bidding war for Mike Evans, even though I absolutely would have been interested in Mike Evans, even at this clip, even at this figure. I would have done this deal, but I would not have been interested in this like high price super bidding war to get him.
Yeah, I think the Texans desperately, in some fashion, whatever position it is, needs to add a proven skilled position player, a proven player that I think, because of the resources they have, that's been a Pro Bowl level player and will be a Pro, that you know. Yeah. I think they need to add that. That could be at running back, that could be at receiver, that could be at tight end. I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
They need to add that, so I can understand the thought of them. But this
is too much for you?
To jump over it.
A little too steep?
To jump over it. Now, the years is cool. I like the years is cool. Just don't, like the 2 year thing, which I think whatever contract, even if it's 3, you could have got out of it. But they can get out of this. Clearly, it's just going to be a 2 years, $35 million. Like, to go over it, that feels a little bit more than I would do. But I wouldn't have been mad. Hey, this is if his agent said, all right, what we got from the Bucs, man, 2 years, really 35 guaranteed. And they said, well, all right, we'll go 2 years 40.
Yeah, it looked.
I wouldn't have been mad. I would have been like, all right, they're going for it, because I do. But I still think now that we know they didn't do that, I'm not mad either as well. But I still believe they got to add a piece like that.
Yeah, it felt like so much of the conversation on Mike Evans had to go either to the extreme of, hey, they just got to have Mike Evans, or Mike Evans is just way too expensive to go get. And it's like, nah, he's not the only answer for the Texans, clearly. But also, if he were on this team, an offense with C.J. Stroud as the quarterback and offensive weapons that include Mike Evans, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell, has the potential, or would have had the potential, to be a top 5, top 3 offense, potentially. Like, it it would have raised their floor and ceiling that much. So that's why, going back to my earlier point about like being interested in all the great players, like you should at least have an initial starting point of, yes, I'm interested in great players with all of this money that I got at my disposal. And if you can't do it, you can't do it. And here is a perfect example of that where, hey, it looked like Mike Evans wasn't even really available to them. You know what I mean? Like he was going back to the Bucs on this deal.
But should at least be talking about it.
Yeah, but they should have at the very least thought, hey, okay, what would this look like? How would we negotiate with him? How would we try to talk this figure down? Could we convince him that it's worth playing here for a little bit less to make another Super Bowl run with C.J. Stroud on his rookie deal? Like, could we do that? Like, to me, that should have been at least an option, but clearly it's not now.
We talked a bit about not being tagged and will be available free agent. Will be an available free agent, and looks like he could go to a new team. We talked a bit about him. We just discussed what came down. L'Jarius Sneed being franchise tagged, and the Chiefs, who are in discussions with Chris Jones. The thought is they would accept. They've actually told Sneed to go out and potentially look for a trade, and they would be willing to do that. We know the Texans' in need also potentially would be second corner. Now, I think he was the best corner in football last year. If you go just look at, he was a player that followed receivers. You go look at the numbers of receivers that they played against that were top-flight receivers, and then check what he did. A physical corner, I thought he got absolutely screwed over by the Pro Bowl and the All-Pro selection.
Arguably the best player. I know Chris Jones was on that defense, but this past season you could have made a case that he was the best
I think
player.
Consistently, he was the best player on the defense.
But not just on that, on the defense that turned out to be the best defense in football.
Yes.
Or in at least a top 2 or 3 defense, and arguably the best defense in football.
Consistently. Now, overall, it's like,
Chris Jones is Chris Jones.
Yeah, but yeah. Would you be interested in that? Would you be interested in that? And pairing Stingley up and get Sneed. Now you got to trade and probably give up big money.
I am not interested in the trade. I would have been if we were having a similar conversation as we were with Christian Wilkins or with that Mike Evans conversation, where it's just, hey, you're paying sticker price for an elite player. I think that would be a conversation they for sure should be having. But do you want to trade and then have to end up ultimately paying a high dollar to L'Jarius Sneed when you know that Derek Stingley Jr.'s deal is right around the corner? Nah, I would not be interested in that. I'm not trying to give up. I'm not trying to trade for and pay a guy at a position that I'm already about to pay the other guy, who I think is going to be somewhere around that level. I'm not saying he's at that level right now, but if Derek Stingley plays the way he did last year, that's the type of guy. You already have a guy on your team who you would trade for or sign that big extension to. So no, I would look to make that move somewhere else. And we were having a Christian Wilkins conversation. Like that's money that you could throw there and figure. And if you get it right up front, you don't need a player the caliber of Sneed or another guy the caliber of Stingley on the back end if you're causing hell up front with a Wilkins and whatever you do on the end, if you bring back Grenard or whatever it is.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, the trading of picks would be the thing that would roll me off.
I'm not trading picks for.
Man, it was something to watch, though. That defense in Kansas City to have 2 corners, that you could play with. The thought to have a Sneed and a Stingley together that you could play with.
Protractor out there.
You could do a whole lot with, but I don't want to trade. I wouldn't want to trade assets if I were the Texans.
Yeah. The good thing for them is that for the Chiefs is that they didn't have to trade all of those assets. They ended up looking up and getting guys that were good enough to be that. Drafting them. Yeah.
So that's the latest with the business that's going to start agency guys that could be available for the Texans.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, Brandon. As we move to the Astros, Joe Espinada.
Damn. We know you ain't grew up by the Gulf.
No, Joe Espada said Verlander threw 60 pitches, including some sliders. He walked off the mound feeling really, really good. He said Espada also said that Verlander feels good tomorrow. They'll be discussing if he feels good today, because that session was Sunday. If he feels good today, Verlander could face batters. So that is the latest as the manager of Spada said, hey, 60 pitches, 60 bullpen pitches.
Justin Verlander.
Not bad.
That's a good day's of work through something because he wasn't throwing off-speed stuff.
Yeah, he might have broke a sweat on that one.
Yeah, man, he threw some off-speed stuff. Could be facing batters. As I said it last week when Espada met with the media about Verlander. I'm not that concerned about when he comes back. I mean, unless we get to a deal where, hey, man, we're in Lance territory, he misses a month or something, and we're like, hey, we keep it. Like, it doesn't need to be rushed. I don't need him to be there opening day. Like, he just needed to take his time and be right because it's later in the season when they're going to do it.
Yeah, I'm not super concerned about Justin Verlander in a vacuum, but I do have some concerns about the rotation overall. Just when I think about, like, right now, based off of spring training, much as training, I understand that. But based off of right now, who's their most reliable guy? Is it Christian Javier? You know, like Framber Valdez is a little bit of a mess.
They're trying to outing. I mean,
no, I'm just saying, like based off of right now, and the whole catcher situation. We might talk about that later. Like based off of the way it is right now, Verlander is got a health issue of some kind where they're having to manage him, and he's old. On top of that, Framber Valdez we know can be up and down. I mean, and he's probably, like, to be fair, your most reliable guy, period. But like I'm concerned if everybody is not right in the beginning and what that looks like for the rotation on top of having a young catcher back there calling the games. Like I've got more of a concern.
How high is your concern?
I wouldn't say it's very high. I would say it's around a 4. Yeah. It's probably still relatively low, but it is there. It exists of what does the rotation look like if everybody's not right in the very beginning. Like I've got that little bit of a concern, even though I think that Justin Verlander is somebody who at this point knows how to manage his body, knows what's too much and what's, you know, what the difference is.
Groin was pretty beat up in there.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the case, but yeah, no, the overall rotation is where I would be more concerned.
Yeah, to me, even early, if Verlander isn't able to be ready right at the start, if he has to miss a start or two, if that has to happen. For me, I do at least believe early that the lineup will be potent enough for this group to be able to survive.
I agree with that.
You know, games where, you know, Framber and Javier and Urquidy, who had another good outing, or you know, Hunter Brown, that they will pitch well enough to give them a chance. Like, I don't think they'll be in a hole.
They're even talking about digging into the Ronel Blanco well, like they did last year.
Oh, nail!
They like their starting pitching depth. So that's why I say the concern is relatively low, but it's there because of Verlander's age and him being behind a little bit and Framber's, you know, up and down nature. Like, I think that's just a thing that you got to factor into it. And then, of course, Christian Javier lost some weight, but we know that the heavy load did not suit him well necessarily all of last year. So I think there are some questions, even if you can feel confident about the depth of it.
Yeah. Also, another answered question. Forrest Whitley will resume playing.
Oh, good for him.
Playing catch, by the way. Playing catch tomorrow.
Good for Forrest.
He was scheduled to throw BP on February 24th, but had some inflammation in his middle finger. So
I'm a real boy.
They shut him down for a week.
Hey, Forrest, dog, get in that bullpen, man. Get in that bullpen, Forrest. I need you to get in that bullpen, dog. Make something of this career, all this promise.
Just get on a uniform, man.
We got on a uniform.
Just get on a uniform.
He just ain't playing.
Walk out there and play with it, man. Just throw a little bit, man.
I seen his uniform in spring training for the Sugarland. They're not Skitters no more.
Get you an Astros.
The Space Cowboys. I seen them do all of that.
Get you an Astros jersey.
Come on, man.
Jersey, man.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, more news out of the NFL. Many people were wondering what Philadelphia Eagles longtime center Jason Kelce would do. To me, the way that he was going about moving during the offseason after their season ended, I felt like we kind of knew what he was going to do.
Yep.
But he retired today. 13 seasons, 6 out of 7 years, he was a first-team All-Pro center. In the NFL. This was and he was emotional, folks. This was Jason Kelce as he had a press conference in Philadelphia announcing his retirement.
So this all brings us here to today, where I announce that I am retiring.
where I announce I'm retiring from the NFL after 13 seasons with the Philadelphia Eagles. And today, I must admit, I am officially overrated. Vastly overrated. But it took a lot of hard work and determination getting here.
Sounds like somebody that played for the Eagles last year.
Boy,
he's like, I watched that 2023 Eagles team, and man, you want to talk about overrated?
He was fighting it, man.
He was sniffling and everything.
Like I'm so glad I was not in the room. Like that is
You would have pointed and laughed at the man?
I wouldn't have pointed.
You would have
but
pointed.
it is an uncomfortable weakness of mine, and just it is uncontrollable. My wife, she may be listening right now. She has despised it since we got together. When they kind of nowhere in tears like that, when it just hits them, but crying, and it doesn't matter if weddings, funerals, wherever it is, retirement speeches. My first movement is to laugh. It's terrible.
What the hell's wrong with you?
It is, man. Like I'm talking funerals. My first thing is like it is an uncomfortable. It just comes out, and she will sit down. We were at a funeral. She will sit there and just stare at me. Just stare at me. Just don't even think about it. And I got to cover my mouth, my face. It's just I cannot control it.
You would have got away with it in this setting. No, them was crocodile tears. You would have got away with it here.
I would have just had to put my head down.
It would have been fine. I think he would have laughed with you.
Because you
know the Kelceys, man. The Kelceys got a pretty decent sense of humor.
I can't. Yeah,
you might have helped him a little bit.
Travis was up there. He was there crying.
You would have helped him.
Attendance. I cannot help it. I feel bad about it. I wish I could. I've gotten a little bit better. Well, I was at a funeral one time. I thought she was going to leave me. Like not just a funeral. I thought she was just out. She was so embarrassed because I
can't take you nowhere.
Because it got to a point where it just came out of nowhere. It's like my shoulders get going, and it was. I had to put the bullets over my face.
Funerals are kind of underrated funny sometimes.
It's terrible, man.
And sometimes the laughter comedy is needed.
All right, let's have a deeper conversation about this Christian Wilkinson situation.
Let's.
And I did it again, didn't I? Let's have a deeper conversation.
You want him to be Wilkinson so bad. Does it roll better?
Am I thinking of Big Daddy Dan Wilkinson?
I don't know what are you thinking about.
I don't know why I keep it. Let's deeper conversation about Christian Wilkins. Maybe I'll know who he is by the time we get back on here. That's coming up next on the Drive. But so the weight loss, hey man, Dan Wilkinson, maybe he could jump on this if he needs to. I don't know if Dan dropped a whole bunch of weight in his time, but it's been a game changer. 122.
All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Clint Stoerner is out today. Brandon Scott, you've heard him. He is in today. Thank you, however you are taking us in. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, we appreciate you. Glad you're watching the Magic and listening to the Magic. Those of you who are riding around in your cars or at your desk or wherever you are taking us in via Sports Radio 610, we appreciate you as well. Those of you on the Odyssey app, we appreciate however you are listening to us. All right, I want to jump right into this because I am starting to have some thoughts with the Texans. Because if you would have asked me once the whole football season ended and you started to look at what were the free agent options and what the Texans were going to do, and there's a thought of adding through free agency, adding through the draft, all you're going to do, the top two guys that I would have wanted, you'd have said whatever your lust list was for the Texans, whatever your lust list was for what you wanted the Texans to get.
Sidney Sweeney.
Football players for the Houston Texans. I would think Mike Evans might have been near the top of your lust list.
That was number one for me, for sure.
For you. For me, the top two guys, what I would have wanted them to do is Saquon Barkley, number one, and Christian Wilkins, number two. I think those are big-time areas and places that impact winning. And I know many people are like, all right, running back. I think now what we've learned the last several years, it's weapons, right? And I think that could come from tight end, that could come from running back, that can come from receiver. I think weapon is it, and I think he is a big-time weapon. And then Christian Wilkins, to me, we're starting to see interior defensive linemen that can get after the quarterback and can play all three downs are hugely important because these quarterbacks are getting the ball out quicker than we've ever seen. And the dudes right up gut are big, and even versatile ones like, Aaron Donald, Simmons, Chris Jones, stuff like that. Yep. So those would have been my top two. But I'm steadfast on the Saquon Barkley. The Wilkins one is starting to make me think because I'm getting to a point of, all right, who do I trust and feel better about? Jonathan Grenard or Christian Wilkins? Because I do not think the Texans are going to bring them both back. And I can understand, right? I think you could make the years and numbers work, but you do know you got Will Anderson coming on that defensive line as well, and you may run to a point where you have three of them at the same time that you're paying huge money to.
John Greenard.
So to me, it's either one, and I'm to a point where, okay, I think the interior defensive lineman is more valuable than the edge rusher, especially when you feel good about one of your edge rushers, and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
But I just he went from 4 to 9 sacks in a contract year. And I love his motor. I love the way he plays. I've loved how he goes about his business since he was at Clemson. He's made some highlight plays. Go look at the play he made on Josh Allen late in the game on Sunday Night Football towards the end of the year. It was a special play, and he runs down everything. He is exactly the type of size and a guy they will want. But he's going to cost a lot more than Jonathan Grenard will. And I wonder, will he play to the value of a guy like Jones or Matabike or some of the Jeffrey Simmons or Quinnen Williams with the Jets? Is he that guy, or is he a shade under? That's where I am. Is it Grenard or Wilkins? Like I'm struggling on that right now. I know I'm supposed to have answers. I need some help.
Does it not feel like both of them, and I'm a fan of both, but does it not feel like both of them are a shade under that top notch? Like Grenard, as much as I like Jonathan Grenard, and I've been a big fan of him since they drafted him, but he's a shade under those. And I think the projections for what the amount of money that he's going to get, he's a shade under those premier pass rushers, the Joey Bosa's of the world, or the Nick Bosa's of the world, and the guys to get that big money. And I think Christian Wilkins, along the lines of what you're saying, is somewhere below that tier of, Chris Jones, Jeffrey Simmons, those big-time game changers up the middle. But I don't feel like he's far off. And for me,
to answer that real quick, where you said Grenard, I do feel like
is closer to that.
I do feel like I feel more definite to say that Jonathan Grenard is not going to be Bosa, Mack in his prime, like Joey Ornick, any of those guys. Christian Wilkins, right now, I think what I know, he is a shade under those guys I'm saying, but I don't feel as confident in saying he can't get there as I feel with Grenard.
But see, I'm also like the issue with Grenard is if I can guarantee injury, which I can't, but if I feel good about his availability and that he's going to be out there, I feel pretty good about the player that he was last year and that he can maintain that. So I'm actually good with paying that, even if I can acknowledge that he's not one of those, the Bosas of the world or the TJ Watts of the world. To me, he's not that far behind it, and I'm good with what it is, opposite of Will Anderson, because the hope is that Will Anderson becomes that guy eventually, right, as the number 3 overall pick that you traded up to get. But along the lines of like the discussion that we're having, I think more importantly, like for me, it's not the utmost priority. I don't know if I would have had him 2 on my list like you did, but I would say I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans did. Like, we know what the issues were.
You know what he said. He came right out. D'Amico said,
fix. Yeah, like on one end, we knew, like it didn't take rocket science to know that the running game had to be better. So we figured they're going to address the running back position between Devin Singletary being a free agent and the fact that Devin Singletary wasn't supposed to be their top running back to begin with, that they're going to address that position one way or another. So check that off the list. I figure they're going to do that. But then on the other side, the priority is up front defensively. Like, you're having to replace or re-sign Jonathan Grenard. You're having to replace or re-sign Sheldon Rankins, more than likely replace. And Christian Wilkins, to me, would be an obvious upgrade. So to me, he would have to be a high priority free agent on their list, given their stated goals and what they want to be defensively and what the availability is at that position, the talent level, both in the draft and in free agency, they're looking at.
See, I want to get on this on the other side because I want to pin you to this because you didn't answer.
No, for me, no. For them, I think so.
No, I mean, you didn't answer this particular thing, and I want to get into this and discuss this. Tyler, you can think on it too. Who do you trust to perform? Like, who do you trust more right now? If we're looking at the money with Grenard is anywhere between, I'm seeing 15 to 17 million, and I'm seeing a year, and I'm seeing Christian anywhere from 22 to 25 million. Yeah. And taking them the money, who do you trust across the defensive line? Who are you saying, I feel better about this person being the second high price guy on the defensive line with Will Anderson, Grenard or Christian Wilkins? Who do you trust more? We'll get into that. I hear from the people as well. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Johnny Greener. Our Vision Homes. I'm talking about Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder, y'all. So here's the deal. Here's what's up. If you're ready to build or you're even thinking about it, here's what I suggest. You need to attend one of their Build on Your Land seminars. First of all, they're held in one of their furnished model homes, so you'll get to see their product, put your hands on their product, and walk through it, front, back, side, everything. Lucky for you, they've got 2 seminars on the schedule right now, March the 30th and April the 20th. You must RSVP, so grab a pen, grab your phone. Here's the number, 281-844-2887, 281-844-2887, or you can check them out online at ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
How did the Texans follow up the success they found in last.
We continue to add guys who fit the Texans culture, guys who have that relentless mindset, guys who are true competitors, guys who love football, guys who want to be the best at what they do. That's how we follow up a great draft last year.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. 288 the South Freeway, southbound before Airport Boulevard. It's an accident that has the left lane blocked. Kirk Holmes was just awarded Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year Award. Building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country, discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
The price of new and used vehicles has increased significantly in the past 15 years. John Lopez here, and I know, you know, leasing for less from the industry leader makes more sense right now than ever. For more than 47 years, D&M has been the leader in low-cost leasing with payments up to 50% lower. All you have to do, call 713-290-1000. That's 713-290-1000. Or go to dmautoleasing.com and save today. No down payment, lower payments, and no payments for 60 days.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Where can living well take you? Well, anywhere you want. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand what it means to take your health well beyond. Because wherever your journey takes you,
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. I'm serious about this. As we were talking about this, because to me it comes down to, and now I'm looking at the text line, and I'm looking at YouTube and Twitch. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. Like, do you get the sense that you see a scenario in which they sign Jonathan Grenard to a fair deal and sign Christian Wilkins to a fair deal? Because there are a couple of moments where I've seen people say bring them both. Yeah, as I said, I don't think they're going to hand out two.
Look, that's the ideal scenario, and we've spent weeks, Ron. We've spent weeks on this station talking about how they've got the money to sign more than one. We have to just pick one. Now, it would be surprising if they double down on defensive line, knowing that there's a running back out there that they could go get, knowing that there's a list of receivers that they could go get and make their number 3 receiver, knowing that they've got to figure out linebacker and cornerback, and as Seth likes to point out on the morning show, 10 starters that they have to either re-sign or replace in some form or fashion. Like we would be surprised if they doubled down on defensive line in an expensive way like that. Yeah, but it's not like
trading picks to move up.
Yeah,
go to 3 last year.
No, it would be really surprising. And they paid Malik Collins last offseason. Like, that would be a heavy
He's your
investment.
Third highest paid player on the team right now.
It'd be a lot like the way they did doubling down on the offensive line last year, doubling down on the defensive line if they went and tried to get both of those guys. But to me, the feeling is you at the very least don't want to take a step back along the defensive line, which makes you think, okay, an easy way not to do that is to run it back with one of these guys, whether it be Jonathan Grenard or Sheldon Rankins, and Grenard is the one we're talking about. So, okay, so I'm maintaining the status quo by giving Jonathan Grenard a hefty raise. How good am I trying to be along the defensive line, considering all of this talking that I've been doing about how my defense starts up front, about how critical it is to have dogs up front on this defensive line? Like, to me, it wouldn't surprise me if they prioritized Jonathan Grenard as one of their in-house free agents, and Christian Wilkins as one of the free agents on the outside. Like, I don't think they would pay both guys. It would surprise me if they paid both guys, but I don't think it's out of the question. I think Christian Wilkins' tag in and of itself is steep. One that, hey, you see how he could be that difference maker, but is he making that dollar like a Chris Jones, like a Jeffrey Simmons, and do you want to pay him that? Has he proven enough to be that? I think that's a fair question.
Yeah. So who do you trust?
Who do you trust more is the question.
Like, for you, who do you trust more? If they're going to add one, who do you – because someone texted in and said, Ron, the DT, because the health of Grenard scares me.
Yeah, that seems to be the case with everybody, or not. I don't want to say everybody and overgeneralize, but with a lot of people are scared off of Jonathan Grenard because of either the health or the fact that he was a 3rd-round pick. But I would just point out, Jonathan Grenard, from the moment that he's come in, has been a productive player when he's been on the field. I get the health questions and the health issues that have existed, and I'm not trying to deny them, but just based off of production and talent, I feel like he's shown enough to where, for me, that's the more reliable guy. I like what Jonathan Grenard was coming out of college, led the SEC in sacks and tackles for loss at Florida coming in, and was a 3rd-round pick, and has basically never been bad when he's been on the field. So I would say that I trust Jonathan Grenard more based off of the production and the position itself. So yeah, I would go in that direction and try to, like, I text you guys earlier in the day. I wouldn't mind if they did something with, like, Grover Stewart, or just this year's version of Sheldon Rankins, and see what you can do from there. Or I like this idea as well. Like, to answer your question, Jonathan Grenard, all right?
You trust Grenard more?
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind if they went this route. Let's say you prioritize Wilkins, but you make edge a priority at the back end of that 1st round, since there's going to be 2 or 3 guys possibly available to you. One of them Robinsons, the one from Missouri that you don't like to acknowledge. or Chop Robinson.
I don't know who he is.
Or the one with the Polynesian name from UCLA that had the medical issue. I don't want to. Well, I'm just saying I don't want to butcher his name, but we all know who I'm talking about.
Don't come towards me.
Yeah,
no.
I
don't want to do it either.
John
does it.
John's
got it.
Yeah, we know what we're talking about. So there are a few options that could be there for you in that regard to replace Jonathan Grenard. There is more than one way to do it. But I would trust Jonathan Grenard if you had to, head harder, scrotum type of thing.
Yeah, and for me it is Christian. I think the upside is higher one. I think he seems to fit everything that the Texans foundation is. I don't think there's a problem with that. Like, for instance, Chris Jones, I don't know that Chris Jones fits. He's a great player, but Chris Jones takes plays off and does that. Christian has a high motor. He is like a Will Anderson when it comes to all of that stuff. I just don't know that he's as good as some of these other guys, but I do think his ceiling is higher. It is more money for him than it is with Jonathan Grenard, and you know what you have with Jonathan Grenard. But like from the point that you said, Grover, I feel like you could potentially do that as well with within. Like, I mean, they got really great value out of Barnett. I'm not saying you want to roll around him be a starter, but him being a part of things.
Good depth piece. I think a real solid depth piece.
I don't know how much Zadarius Smith is going to go for, but he is a 32, 33-year-old defensive end that was a good complementary piece to Myles Garrett last year. So I think there are guys out there that you potentially could do the same thing with. That's a tough one.
I like Jonathan Grenard a lot, but I could see and would be fine with this approach if the Texans prioritized Wilkins in free agency over Grenard, even though I would prioritize Grenard if you're asking me who I trust more.
Because I would be shocked if they got both. If they went with, I don't want to say shocked because they have.
I'd be a little surprised.
I'd be surprised.
A little surprised. I'm not shocked, but I'd be surprised.
But I will say that man did say we got to fix this up front.
Yeah,
we got to fix this front seven, and just bringing Jonathan Grenard back and not having any other majors doesn't really change it. So I wouldn't be just completely floored, but I'd be surprised if they brought them both back. That's why I'm in the theory. But
if you can go Christian Wilkins as your free agent target, and you can target one of these edge rushers in the draft, to me,
yes,
you're trying to find ultimately. I feel like you're trying to find an alpha on the interior, and you're trying to find, I don't want to call it a beta, but a complement to what you expect Will Anderson to be. Looking for more stardom on the interior than you are on the outside because you already feel like you found that in Will Anderson. Certainly, you'd like to have stars on both ends. You'd like to have bookend stars.
Yeah.
But can you find more of a bargain on the edge, whether it be somebody that's been a cap casualty or a depreciated free agent like a Chase Young or a Shaq Barrett who's been cut from the Bucks or something like that?
There's another one.
Or a draft pick, like one of these Robinsons in the draft, and prioritize Christian Wilkins in free agency. Like, I think that's perfectly fine, as opposed to, hey, it might be harder to find high-end interior talent both in the draft and on the free agent market past Christian Wilkins.
That's
like, I'm good with Jonathan Grenard and Grover Stewart or Christian Wilkins and your best rookie in the draft. I'm good with either one of those scenarios.
And to me, it's Christian.
That's fine.
To me, that is, but it is more. But I think this is the time when you can spend that money. It's gonna be really interesting to see what the hell they do with this.
Yeah,
because I feel like some of these players we're talking about, they're going to add because they're serious about that front seven. And there's another thing for me is I don't, and I think you said it earlier too. There is a thought of, boy, he had a hell of a jump when it comes to sack numbers.
Yeah,
right to 9. But one thing about him is, this is a dude that he plays really hard. And why I say that with the sack numbers is, like, this isn't he said, I'm strapping it up knowing that I could become a free agent after this season. I'm going to really bring it. No, he runs. If you watch him, and not even just highlight stuff, if you go watch games, he is always chasing the ball down the field. Not just runs long runs, but catches, screens. Like he works really, really hard, and he's a 3-down guy. And I think there's a great chance, Brandon, that he is ascending and getting better.
Yeah.
And not that it is, he got good this year and then he gonna drop back.
Same age as Jonathan Grenard, though. Like when we're talking about production, you can argue that both of them in some ways are one-hit wonders from last year. Like you can make that case. Now, Christian Wilkins, I do agree with the upside argument that you make. But, man, like –
and has been more on the field and a little bit more –
Yeah. No, to me, the thing to think about is like a couple of things. The speed, like he plays the run at an elite level, but also has –
Who are you talking of?
Christian Wilkins.
Yeah.
But then also has an elite level of speed for an interior guy, like faster than most guys who play that position, which I think is, again, speed is not a thing that you can teach or replicate in anybody.
Right.
So I would consider that. But man, like to me, I don't know if and this is maybe just my thing. I don't know if I've given enough credit to how much this defense is in shambles, given what all it has to replace. Often where I'm like, hey, I don't think they should put because they're missing all of these spots. Like the defense was fine last year, but they got to figure out a thing with Jonathan Grenard. They got to figure out who to replace Sheldon Rankins. They ain't got no linebackers outside of Christian Harris. They don't have no corners outside of Derek Stingley. Like, it's in shambles. Now, I think they're going to figure it out.
That's what I'm saying. That's why shambles is –
No, it's in shambles.
They've got to figure it out. They've got decisions to make.
Right.
But it's not – but I don't think they're in a place to have decisions to where it's like they're choosing from. They got a 6-rounder who's going to have to come in and start. Like, I mean,
what I'm saying is
from,
when you have to replace or bring back that many starters, you have to prioritize that many positions. It's kind of a cluster bleep. Like it's a little bit of like it's not the end of the world, but yeah, it's an issue. It's more of an issue than I think I was giving it credit for because I felt like they needed to upgrade their weapons, but they also got a whole damn defense that they got to fill out.
Brandon,
a whole damn defense.
You've been too hard on yourself. I think you were giving it the proper amount of fault.
It's in shambles.
It's not in shambles. It's in shambles if you couldn't do nothing about it. Right.
They got one guy at each level, basically.
One guy. Huh?
One guy at every position.
That's it.
And you need normally 2.
Okay. They ain't got multiple safeties.
Do they?
Yes. They've got Jalen Petrie.
They've got the ghost of Jimmy Ward, and they've got Jalen Petrie on a prove it year, and I think he can prove it. But
they're gonna start.
It's in shambles, dog.
It ain't in shambles. It's very fixed. I want to give more thought to something that I just absolutely took a dump on last week. I want to give more thought to something, and I know many of you. I was in the same thought with Mel Kiper. I want to give a little bit more thought to it. We'll discuss that coming up. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4. That's next.
All right, it's that time of year, man. You ought to be out enjoying your life. Weather's fixing to turn. Hell, it's already turning today if you get outside.
Presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Clint is out today, but in his place, you've been hearing him. If you've been listening to us, and why the hell not? We appreciate all of you, even you, Greg, who has helped make us the number one sports drive time show in the city of Houston. And we appreciate every last one of you. We appreciate you so much, more than you know, and we are thankful for you, as Tyler is giving. Just at your own risk, check out YouTube and Twitch, as Tyler is making everyone uncomfortable in here. Stop. They're going to shut your camera off. Keep doing it. Tyler flashes.
I'm in control.
Yeah, Tyler's got the control of the sticks over there, especially with me over here on the mic.
Yeah, he does today.
He's got the full control.
He does today. I mean, we got Park around here just refusing to call me Ron on the on the promos at the end. Drive home with Clinton Show.
That's your name, Ronald.
So I would tell. So I'd say, you know, He'll swing his power hips and take your ass off the video.
Hey, y'all need to respect how Ron wants to identify.
Ron Hughley.
I take that.
Ron wants to identify as Ron.
I don't care. His name is Show.
Neither does Parker.
This is what's wrong with today's society.
You're
not
right, man.
accepting how people would like to identify. And Ron identifies as a Ron.
That's right. I'm a Ron.
Ronald it is.
Just Ron. Yes.
Got it, Ronald.
That's Brandon Scott, SportsRadio610.com. You can catch his work. He identifies as Brandon.
That's right.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
That's right. That's right.
The man, the myth, the legend. Hey, I want to. I love having conversations. I love talking this out with you guys and the people. Last week, I literally did this in laughing because Mel Kiper Jr. put out his latest mock draft last week, and he's not the only one, by the way, that I saw this. And he had the Texans drafting a left tackle or a tackle from Oklahoma. And I'm telling you, I doo-dooed all over that.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I said, come on, man. They ain't drafting no tackle. And I still disagree with his explanation because his explanation was on the right side. Like, he doesn't know Titus Howard is the second highest paid player on this team.
Doesn't seem like a lot of people do.
It doesn't. Some people may feel he's a guard, but whatever. So
then they definitely don't watch football.
But I was completely out on that, fellas. And we were laughing it up. Like, I think Clint said the only position that he feels like they could draft in that first round that wouldn't cause him to take his shoe off and throw it at the television set is tackle. And
or that would cause him to.
Whatever I said.
Yeah.
You're there. You're the worst. Sorry, Greg. I know you're marking that one down. But
I ain't gonna mark it.
Listen. I'm kind of thinking that one over a little bit. I don't love it. And
what are you thinking?
And here, the one question is do you believe that the Texans can make enough moves to where they can draft somebody in the first round that doesn't have to immediately play? Because the thought that I'm not saying I'm in favor of this, but the thinking is whenever you don't have Laramie Tunsil and whenever you want to get out of Laramie Tunsil, which there's a chance and a way to get out of it at the end of this season, you want to be prepared to have an option.
Yeah.
And I could think now. I don't think right now the Texans are in a position. Now they could money-wise, but I don't think the Texans are in a position right now that their draft pick at 23 could be somebody that does not play this year. It does not. At least you even walk in, because if they drafted a tackle, like, you're coming into it thinking that this is a guy that is for the future, that's not going to play right away with Titus and Laramie. But you could get out of Laramie after next year, and you could then have your tackle potentially, if that's the thinking. But like I said, I don't know that I feel confident or comfortable that they'll make the moves well enough that they could afford to do that. But I wanted to not crush that thought so much, because many of you have wanted to trade Laramie Tunsil right now. Have you been talking about it?
That's different. Like, if you are out on Laramie, then maybe you are more inclined to entertain this thought. But I haven't seen enough downslide in Laramie's play, enough regression in his play to feel like in a year you're going to want to be moving on from Laramie. Like this year, we had all of our criticisms of the run game, and rightfully so. But Laramie played through a bad knee throughout most of the year and still played at a Pro Bowl, damn near all-pro level for the most part. I know he had quite a bit of false starts and has needed to get that figured out for years. But he's at a Pro Bowl level. So, to me, you're not even in a space where you're thinking about moving on from Laramie. Like, I just haven't gotten near it. Now, maybe if I start,
you're not at that space.
Well, I mean, I just don't know why I would be. Well, like, what about Laramie's play makes me feel like a year from now I'm either not trying to honor that contract still, or start early discussions of extending him again. Like he has not fallen off yet to the point of I'm thinking about my contingency plan beyond Laramie. So for me, I feel like there are too many positions. I'm at best player available at number 23, except an offensive lineman. I feel like you've invested enough in the offensive line for the next couple of years to where between wide receiver, cornerback, edge rusher, there might even be an interior defensive lineman available to you at 23 to where there's just too much of an embarrassment of riches in other places to be talking about I'm going to draft a tackle, a position of strength that I've already invested so much money in.
I want to make it clear. Like I'm like that's why my initial thought was to throw this. So I am generally on your thought. I don't know that the Texans are going to do enough in free agency to say we can afford drafting a player that we don't see as a guy that's going to play this year. But I damn sure think they are having conversations of, all right, after this year, there's 1 year left on Laramie's deal. Do we want to pay that? Do we want to get out of that? Do we want to do – like I think there is – because right now the space you're saying, the only thing they could do right now if they wanted to move off of it is move Titus over or then draft one immediately. They could – but it would be a thought.
But what I'm saying is once you have the thought and once you ask the question out loud, the answer based off of the information, unless they know something about his knee that I don't know. I understand he just had surgery. If his knee is shot or they think that he's a declining player, okay, we're having a different discussion. But based off of what I've seen off the layman's eye, I feel like the answer once you ask the question is, no, I'm not trying to move off of Laramie Tunsil, or I'm not like desperate to draft his replacement in the first round of this draft when all of this other stuff is available.
Psycho T, for the money that Laramie Tunsil brings in, and I know you get frustrated with him. Do you not have any thought at all of finishing out this deal with him? Is there any thought for you that's I'd entertain potentially moving off of him after next year?
No. I want LT to remain in the Texans uni.
To finish off his 2 years on his deal.
Yes.
Yeah, he's still playing at a high level.
Absolutely.
Like he's one of the few positions. You got about 4 or 5 positions maybe that you can say, hey, the guy right here is an elite player. That's one of them. Your quarterback, your left tackle. You got some pretty good wide receivers.
Hit the money sign again.
I think Will Anderson is ascending to being that as an elite player, but he is one of the very few players on the team that I feel like is in the top 5 or 6 at his position.
I think, based off this past year, now I think there's an explanation with the knee issue, getting your knee drained 3 times. I'm just saying this year, to me, I didn't think he played at an elite level at tackle. I thought he was very good. I thought he was good. Elite, I didn't think he was as consistent, but I think there's potentially an explanation to why he wasn't as consistent. Because he had a game, like he'd have a game where he just absolutely took Myles Garrett out, and then he struggled with Kyle Van Noy.
I mean, we can split hairs on very good versus elite.
I don't think he was elite.
But for me, that's hair splitting. Like very good is good enough. So like I don't need it to be whatever elite level. Like he was very good, worth the money. Like yes, whether it's elite, however you want to classify it. It's what you want. I'd rather have it than not.
I think there is a fair thought, fellas, that if next year he has the highest paid offensive lineman in football, is not playing at an elite level, and this year I think there was, I will fairly say there's not an excuse, an explanation. When your knee, I would imagine that he probably woke up some days feeling a lot better than others with that knee. Yeah. So it caused him to miss a couple of games. I get it. But if he is playing at the highest paid offensive lineman in football, which he currently is, and he is not elite, I think there is a conversation because he needs to be more than very good. Tunsil is, and before this year, was the best pass blocking offensive tackle in the game. And I think last year, not this past year, but last year that got him this new deal, he was a top 3 level tackle, and he played elite. I don't think he played that way with that knee this year. If he has another year like that, I think there is a conversation.
Yeah, and I'm just not.
But you're not. But I'm
not in the space of, even if we're having that conversation, I'm still not in the space of, hey, I need to draft his replacement now. We can have that conversation next year, or just see how he plays this upcoming year. But in my eyes, left tackle is locked up this year and next year.
From the last two texts, Tunzel is soft and don't have that dog in him, like Clint says on the offensive line. Before that, Ronnie, it's Ron. It sounds like you're on a boat by yourself as usual. Maybe. I'm not telling you that this is. I think I've come around to not just say it's silly. It's silly. I don't think at all it will happen. I do think that they value and view Laramie Tunzel much more than I think some people in the fan base do. But I could see the conversation of, all right, he has one more year left on his deal at the highest paid offensive lineman in the game. Do we want to put ourselves in a good position to be ready to move if we need to? And I think you could probably do that later, but I don't. I know some people, when you see about 4 or 5 mock drafts of people who are respected go and tackle, even more of that, I don't think it's
more respected before they started going tackle. They maybe were respected. Maybe losing a little bit of that respect going tackle.
All right, as we continue here on Clinch Football at 4, sources coming out. Ian Rappaport, the Broncos are moving on from quarterback Russell Wilson, closing a tough chapter for the team, allowing Coach Sean Payton and Wilson to start fresh. Wilson is available for a team who is needing a starter. Denver avoids an extra $37 million fully guaranteed now. So Russell is on the market. We have heard Pittsburgh. We've heard Atlanta. Let's see what Minnesota does with Kirk Cousins. We've heard a lot of these teams that are looking for quarterbacks that he could be an option for. I say this about Russ. Like, I think Russ is done. Russ is done being an elite level quarterback.
Okay, yeah.
He's done with that.
Yeah.
I will say, though, he certainly has not been in the best situations to bring out the best. Now, I think he has a part to play in that.
Broncos country.
I think he rubs people the wrong way at some of the decisions he's made.
Well, forced his way out of Seattle for no damn reason, apparently.
But he gets to Denver, and
let's ride.
And, I mean, he just has an idiot as a head coach. I mean, just like
he was a Super Bowl winning head coach, man.
And then we see, who won the
Oh,
Super
no,
Bowl?
he's talking about Nathaniel.
I'm not talking about Sean yet.
I just wanted to hear him say Nathaniel.
I'm talking about Nathaniel. And then we saw what Nathaniel did to the Jets, except for when they played the Texans. But he was sent there, and then he goes to Sean Payton, where he improves across the board. But he also is in a situation where he has a head coach who clearly appears to be working against him and wants no parts of him at all. It would embarrass him on the field and test him as a leader, and then him and the organization try to make him waive his
guaranteed money. Just undercut the man completely.
Yes, I mean, so I think he's done being an elite quarterback, clearly, but I still don't know how good he is right now, because those were two very, very difficult situations to play quarterback in.
The upside, though, is that you would be getting him for what is effectively a minimum, a veteran minimum, because he's going to get his money from, or whatever money he's going to get left over from the Broncos. So the investment and the risk in Russell Wilson for whatever team decides to take it is relatively low as compared to what it was for the Broncos when they went out and traded for him and gave him the contract. Now, whatever team brings him in is bringing him in at a much lower cost, as opposed to, say, trading some draft capital to go get Justin Fields or something like that, or having to pay a much higher dollar for an aging Kirk Cousins, who's not that much younger than Russell Wilson. They might even be the same age. So, to me, it's a low risk, high reward potential move for a team that needs a quarterback. I think he's in a much better situation to pick his spot or for a team to pick him as opposed to where he was at before.
That it
is wild to see where he's at now, though.
That whole situation with Sean Payton. Like I don't even know. I mean, I don't even know how the hell you roll. You roll with that. I mean, Sean seemed to be working. I think Sean was getting mad when he scored a touchdown.
Think about the fact that the Broncos traded picks and extended Russell Wilson, then traded picks for Sean Payton only just to undercut the quarterback that they just traded for and gave that extension to. Like, that's a lot of investment to just wipe your hands of the whole situation.
Yeah.
Like, that's just a lot to me. Yep. It's wild.
All right, coming up, I want to I got a comparison for a Houston sports figure, and I want to see if Brandon Scott agrees with this comparison. We'll discuss that coming up next, but before
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Really woke him up there on that offensive tackle thing, man.
Yeah, man. Wait a minute. What the hell?
I'm just saying, man. Like I said, man, I don't think they're going to do it, and I'm telling you, I don't know that I agree with it. Because someone said if he drafts an offensive tackle, somebody on YouTube or Twitch, I want to shout this person's name out. Hopefully, it's one I can pronounce, so Greg isn't on my case. I can't find the person. I can't go that far back. But someone said that Nick should be fired if he drafts a tackle.
Serio?
Even with what he did last year.
I don't think he should be fired because D'Amico would be in on the decision too. So I wouldn't say he needs to be fired, but I would have some serious questions. Like I wouldn't be able to go along with the line of thinking of he wasn't elite last year, so now you got to draft his replacement.
I think I think it'd be absolutely fair to have questions,
No.
but I don't think he should be fired if he knows in his mind if they've made a decision or strongly made the decision and thought of, we're probably not going to give him a third contract with the Texans, and we want to get behind this and maybe even get out earlier.
Yeah, I guess I'm just struggling with the not elite thing because we have the explanation for why he wasn't. So since we have that, I feel a tough time holding it. I actually feel like that was a plus, that he played through an injury and still played at a high level. And like for me, you tell me, you got Myles Garrett in the playoffs on the other side. Who you trust more to shut him down, Laramie Tunsil or whoever it is, insert rookie that you would be drafting at the back end of the first round here? It's not like you're even drafting the best tackle in this draft. So I don't know, to draft the second or third or whatever it is, best tackle in a draft.
No, and that's the thought, because he was
going with Laramie Tunsil.
There's not a plan to play, and you would hope that he's, like for them, if that's the plan, that he steps in the year after at whatever, left or right, if you want to move tight, whatever you want to do.
Is that worth to you the opportunity cost of passing up on a playmaker at wide receiver or a difference maker at cornerback or a potential edge rusher or an interior defensive lineman that might be there, all in positions that are more urgent for you right now?
That's why I said I do not believe
it would be weird, not fireable, but very weird for me.
That's why I said off the beginning. The question is, are they good enough to be able to bypass not having somebody that can help them immediately? And right now, they haven't done anything in the offseason. So right now, they haven't put themselves in that situation. But if that were the thinking, that they wouldn't be the first team that thinks like that. Hell, where he came from, New England always had people ready to rock and roll for guys like Richard Seymour, who they let go early.
I wonder if the Texans think that Laramie Tunsil is going to be better or worse after his knee surgery. Like, do they think the knee surgery is going to correct the issue and therefore really think there'll be diminished returns on an aging offensive lineman who's now going to be on his third, fourth contract and has the knee surgery? Like, what's the implication of the knee surgery? To me, if it fixes the problem and he's back to whatever you consider elite, like to me, elite is shutting down Myles Garrett in the playoffs. But like if he's close enough to that, then to me, you don't really have much of an issue here. You don't have an urgent, we must find Laramie Tunsil's replacement issue, as opposed to we ain't got a defensive tackle or edge rusher opposite Jonathan Grenard is up, or opposite Will Anderson is up for a contract. Do we want to bring him back or find a cheaper version of him?
Yeah.
Like those are all more urgent matters to me.
Right now. Yeah, right now.
Yeah.
Like I said, we'll see what they do in the offseason. As I said, the first thing is I don't think they'll have an offseason where they will be in a position to not have somebody that can help them.
Probably not
immediately. All right, we'll finish. We'll get into that because I do have a question that just popped into my beautiful brain. That I wonder your thoughts on. We'll get into that a little bit later on. All right, Jalen Green had himself a hell of a performance. Really played the Suns pretty well.
Yeah, back-to-back games,
and had 34 in their win on what was that, Saturday night?
Yep,
Saturday night they got a big W. Listen, I don't want to put words in nobody else's mouth. I have given up on Jalen Green and being what you drafted him to be, right? Someone brought up some names. I think Anthony Edwards is be that type of guy. I think Tyrese Halliburton, who is out of nowhere, has come out and become one of the best young players in the game. There are many others that have really stepped up. Even they're in the league, they're a little older, but guys with the Celtics and Brown and Tatum, guys that have been drafted high and early in the draft that you're hoping could be ones or twos on your team. I have given up on that, but in terms of maybe their play is not the same. Stylistically, they don't play the same, but could they have the same impact in being a third or fourth best option on a team that's really competing? And Andrew Wiggins is the name that came, because Andrew Wiggins was the number 1 overall pick. He went to Cleveland, then went to Minnesota, and put up some decent numbers. But it was just becoming very clear he was not going to be, what they hoped him to be. But then he goes to Golden State with Steph and Clay and Draymond.
No pressure.
And he was the third at the very least, fourth at the very least. I would say third. Some people may say during the playoff run, he was their second best player on a championship team. Do you think Jalen can be that? That type of guy where maybe he's not the 1 or the 2, but he could be the third option like Andrew Wiggins was on the championship. What do you think about that? I'm talking about that level of, hey, you can win with Andrew Wiggins as your third best player.
Yeah, it seems like it's just so far down the line unless something just clicks. Like either something clicks very soon or he just needs a little bit more time to figure out exactly what kind of player he is in the NBA. Like maybe the player that he is in the NBA is not the one that he was projected to be, and it's not the one that he had been when he was a kid, when he was in high school and then when he was with the G League Ignite. Like maybe he's just not that player where he's the focal point of an offense, but could he be an elite secondary scorer? Ron, that was my whole logic of bringing him in off the bench as your primary scorer off the bench, because he is starter-level talent. He's going to be more talented than most guys that anybody brings off the bench in the NBA and can provide a spark for you there, but just has not been consistent enough and reliable enough to really be your starting shooting guard, and certainly not the focal point of your offense, maybe not even your secondary option based off of how he's been playing for the most part this year. But what he did against Phoenix really over the last 2 games, in that loss, he was basically maybe the only Rocket to show up for the game. He scored 34 in that one, but they lost. And then in this win, he was much more efficient. They obviously won the game. He showed a little moxie, a little toughness against Bradley Beal when they mixed it up. And just overall, he looked a lot closer to what you would want a frontline player to look like. But the issue with Jalen Green is the repeatability issue, and why I like your comparison. I like him was expecting Andrew Wiggins to go out there and score 25 or 30 a night. But
you didn't think he would have that impact, even with but he got in the Warriors.
But knowing
system.
that it's there, any given night he can give you that. He get his own bucket and athletic as hell and can play off of a star. Yeah, I think Jalen Green with some time could definitely be something like that. You think this is fair?
I think much like Wiggins, I don't know that it can happen here.
Yeah, I think he's running out of time. He's running out of time.
Yeah, like even if they said, all right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make you our third option.
Yeah.
Like it does feel like what helped Wiggins was he went to what was becoming and what was the premier organization in terms of winning. Well, he went to Golden State. He went and fell into that spot. And as you said right before, like the pressure was off, and he kind of he embraced it.
Yeah, and at what point is he going to be the third option for the pitiful ass Rockets? Like he's still one of the more high-end talents that they've brought in.
And I just don't even think mentally he could even get to I'm the third option.
It's the conundrum though. Like how is he going to be the third option on a team with this little talent? And how are they going to get more talent absent of dealing him away or hitting big on one of these picks that they got from the Nets, or if the lottery protected, top 4 protected picks that they got with the OKC deal hits or something like that. Like they kind of need a miracle
and it would have to be
find a higher.
But it would also, I think, have to be really clear people because I don't.
Yeah.
Do you think he believes that is the number one option on the team?
Well, I don't know how he wouldn't based off of how things have gone. But does he believe that Şengün is more talented than him? No, absolutely not. And I would have thought that was crazy too before this year. Yeah, no, he's the premier talent on the team. He just can't be consistent.
Yeah.
Do it again, Jalen. Do it again.
All right, we'll see if he does. All right, coming up, the news that dropped this morning. The number one guy on some people's wish list for the Texans. He's up out of there. No chance for him. Mike Evans. We'll discuss our thoughts on that and what that means for the Texans moving forward. That's next right here live on The Drive.
Sean's got a defensive lineman at the top. from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got to talk on the mic here, guys. Got to turn the mic on, guys.
I would have made that mistake too. Mine was off.
Clint is out today. Brandon Scott is in the building. As you know him, you listen to him, you hear him all the time on this station. SportsRadio610.com is where you can find his work. He also does a podcast. Him and Adam Spolane, H-Town Hoops. They come
that bad boy
Tuesday you'll be able to find the latest
check that feed
episode, as well as him on In the Loop every week, every Thursday at 11 o'clock, and he's on with us doing a Rockets report every single Wednesday at 4:40. So we're in good hands. He's all over the place with us. Remember, tomorrow, 3 and 5 o'clock hours, your chance to win a pair of tickets, not once but twice, 3 and 5 o'clock hour to see Nickelback at the Rodeo. During rodeo season, every Tuesday and Thursday, you'll have a chance to win tickets right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody, boy, I mean, I'm telling you, but somebody really thought I was serious right here. I think it was on YouTube and Twitch. Shout out to them. Boy, y'all be having your own little conversations over there.
That's what it's for. That's what it's for, baby.
I
don't know your soda, though.
Cherry Coke, 0 sugar is what I would like. But
good choice.
Somebody said shows. I mean, people are chopping at the bit to show. Shows Ron still doesn't know anything about this city. Saying Nickelback is a Houston. It's a Houston city.
Hold on, so.
Oh, that was clear, man. Oh, that was a clear sarcasm.
They don't get the show.
In my voice.
Y'all don't get the show.
Ron. Was it clear to you, Tyler? Was it clear?
Yes, it was. Yes.
That was, if I have to explain the joke, that was Ron basically poking fun at the Nickelback descent. There is an energy, an anti-Nickelback energy amongst males. And so, which is what predominantly listens to the show. And so that's the joke, guys. Gosh, don't you hate when you got to explain jokes?
I mean, that attitude was serious. Say, man, you really thought I was
You don't
serious?
know Houston?
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Bury me in the age.
Somebody who does know Houston knows Galveston very well. He's close to the water, as Jameis would say. Mike Evans. Tyler, was he number one in your lust list?
Oh, for sure. Was lusting my ass off after that big man.
This guy right here, man. Number one on his list, man.
I was imagining 1-3 in that battle red.
30-year-old
little
wide
Southern
receiver,
blood
man.
flow.
That Aggie loyalty.
Would you have done this?
Deep.
2 years, 52, 35 guaranteed?
2 years at that amount, yeah. I would have.
I'm telling you, you're not alone. There were some people who really wanted him to be their guy, to be number one on their lust list. Like as I said, you said you would have done that. I think there are many people that would have done that. $35 million guaranteed, 2 years, 52 for Mike Evans. I mean, that's clearing 2 years before CJ and Will Anderson's money would kick in, right? Like I think a lot of people
not prohibitive at all
would do that.
Not prohibitive at all. Also not necessary, which is the part I can get with. It would not have been necessary. It's not like they just had to have Mike Evans.
That's why he's not that high on my list.
Well, but the only reason why he was high is just for the caliber and level of player that he is, and the caliber and level of player that he has been. Like similar to what I was saying with Laramie, but even more so with Mike Evans, there has not been a drop off. Like for the most part, this guy, like he was all pro just this past year, at age 30. So like to me, until I start seeing the tread on the tire of feeling like this is a diminishing player, kind of like you were saying in the crosstalk, hey, I'm not going to weigh too much into history. I'm going to take the player at face value for what he is. Now, do I want to get into a bidding war with other teams with the Bucks for Mike Evans? No, not necessarily. But is this a fair price for a player of this ilk and of this talent? And would it have been prohibitive? No. You should be interested in all the great players. I wonder if people understand this part about free agency. at the very least, an initial starting point, you've got to be interested because it takes them to be interested in you as well. It's not like you get to just draft them at whatever slot if they're available and they don't have a choice but to come to your team. Like, in order to be in the mix for a free agent player, you at the very least got to be interested enough to have the door or the window open for conversation, for negotiation. Now, does this number tickle your fancy? Maybe, maybe not. For me, it would have been just fine. But to act like, oh, no, Mike Evans, he's too old and too expensive. Like, nah, man, he makes your team better. Makes your team better. There's a reason why. Do you not want to, like, you talk about the players that a team doesn't want to bring back? Well, here's a team that did bring back that player. So to me, it shows you he's clearly a guy that is worth investing a lot of money in. He's not just any old aging 30-year-old wide receiver.
Yeah, listen, because see, the question to me is not, would you have done this deal? Because clearly you had to exceed this to have a chance to get him. You had to exceed this to have a chance to get him. And my thing is, would I have gone over this? Would I have gone over this with maybe more than a year? Would I have gone this with more money? What would I have done? What it needed to be done to try to get this done with him? And Brandon, I wouldn't have. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. I am never, I don't want to say never. There is about 98% sure I'm never going to be mad at a team for going after a great player.
I don't know how you can be.
like when you have the ability and the resources to do it, hell, even if you don't and you got to try to shift and make some things happen, I'm just like, I know you believe he's a great player, Tyler. I know Jameis Winston believes Mike's a great player. I still think he is a great player. I don't know how long he's still going to be a great player, but I think he is still a great player, which the 2 years is probably around the time I feel most comfortable that he is still going to be great. Be mad at a team for going after a great player. So that's the first thing with it. Now, I may not have done it. A third year and more money, I feel like I would have wanted to go to maybe a different direction in it. I do think this team needs to have a proven Pro Bowl level player added to this offense right now, and he would fit that. But I don't think that's the only place that you could fit that. You could fit that with Josh Jacobs. You could fit that with Saquon Barkley. I think there are other routes that you can take and add that. But I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be saying, oh boy. So wait. Like some people saying, I'm glad that they didn't get him. Maybe you're glad. I just want to know what the alternative is. If they said Mike Evans is the dude that we got to add, that's the proven Pro Bowl piece that we want to add, I'm not going to be mad at it, even if maybe if I'd have gone in a different direction.
Do you, on your proven Pro Bowl player stance, they've got to add a proven Pro Bowl player on offense specifically, or what if they just try to fill all the roles in the draft and with role players, all the needs, I should say, on offense through the draft and with role players, and sink in on defense with the proven Pro Bowl level, trading for Snead, signing Wilkins, I don't know, whatever it is.
I've said this from the jump. They got to at least have one.
On offense specifically.
I mean, anywhere.
Okay,
at least one,
I got you.
At least one. But I do also believe they need to add one on offense. Because to me, if you're going to go and get a running back, which I think most of us believe in, raging that, and when we look at this, the running backs that I think are those proven Pro Bowl level players, they're ranging from $9 to $12 million per. And it would be more than 1 year, which you could mess with money if need be. So then and you got $67.5 million, and that's a clear issue. Like, that's got to be one. You know, I'm not a big Derrick Henry guy, but I'm not foolish enough to say that Derrick Henry is not that. He was second in the league in rushing. He would fit that bill. It's not the route that I would go, but he would fit that bill. Like, you can run for $9 to $12 million per year. Like, you guys, that's just easy. And you're in a place where people want to come, potentially are interested in you because of your coach and quarterback. and what you just did, they got to at least come away with that.
I feel comfortable saying I would have done this deal. I can't get to a place where I'm like, hey, I would have gone more. I would have outbid.
And that to
this.
me is the real question.
Like I wouldn't go that far. Just personally. Now, if they had done it, would I have batted an eye? Absolutely not.
No, I wouldn't have.
Not for a second.
No. I just like when you're going to bring in great players, or you're going to do, and you believe that, and it's real great players. Like this isn't a deal of, hey man, I think Tyler Boyd is going to be great, so that's where I'm going. No, well, hold on, Jack.
And
like this,
that's crazy.
And
this is exciting is because the Texans are uniquely situated where they have the cap space, they have the elite quarterback on the rookie deal, and therefore they can spend extra on what might seem like luxury. So to me, it matters your particular situation as to why this would have been okay with me.
Yeah, I'd have been. Yeah, I would have been fine. Not the route I would go, but Mike Evans, sorry, Tyler, you're number one luster.
I'm gonna try to get through this. Won't be easy, but I know I got friends here I can lean on.
That's all right.
Go ahead and get that Darnell Mooney signed, and we'll be just fine.
That does not excite me. You have said that. I've read that in words, and I've read that.
I feel zero excitement when you say it.
Text in. He catches everything.
He does. He does. He catches everything. Runs crossing routes. Him next to Tank Dell. I'd like it. I don't. Everything doesn't have to be sexy.
I'm not going to say he don't have great hands. I get
it. It's not a sexy move. I'm not trying to sell it as sexy. I just think it would be good. I think it'd be smart money.
I wonder how many of those 17, how many of the 17 Bears games at every time he was in, and every ball thrown his way, you watch to know that he catches it all.
I watch a lot of Bears.
I'm talking about. I'm adding you too. I know you didn't watch all 17. I know you didn't watch every time the Darnell movie got out.
I watched them when they were pitiful before they traded for DJ Moore, and Darnell Mooney had to be their top receiver.
To be the top guy.
It was egregious. He wouldn't be that here, which is why I like it.
Catches everything.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, we hear he's up the latest on a tough player, young player. And Tyree Eason, as well as big news coming out of the NFL as moves are being made with top players in the league. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive is live.
In the Loop.
I don't want to bury the lead. I'm just going to say right now, I am very, 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 very open to drafting a wide receiver in the
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old B. Scott, who is in the building, and the DILF.
The big DILF.
And Psycho T, the richest producer in all of sports radio, Tyler Milner.
Ain't nobody got nobody like Texas A&M.
And nobody. And we've got the latest. The latest is for you. Let's go to the Rockets. As the Rockets, this is tough news. Tyree Eason, who was really, really starting, I thought was about to take somebody's job potentially, but he is like, of all the young players, with maybe the exception of Sengun, I don't know, maybe even more than him, he is somebody that I have great confidence of what I know he's going to be.
Yeah,
and he's
a winning player, man.
Yeah. God, I was about that. Does winning things and will be and can be on a winning team, right? He rebounds. He's a great defender, or will have a chance to be a great defender, and he's finding it. To me, the ceiling in it, the hope, boy, does this guy got as much game to turn himself into Jimmy Butler like Jimmy Butler did when he came in? Looks a lot like that. But
interesting.
But potentially, I'm saying the highest of highs. Yeah. But other than that, man, this dude's going to be a really, really good player. Well, he underwent surgery. By the way, we've had certain reports about how that surgery was, but this was the head coach, Ime Udoka, speaking about his young player being out for the rest of the season.
Tari's going to have surgery on Monday.
Damn.
He had obviously been going through some things during the year and had a benign growth on the shin bone inside the tibia, I think. And, took that blow early in the season and flared up. He played through it with some pain, but, never had a chance of fracturing or anything, but it was just a pain tolerance thing. And so once the pain got, too high, we shut it down and thought rest and rehab he could get over it that way. But every time we ramped up the workouts, the pain came right back.
All right, so that's Ime Udoka. On a side note here, I have never, ever, ever realized it until this very, very moment. He's got a real Matt Barnes sound to him.
Udoka?
Yes. If you listen to that, go listen to Matt Barnes. He has a real Matt Barnes sound to him.
I could hear that.
There's sometimes a little like it almost sounds in the voice, but
both California guys, right?
Real Matt Barnes guy. All right, I know you guys will probably talk about this a bit on the podcast that'll be out tomorrow. H-Town Hoops, you and Adam Spolane. This is a tough one for them, but it was something you saw coming, and the hope is that he's good and he's gonna be able to return to the play that he had. It looked like, Tyler, he basically had a herald on his knee.
Yeah.
He had
a little benign ingrown herald.
Except if I had Harold on my head, probably he wouldn't have kept him out. But he had his
R.I.P. Harold.
His Harold
on the bone.
On a bone.
Yeah, that's probably a little worse.
That's a big loss.
Yeah. So not to pit the young Rocket players against each other, but Tari Eason is very much the antithesis of what Jalen Green is. Right. The talent doesn't wow you or make you think, oh my God, he's going to be this or he's going to be that. But the motor, the effort, the ability to affect the game in a multitude of ways without ever being the focal point of any kind of game plan, like those are the types of things that you value in a player, obviously outside of your max player or your star player, your number one option. You want somebody like that on your team. I think that every team would love to have, two max guys and a team full of Tari Easons. Like if you've got two max guys and a team full of Tari Easons, or at least like 3 or 4 of them, this is some kind of run. So to me, he is like the type of basketball player he is what a lot of really good role players are made of. And I think that, for the Rockets, whenever they do finally get good again, he'll be a big part of it. But I think as it pertains to this year, a lot of the big reasons why the Rockets have not realized maybe the goals and the expectations that a lot of people had of them is because Jalen Green has not turned into the front end talent or front end level player that people expected him to, and B, they've been injured in a variety of ways throughout the year, and Tari Eason has been the most injured of them all, of the important players that they've had. And then, of course, I think an effect of that is that the defense has fallen off to a large degree. So to me,
he's one of their better defensive players as well,
and low key one of their better knockdown shooters, which is another thing that they're lacking. So they don't have the shooting.
He just plays so hard,
and they don't have enough of that type of dog in them of Tari Eason level player to really be the team that I feel like they want it to be.
And it's tough. I mean, there's a bit of a blessing to this in a way. It's not good, but there's a blessing because I do think he would be blocking somebody like either Thompson or Whitmore wouldn't be getting as many minutes because he would be in there. So now you're getting a chance to see it, to see more of him, but let's see more of them. Excuse me, because he's not there. But yeah, tough one, man. It would have been fun to see him playing on this.
He does, yeah. I mean, excited as I am about the rookies, like I love Whitmore, Thompson. But Tari Eason impacts winning more than either of those guys do right now. I think Thompson's probably a little bit different because the defense, I think, has the potential to be elite. But as an all-around basketball player and affecting winning, they would have been better off if Tari Eason was healthy and in this rotation as opposed to one of those rookies. So you take the good with the bad, but hopefully he's right and able to go next year. He's one of the one of those second first-round picks. Every year they've had 2 first-round picks. It seems like the second one that they make every year is a promising player from Şengün to Tari, and then this year Cam Whitmore. He's along those lines. So hopefully everything's good next year, man.
All right, so that's the latest. He is going to be out for the rest of the season. Reports today, Vanessa Richardson, Vanessa said that he had successful surgery and is going to be recovering. That's on me.
5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, look at this dude. All right, the Denver Broncos, they've made their decision. They're moving on from young Russell Wilson. He's going to ride his ass on somewhere else is what Russ is going to do. He was out. They're closing a tough chapter in Denver, allowing he and Sean Payton to go their separate ways. Wilson is available for teams needing a starter, and Denver avoids an extra $37 million fully guaranteed.
He is double the highest known dead money charge in
million,
NFL history.
$85 million.
The next highest in NFL history is Matt Ryan.
Who is this on, man? Is this?
Oh man,
is this on?
Everybody involved. Everybody who thought this
to me,
ridiculous experiment was a good idea.
Listen, right from the start. Listen, I won't even say this. Whoever was in front of or in charge of Denver, like none of us, when Russ was brought over, I think most people, now some people wondered if Russ was losing it in Seattle. But I think most said that's a move that makes sense, right? You thought Denver getting
100%
Russ made sense. I did. I don't know. Maybe you were out, Brandon.
Love that money.
It made sense to me.
I thought that division.
Oh my God,
was going to be must-watch television every game that they played.
Goodness, right? It was thick. Like it was Russ, Herbert, and Mahomes in there.
Yeah,
and then Jimmy. But I mean, like it was a move that many people made sense.
Hell, the year before that, when they made the move, it was Devontae Adams coming over there, and they still had Derek Carr. And, Derek Carr, whatever.
You're right. It was Derek Carr at the time.
Yeah, it was Derek Carr at the time. Right. But adding Devontae Adams seemed like that was going to be an element that was going to make the Raiders at the time great. It looked like that was going to be the super division, and it did not happen.
It was like Derek Carr's the worst quarterback in this division.
Yeah.
He had just led them to the playoffs and almost beaten the Bengals and went to the Super Bowl that year. But, man, I think whoever failed it because they messed it up from the jump, right? They hired Nathaniel, thought in the hopes that Nathaniel would be able to bring – sorry, Greg, I'm just saying his name in a funny way. I know it's really Nathaniel. But they said it, Nathaniel, they brought him in because they thought he could get Aaron Rodgers, right?
That's right.
They thought he could get Rodgers, so then they couldn't get Rodgers. They said, all right, we're going to put this fool Nathaniel – with Russ. Now, granted, I guess they probably couldn't believe Nathaniel was that big a fool.
Yeah.
But I just can't believe during the interview process that Nathaniel didn't shed light on he wouldn't know what to do at all in week 1. And that continued, and they fired his ass for the season. And then they go back and they go and get Sean Payton. That makes sense to me. Sean Payton, a championship quarterback. He's had good luck with short quarterbacks, although Drew is different. But you hired Sean with the chance of knowing he was going to be an $85 million cap hit if you didn't find a way to make it work. And it's got to be clear in the interview process that Sean, who, as I've talked to Clint, who knows him well, and we've seen Sean, I do not believe, didn't make it clear that, oh, man, I'll try this thing with Russ, but I ain't no fan.
Yeah.
It was clear from day one that Sean didn't want anything to do with Russ.
Sean, by the way, the same dude that showed a remarkable level of faith in Taysom Hill.
God, he just loves Taysom.
Yeah.
He kept getting him new money.
It's the same guy we're talking about here.
Hell, he's shown a good full amount of faith in Jameis.
Same guy here we're talking about.
But I'm just saying, you can't know you got that much in the head coach. And it's not just that the head coach and him didn't work. Actually, across the board, Russ improved.
Yeah.
And they were sitting here coming into Houston. Remember that week they came into Houston.
They won like 4 games
and
straight
they were
or something
in
like
the
that.
playoff. They weren't eliminated until the second to last week of the season.
Yeah.
And you go take an $85 million cap hit because not just that they didn't work, because they actually did. He doesn't want any parts of it. You got to bring the guy in that at least gets it a year.
It shows me that Walmart money is real. They really just ain't worried about no money.
They are not.
Because to me, and especially as a fan and as a middle class person who don't have millions and billions of dollars or whatever, I'm looking at that like, damn, why would you just set all of that money on fire? But the answer is because I got a bunch of money to set on fire. That's clearly the answer. I don't think it's a coincidence that the highest dead number.
The highest was 40
in the history of the NFL. You double it, and it would be the richest owner in the NFL.
Let's ride.
The Walmart folks. Yeah, no. To me, that's not a coincidence. So they clearly just don't care nothing about no money because they spent all that money on Russell Wilson just to set it on fire, and then they went out and traded for. They didn't just hire Sean Payton. They traded for him.
Right.
They traded for Sean Payton, and obviously he does not work for free. So I'm imagining that they pay him a lot of money as well. So they have spent be not very good to be the second or third best team in that division. A lot of money. I mean, if I was a fan or a radio person in Denver, I would be livid, but also I would have some comfort in, hey, at least these cats are seemingly okay with just spending money. That means they'll spend again, even if it's bad money. They're going to keep spending it. They're going to keep trying. Damn it if they know what they're doing, but they're going to keep trying.
Yeah. That's a crazy situation. So Russ is going to no longer be a Denver Bronco, and we'll see what his next move. There are moves out there. Atlanta could be a possibility. Pittsburgh could be a possibility. There are moves out there to be made for him. We'll see where he goes. I would like to see him at least get himself in a situation where he is in a better place, place that gives him a chance.
Yeah. I'm trying to imagine what it's like for Broncos fans looking around the division, and you got Mahomes and Reed, who are obviously Mahomes and Reed, and then you got Justin Herbert teaming up with John Harbaugh. Like, at least two teams are either the cream of the crop or seemingly on the up, and you just over here with Sean Payton and hoping for the best at quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, that is the latest there. As the Denver Broncos going to need a new quarterback, Russ is going to need a new home.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, before we Clark, she's been here the last month, has been setting.
In the Loop loves her
records. They do.
You gotta love how big of an advocate they are for women's sports. You gotta respect.
Got it. They're the ones.
They are the ones that are carrying Title IX in its legacy, boy.
Yep.
Goodness gracious.
That's it, baby. That's
God bless you in the loop.
You too figgy.
Keep fighting that good fight.
You're that too figgy.
God.
Caitlin Clark, earlier she passed Kelsey Plum to be the all-time scorer, but then Kenneth Woodard in Kansas actually had the unofficial record because they weren't keeping up. They weren't keeping scoring of women's basketball. Then she passed her, and now she's passed Pete Maravich to be the all-time scorer, both men's and women's. And she's going to the draft. She is cold-blooded, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Caitlin Clark, when I watch her, I remember talking we had Cheryl Swoops. We had a conversation with her when she was going to the Houston Sports Award, or for the Houston Sports Award, she was going to the Hall of Fame. I said, like, people like you kind of let us seeing basketball in a different, like seeing women play at and we're seeing it even more. She looks completely different at times than anybody else out there.
Yeah.
She is. I mean, she is playing like Steph at times, and she can pass too. Like, that's an underrated part of her game. Like, she can pass the ball as well almost as anybody in college basketball, but she is just in.
I'm trying to be careful with this, but to me, this is where the women's game benefited from how the game of basketball changed overall. And I know a lot of people feel differently about how many threes they shoot in basketball really at all levels now. But to me, this being a change in the focus and emphasis of the game is something that benefited the women's game, because for as long as it was going to be a predominantly above the rim, that's the thing that makes basketball entertaining, or professional basketball entertaining. For me, it was always going to be that the women's game was going to have to take somewhat of a back seat to that. But once you expand it a little bit and make it more of a, shooter friendly, I mean, that's a thing that we've seen now that women can do on a similar level as in the women's game as the men's game, is shoot the ball from long distance. We just saw Sabrina Ionescu pretty much compete with Steph Curry in that three-point shooting contest. Caitlin Clark seems to be built of the Steph Curry shooting type of mold. To me, it's good for the game.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we found out some news about a free agent that, for me, was top two on the list for the Texans. But I'm starting to have some second thoughts on if they should attack this player. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about advanced hair. Something you may be disappointed in is if you've got a receding hairline, you're thinning up top or you're balding up top, you're disappointed every time you look in the mirror. Here's a
2024 Draft. Inside information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, it is The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, except no Clint Stoerner today, and Ron Hughley, who was leading this show for the first less 3.5 hours of the show, had an abrupt family emergency that he had to tend to. We are wishing Ron and his family the very best with his emergency. If you were watching on YouTube or Twitch, which I would recommend you do, then you saw us make the substitution. Ron out, Sean Bajani of Area 45 fame in here with Brandon Scott, your boy B. Scott holding it down. So instead of Stoerner and Hughley, you get B. Scott and Sean Bajani in the building.
B. Scott and Bajani, baby. Let's go. It's been a little bit.
That sounds nice.
Look, man, I feel like y'all are in good hands, man. You got native Houstonians really all across the board, man. You got your boy Bajani, B. Scott, of course, T. Mill still on the other side. And so we feeling good about it. The news of the day, I feel like there's been quite a bit of news of the day. Earlier, we got the Mike Evans news. But also since then, we found out that Christian Wilkins, the Miami Dolphins defensive tackle, who you could make the case is a top 5 free agent on the market right now, regardless of position. I think you could make a credible case for that, especially as more free agents go off the board, whether that be getting franchise tagged and becoming a part of their old team or whatever the case may be. Mike Evans, like we said, went back to his team. As more guys get off the board, Christian Wilkins kind of even shoots up even higher, right? And we do know that defensive tackle is a spot that not only the Texans prioritize in terms of what they want to do defensively, everything starting up front, but Frank is a free agent. They could stand to, at the very least, replace him and probably even upgrade with a younger or better talent there. And so my question for you, Bajani, is how high is Christian Wilkins on your priority list of free agents that could be available to the Texans? Because I'm going to just tell you, for me, I'm warming up to the idea of it every time we talk about it. Like, he wasn't that high on my list before, but the more and more I think about it, the way that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio talk, the exact need that they have right there, the fact that the defense as a whole is, I said earlier that it was in shambles. That's probably a dramatic way of putting it, but they do have a lot of holes to fill. They don't have a starting corner opposite of Derek Stingley. They don't have a slot corner. I mentioned needing to replace Sheldon Rankins. Jonathan Grenard is a free agent. The only starting caliber linebacker they got is Christian Harris.
I heard that very depressing laundry list of concerns that you had earlier.
Yeah, man.
So was coming in. Yeah.
So to me, the urgency increases a little bit the more I think it through. Where are you at on this?
When I saw Christian Wilkins could possibly be available, that he may not be franchise tagged, that the Miami Dolphins might be hedging on bringing him back long term, that there was concern about if they have the funds necessary to pay him this year and years beyond. Yeah, I got excited.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it, because the first thing And I think it's probably the same for you and a lot of other people that really pay close attention to what happens on the day-to-day and what is from the Texans. What D'Amico Ryan said in his last availability at the end of the season after that Ravens loss, when he'd said, hey, we're going to prioritize the front. We're going to use a ton of resources, I believe is a direct quote from D'Amico Ryan's in regards to the front. Whatever that means to you, what it means to me is not just your 4-down linemen. It means the front 7. It is about the D-line. It is about the linebackers, and it's going to be priority, and it should be. When you got a guy like Christian Wilkins that comes available potentially, look, he's a year younger than Sheldon Rankins is. He's coming off of a career season. Sheldon Rankins, damn near coming off of a career season. You know, maybe the best that he'd had certainly since his second year in the league, I think, in terms of production. You got to take a serious look at it, and I think the Texans are. And I think they will, because Sheldon Rankins is a guy that I don't necessarily feel like we talk near enough about.
Well, we didn't.
It seems to be, focused on running back and Jonathan Grenard. And, for a short little time there, I think it was receiver. And I feel like that's even died down a little bit from a Texans standpoint of view. There are a lot of holes all over the place, but damn, when you can get one of the very best at what they do, and it's one of your biggest needs, concerns going into the offseason, if you're D'Amico Ryans, you absolutely have to explore that. I was looking forward to talking about that on my show tonight, and I'm interested to hear a lot of different opinions on this, because so fans' perspective, especially when you have a potent and explosive offense and you've got a quarterback like the Texans do in C.J. Stroud, that tends to be, boom, where the focus is. Well, hell, I don't know if the Texans would have been where they were if not for the defense going from one of the worst in the league the last 3 seasons to one of the very best in the NFL this season with D'Amico Ryans. I had a little fun with Patrick last week where I asked him, hey, how many games do you remember C.J. Stroud winning for the Texans this past year? And he damn near nailed all of them, Cincinnati, Tampa Bay. And I'm like, yeah, well, there was 3 game-winning drives.
Yeah.
How many game-winning stands did the Texans defense have?
They had like 3 or 4 in a row.
Yeah.
They had like a 3-game stretch there where the defense was their defense holding up was what gave them the best chance to win, or the reason why they won.
They stood up. They flexed their muscle.
Yeah.
It was a hard 3.
Yeah.
And then I could make an argument for a 4th, the final game of the regular season against the Indianapolis Colts. I mean, you stopped them, turnover on downs, the second to last possession, and then you stopped them on the last possession. You want to call a little bit of luck. You want to call it stupidity.
They kind of stopped themselves. I don't even think it was stupidity. I think they stopped themselves. Like, if they just execute that play, that play works.
Yeah.
I don't even think it was a dumb play by the coach.
Well, you can make the argument for stupidity, I guess.
Personnel.
For personnel. And I'm sure Colt fans are still playing that one back in their minds. Like, but that's the way that I thought. I'm like, damn, okay, you see how valuable this defense is such, because you accomplished all of that with about 50% of a defensive roster that was a part of a stinker the year before and the year before and the year before that.
For me, the reason why I'm kind of changing my tune on the Christian Wilkins thing and it's becoming a higher priority in my mind is maybe it's the supply and demand. Maybe it's the number of high-end players that are available to you at that position.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously, Jonathan Grenard is your own incumbent free agent who you have the option to negotiate with and sign.
Sure.
There are other premier edge rusher talent, edge talent that's out there, even lower-end edge talent that you might be interested in, either as depth or committee type of situation. You might figure that, hey, Will Anderson is my premier edge talent. I've got enough resources to figure it out on the other side and maybe spend more on the inside where there's not as much high-end talent either in free agency or the draft. Like, I feel like if they don't sign Jonathan Grenard, there are more answers to their edge question both through free agency and the draft than there are no matter what their plan is on the interior. Like, whether it's whether they're negotiating with Sheldon Rankins or whether they are targeting Christian Wilkins and say they just can't get him.
Yeah.
To me, it's slimmer pickings. That's what I'm going for. It's slimmer pickings on the interior defensive line than it is on the edge. And that's why I would want to invest and really show like a commitment to getting the best player there that I possibly can.
Like a either or, because of the slim pickings on the interior and maybe sticking with what you know and like in Jonathan Grenard.
And the unlikelihood that you're going to pay high dollar for both.
Yeah. Well, and that's a really good point.
Like, would you rather pay high dollar for Wilkins and then roll the dice and see if an edge rusher is going to be available to you at 23? Or would you rather just pay Jonathan Grenard and then what exactly are you doing on the interior?
You know, if you're going to pay high dollar for Grenard, if you're saying, well, you know, you got to make a decision. You're going to pay high dollar for an edge. You're going to pay high dollar for an interior. You're going to pay high dollar for potential upgrade at linebacker. You're going to pay high dollar for a running back. You're going to end up paying a little higher of a dollar even to retain your tight end in Dalton Schultz. And all of a sudden, you're looking at the Texans operate in a fashion in which we've never seen them do before.
Yeah.
I already said I think this has the potential, and it really should be the case, for the biggest and best offseason in terms of free agency in franchise history. This should kick 2011's ass when you went out and got Daniel Manning and Jonathan Joseph. That's what should happen. They have a lot of decisions to make. You're not going to spend a ton of money all over the place.
That's Sean Bajani. I'm B. Scott. We are on the drive in for Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley. And coming up, last segment of the show, a lot of mock drafts have the Texans picking this one particular position. And most of us who follow the team closely just can't see it. I'm going to talk it through with Sean Bajani on the other side. Y'all stay there right with us on the drive, Sports Radio 610.
All right, I got a question from been injured in an accident. If so, you got to know this. You have the
pay never.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
B. Scott and Sean Bajani in for Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley here on The Drive. We got T-Mill rocking with us behind the glass doing his thing. And we got to talk about this here, Bajani.
Let's go.
Because I know you've seen the mock drafts. We're focused a lot on free agency, but once the combine hit, we really started to shift a little bit to really start thinking more, I think, longer and harder about the draft. Even with free agency upon us, right? Franchise tag deadline coming up tomorrow, all of that. But there have been a handful of mock drafts out there that have the Texans, and I kind of just ignore them or just flippantly look at them when I see them.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got a handful of mock drafts out there that have the Texans taking a tackle. And it's bothering a lot of people on Texans Twitter because we're like,
aside from Mel Kiper?
I want to see aside from Mel. Well, I mean, that's a pretty big one.
I know.
Mel Kiper. But I've seen it in other places too. And really just the mere idea, the mere knows everything that could be available to them at this pick, that they would double down, not just on offensive line, but on tackle, where they've invested so much money between Laramie Tunsil and then last year, of course, Titus Howard as well, who they then proceeded to play out of position again. I'm trying to wrap my mind around the thought process of why you feel like you would need to replace Laramie Tunsil at this point. Like Ron was on here earlier on the show saying he could see the Texans already starting to make contingency plans for when they either decide not to give Laramie Tunsil another deal, a third deal with the Texans, or even if they wanted to punt off of his deal a year early, which they technically could do after this year if they wanted to. But I just have not seen, based off of Laramie's play, a reason to start thinking like that. Like if you've got criticisms of, hey, you don't think he's nasty enough, you don't like your offensive lineman to be like a Fashion Nova of sorts, You want a grittier attitude. You want him better as a run blocker. You want them to be more physical in the run game. I'll hear all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as what Laramie Tunsil gets paid to do, like, hey, we're in the playoffs. We're hosting a divisional game, and Myles Garrett is in town. We need a dude to check him. Do you feel better about Laramie Tunsil or the third or fourth tackle that you might get in any old random draft? Like, to me, I love the belief that the draft a tackle mock drafts are absurd right now.
I think they're absurd if you're talking about drafting a tackle at number 23 overall in your first round. Like, what the hell are we even doing? Because of Laramie Tunsil, because of Titus Howard. Like, these are two guys that are literally, I still think Titus Howard is top 5 for right tackle money. He was top 4 at the time that he'd signed his deal in training camp of last season. So he's making number 4 overall money. Laramie Tunsil,
but based off of how he was managed last year, and obviously he had an injury issue too, there is some skepticism as to whether that was even smart money to be spent, which I think is a fair question to ask, but that is out there.
Well, I mean, at the time, I think we all felt pretty good about the contract, right? You don't feel good about the contract because he didn't play where you paid him to play.
Right.
And he played where he wasn't paid to play because you had like football Armageddon, like strike your offensive line unit.
Yeah, it was bad.
And it was like, holy crap. Like, you can't even get through a week and a half of training camp and Scott Quessenberry's boom, gone. It was crazy. I think we shouldn't forget about the propensity for, Nick Caserio and the staff to go out and make necessary, ballsy, savvy moves to get guys in as depth at some of those positions, like the Texans did, with Josh Jones, with George Fant, who ended up starting and playing starting level right tackle for you last season. An offensive tackle, I don't think it's going to come within the first 2 rounds. Maybe even in the first 3, depending, at least as it currently lies. You got 2 4s, you got 4 7s, no fifth and no sixth as it currently stands right now for the Texans in the draft. Could you parlay some of that into an extra third, maybe an extra two, and do that? Yeah, maybe I could see it. But if you're going to talk to me about drafting an offensive tackle in the first round, don't we have to treat that with the same respect and the same expectation that we did with the Texans taking Kenyon Green as high as they did? Like, that's a start right now guy. Ain't nobody starting at right tackle or at left tackle aside from Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil in 2024.
Yeah, I have a hard time feeling like the 23rd pick at tackle is just for sure going to be your heir apparent to Laramie Tunsil anyway. But I especially have a problem with the opportunity cost of, say, hey, there's going to be a bunch of wide receivers there that could make your football team better when you pick at 23.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, you could even – a lot of people talk about trading up in this draft, which I understand.
Yeah.
But I'm not even opposed to trading back if you're of the mind that there's 15 to 20 first-round graded players in this draft, and then everybody after that is somewhere between the 20, a late first round or early second round pick. Like, if you want to trade back and still you can get one of those receivers, we believe that there are going to be cornerbacks available to you in that spot. And you situation opposite of Derek Stingley, who, by the way, the bill is about to be due on that pretty soon. Edge rusher, we just had the conversation about Christian Wilkins. What do you want to do with Jonathan Grenard? And if you don't sign him, what's your backup plan? Like, the opportunity cost of passing up on a receiver, a corner, an edge rusher, or maybe even an interior defensive lineman. I saw Jonathan Alexander, and I've seen it in other places. I think it was maybe Pro Football Focus, had this kid Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle out of Illinois, mocked to the Texans, somebody who's been an All-American, I think, twice in college. So, like, there's an opportunity cost associated with, hey, let's draft our contingency for a player who's still playing at a high level and pass up on players that we think can come in and contribute immediately to positions that we either have a need for depth or just flat out we're missing guys at that position.
But it all doesn't need to happen in one offseason. Not everybody's contract that is a premium player on your roster now is up at the end of the season. This is what happens when you get good real fast and we don't know how to take care of nice things, or we're not used to nice things. Kind of a situation, right, from Texan fans. You start thinking like, yeah, but this guy's up in 2 years. This guy's up in 3 years. We can do better than this. We need to upgrade here. You got next offseason too, and it's Nick Caserio's job to position himself and the organization into a spot to where, you know what, maybe we don't need to address this right now with youth, as in a rookie or a high-level first, second, or third round guy to come in and be a replace. That guy exists in terms of their projections and advanced scouting next year. So I think that's something to be considered. And then also, too, I do want to make this point about Sheldon Rankins and the interior. I thought about it last segment, and it's something that really stood out to me all this past season. When Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins would speak, they usually didn't do so without invoking one or the other and how well they played together on the interior. And then Malik Collins coming over to play in this defense. He was here, obviously, but I should frame it like this. DeMeco Ryans bringing over the defense. Bringing his defense. He asked Malik to play a technique that he'd never played before in his career. And how well did that work out when Collins and Rankins were on the field together on the interior with Anderson and Grenard on your edge? Like, this was one of the most, nastiest defensive lines as when it got going, like at its peak. Why do I want to disrupt that? And I would ask the question too, why does DeMeco Ryans necessarily want to disrupt that? And is that what he'd meant, after that Ravens loss, by saying, we need to expand put all of our resources into the front? Well, in doing that, couldn't that just mean kind of re-signing guys like Rankins, like Jonathan Grenard, and then adding quality depth, which really suffered throughout this entire roster? You had to go get Khalil Davis. You had to go get Derek Barnett. You had to go get a lot of guys to play, go get Malachi Sanders. And you needed his ass at the end of the regular season when Will Anderson was banged up, when Jonathan Grenard was banged up. And so I just wouldn't discount like their propensity and ability to evaluate in season and make necessary moves to get exactly what they need.
Yeah,
at that
but
point in time.
So I would say this. I think that the disruption could be upgrading the position. So, like, to me, and I've said this before, I don't think you can afford to take a step back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can afford to take a step back on the defensive line.
Oh, no.
But
not the way you've been talking.
But if you wanted to disrupt it, to your question, why would you disrupt it? I think a good disruption would be feeling like you upgraded at the positions.
Yeah, if it's
which is where
Christian Wilkins
comes into play, which is where, hey, maybe you're not disrupting it and you're keeping Jonathan Grenard, but you got your eye on this Johnny Newton kid out of Illinois. Now that's a crapshoot because you're relying on him being available to you that at that spot.
Mm-hmm.
But the disruption could reasonably be the upgrade.
Sure,
like
it could.
I think that could be a part of it.
Yeah, I can't kick that out of bed. I just offensive tackle in the first round or second round. Yeah, no.
Nah, man. And to your point, I do think we've done a bad job setting. And I'm gonna say, at the end of the show, I'm gonna call out the shows on this station. We've done a bad job of setting the tone for what this defensive line was last year. We just talk about Jonathan Grenard and Sheldon Rankins like this defensive line was the